But their highest fragging game was 6 eliminations, right?
Yep.
Without that win, they would be way low in the rankings, so I want to see just a little bit more, potentially podium finishes, a few top 3s, because they've been playing great, as they always do, but I want to see those chicken dinners potentially coming in a little bit harder today, so they can try and rank up a little bit higher than 4th.
I mean, I just want to see some other teams get some chicken dinners, in particular, as you talk about our teams to watch here. For me, I'm looking at Godlike. Last place team at the moment. I mean, I know I talked day one. They were my team to watch at the very first match as well, but we need to see more out of this team.
Sure.
Because if they don't turn their stripes around here, if they don't start to turn their fate around, then they're not going to have a chance to break through. But I will give them this. Like, it doesn't matter where they place. A lot of respect to them because they're under a lot of pressure representing India. The first time I've seen India at a global scale like this in over a year's time, like pretty much 2 years' time, right? They have a tough job ahead of them. They're not godlike. They're Team India right now, and they need to live up to it.
Exactly. One thing that I've seen when I was looking back on the VODs about Godlike, I remember that first game, we saw that push on Alpha 7 on the bridge. They are, in their meta, in the meta in India, is very stacked. You're all playing on top of each another, and you're just pushing as a team. You don't go for these wide spreads, and I think that is something they're currently lacking in their approach to the game. If they can just send a scout a little bit further away or go for 2-2 splits, I think that would give them a huge advantage in information and also angles they might be able to provide for themselves in those fights. So if they can work on that specifically today, they might be able to push themselves out of that top 16 because we want to see them higher. Come on.
Something that I did enjoy, though, was their confidence.
Well,
they were not afraid to take a fight.
I'm not to cut you off there because we need to get your guys' teams to watch as well. 7, since Max just went on for a 3-minute spiel.
Mine's going to be Nova. It has to be Nova. I mean, the way they finished off yesterday, I feel like we had them coming today and getting that chicken dinner, and I feel like once they get that chicken dinner, if a team is not able to step it up besides next Ruya, it's going to get very scary in this lobby.
All right, Max, who do you got?
Next Ruya, I said I looked at the interview a few times, and he did mention that they wanted to remain in that first place, so if they want to show it here, they've got to get chicken dinner on the first game, or at least get the good position, so next Ruya all the way.
Well, my question is, did Frozen get his hand exercises in today as he was talking about? To be fair, I mean, you're laughing, but it's very true, right? You need to keep your hands fresh, everything limber and ready to go. And speaking of ready to go, we're ready to go. We got John out on a blank to cover the first match of the day here of day 2 of Pmgc.
And we're going right on into it. Thank you very much, Jason and the guys on the desk, looking fine as hell as ever. But we're going to be going over Erangel apparently in this first game of the day to kick things off. Next Ruya still sat at the top.
I honestly, every time S2G are actually been able to get into position. This is really, really good stuff. Nice regroup there. Next Ruya flies through with a Vector on board. Ice Shot immediately hits the deck. Team Secret not having a good start to their game here. Already down 2 players.
Moving on through, and of course, if you're watching live and seeing them move through, you can earn those rewards with the Grand Finals Treasure Box, available until January 30th. So you've still got 8 more days. Got a little bit of time. Got a little bit of time to be getting that on.
In the meantime, S2G managed to get out of dodge. This is great stuff for them. You know, that's one of those awkward beginnings where things could go bad. But now with 628 heading on Quarry side, which is their general drop spot regularly for all leagues, now S2G can pretty much take up position over towards Ferry Pier. Might be a little less standoffish between these two teams now as they head in separate directions. Nova, though, over towards Gaka. Now, Seven was talking about them on the desk, how he's got to back them all the way. And, you know, I have to agree with Seven. I think Nova has been having a big step up. I think next Ruya, there was perhaps a little bit of some misgivings there towards Miramar. Honestly, it was one of those weird things where you're rotating. Sometimes you get a player shot out the vehicle, and that is just the way it goes on Miramar, sadly. For Nova, on the other hand, though, they're still slightly behind in terms of points. 9 points behind, but 10 now with that additional elimination coming through in this game. This game from next Ruya, but we'll see how things go down.
Still the lion's share of these games left to play, of course, with 12 still yet to be played. Look at that Jumper trying to give the camera the slip as well as everyone else.
I'm leaving. You can't follow me. Fortunately, we're stuck to his back like a magnet.
Oh dear, yeah. It's unfortunate for him that we have complete control of what we look at in this game. Down 1, very, very central near Potato Hill in this sort of the logging compound there. It should just be fairly safe and secure for now. The question is, where does the next shift go? It's a great launching point for rotations into the future of that game.
Yeah, and I mean, with Dam 1 having a lot of success recently with that central playstyle, this circle's a little bit more favorable towards them. Can move over towards Pmgc side, but most likely won't, knowing that Enigma Galaxy holds that. I think they played on that north side, but we will be getting a Paraboy interview here, John.
It's going to be covering
对于我来说，可能会自己站在一个更大一个舞台上，然后再次获得了一个冠军，再一次的荣誉加身。粉丝的话，可能是大家再一次的为我高兴，再一次的欢呼。
There you are. A couple of wise words from the man himself, the top MVP candidate right now, Paraboy.
Well, I mean, he's looking fine. He's looking good. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? You look good in game. You look good out of game. That's the way to be. That's right. Now, boys, I am a Paraboy simp. That's how it works. Now, the guy is generally very well spoken and tends to hold himself very well on camera and in game, and I think that's a very admirable thing to be able to do. Though he has had a lot of experience with that type of work also, so it does make sense in a way. Hopefully, Nova continue to put up those kind of performances. I do think that if we look at the stats, Order has also been putting in a massive amount of work for that team, so it's no longer just all on Paraboy's shoulders, which is lovely to see. And this is typically when Nova start to do very well. A7, though, just not having the best of luck with these rotations at the moment. They look a little bit clumsy, a little bit messy. I'm not sure I like to see it.
Oh, it's unfortunate they're getting cut down. One of the players going down. 2 Team Secret player as well. We've lost 2 so far. Another team is taking shots right now as they start to rotate. Actually, fairly centrally. We've got about 5 teams pretty much in the center here on the southeast side of Pmgc, sort of trying to control these areas. 4 rivals sending into a position. Going to be pretty close to Fenerbahce here, though.
I mean, these rotates typically are pretty decent for 4 Rivals, and I'll mention it again because I think 4 Rivals is a team that typically can get to that 20-minute mark, right? They stick around. They're a stick-around team, and that's typically what happens in most of these games. And I would say that they are a middling of the pack team. They get towards the end of the game, and again, it's just that case of get this first good positioning, and then there is almost a hesitation to actually hit anywhere else. Right now, they're taking shots over towards S2G, though. I'm happy with this. Cannot fault them for it. Trying to do a little bit damage down towards that compound itself and maybe make a home for themselves later. Pretty grim circle so far, but can it get grimmer, John?
I would imagine so. If it goes... Oh, I would say that's probably one of the grimmer shifts. I think having that split across the mainland and that military island, I imagine the Infinity... what do you do here? I mean, do you want to commit to being on that mainland, or are you going to bank on having that path down to a south shift if it comes through?
I mean, typically, if I'm playing at a high level here, I am banking on the northern coast, just because there are so many more compounds over towards Sosnovka on that northern side that you can pick up, play on the beachhead. So it's much easier to rotate from north to south. Whereas if you've got like a position where you can fairly easily hold on the north side, you don't want to give that up right too early. Because if we do get this shift towards that northern side, then you're not going to be in the worst of worlds. If it shifts down to the south, again, you're not going to be the worst of worlds. You're going to be easily finding a position on Sosnovka. So at the moment, we have Team Secret still up in Severny, though. Godlike coming down from Yasnaya. Now, Jason said something very important on the desk, and I absolutely agree, is that, it is kind of like that Drake meme. It's like, not godlike, it's Team India. And that's absolutely right, because these guys have got a lot of pressure riding on their shoulders. But similarly, because I was taking a look at some of the Hindi comments coming through, and there is actually a huge amount of support coming through from this team. Even sat down here in 16th at the moment, there is a massive amount of support being shown by the fans, which is just wonderful to see. And I think that they understand that this is time to get back to a global level. And yes, there have been setbacks, but I think Godlike isn't putting out a horrendous performance, right? It hasn't looked as if like they are just a non-plus in this lobby.
They aren't lost, right? It's good. It's good. And 22 points on 6 games. I mean, that's more than I'd get, to be fair. But
true.
That's not a very high bar to get over, to be fair, as well. But still, 22 points over 6 games, very much in conversation to be jumping up fairly far. I mean, all the way up to 10th. That's still within that range over those first 6 games. There's still 12 games left to play. They still have so much more time to adapt, to improve, to really put that work to the test.
Now, if I can say something maybe a little bit negative, but not too negative, more constructive, I'd say, because I do agree with Max in a way, is that a lot of BGMI, a lot of that playstyle is very much stack heavy, right? You move around as a unit, you take team fights as a unit, and I think that is just a regional style. However, at the moment, even with that regional style, I do think Godlike's looking a little bit impatient at times. And I think if they change that, they would probably be quite the formidable team. We saw them take fights against Stalwart yesterday on Miramar, and they looked pretty good for it. There was just a little bit of that impatience, which left a lot on poor Jonathan's shoulders towards the end of that fight. And I think that fight could have gone a lot differently, personally. And this is why I say that they're not a non-plus. I mean, when you've got 16 of the best teams, someone has to be in 16th, and it's no marker of your particular skill. It is just the way of the game.
Kid trying to move through from the north side. They went all the way back up to Severny. Now it's like Jumper not going to have the best of luck there, going down. Getting eliminated. Kid still yet to make it in. Was pretty low on health as well. The next shift just about to come through, and it is the mainland, so no chicanery around those bridges.
Yeah, and this is why you see no one heading down towards that South Island. Like I said, that there are so many places on North Erangel where it's difficult to get the heel dug in, right? And that's what you absolutely need to do here. And if you give up those positions, someone's going to take it. Damwon coming up on Godlike's position. There is a fair few players behind them. Clutchgod already goes down, though.
Oh, they're trading 1-for-1. Junie spraying around on the swivel, and Godlike fall at the hurdle. Damwon Gaming only have 1 knock as well. Excellent hold there. Excellent position. And great crossfires. I think we've seen that from them before in these garage buildings. The crossfires from Damwon are so strong.
Exactly. Now, the thing is I can bring this back a little bit further again, and it's that impatience. You know, you have Clutch God in the building. You see Damwon flit out from the left side. They have all 4 players on that building before you're even in contention. And at that point, there needs to be that step back from whoever is IGLing on the team at that time to say, we can afford to lose 1 player. And I think that, you know, sacrifices do sometimes have to be made in these matches if you want to be making the most out of these points. Now, Godlike, respectable as it is, they do go down as a team every single time, but I would much prefer to see them as a 2. You know, we saw Stalwart pull off something similar to that yesterday on Miramar, playing as a 2 and getting 5th place. That's actually quite a few placement points that you were accruing, and getting that consistency on board, which is why I say that about Godlike, is that their mechanical skill and rotations look strong, but it's sometimes that inability to pull back and look at the bigger picture.
6-2-8 under fire from Nova, and the Infinity are right next to them on the hillsides as well. Newsy looking to put the nade on through. Daoshi out wide, spots Godtani up the top, but doesn't drop him just yet. Newsy under threat, and he is just going to get rolled straight on over. A little bit too bold there from Newsy. And the Infinity lose a player, 6-2-8. They want to take this fight with the Infinity. They want to keep going. Nades up the top of Godtani and Logan. Up to bat against Daoshi. The nade over the top looks good, but across the way, Mela has the back of his teammates. And the Infinity might just survive for a little bit longer. Daoshi down.
Fantastic bloody angle here from Mela. I don't know how he got over this side, but he is tearing 6-2-8 apart as we speak. Daoshi hits the deck. Oh, that's a beautiful nade to finish it off. You know, you can never really count the Infinity out, especially when they play these off angles so damn well. And now 6-2-8 just down to 33Z in the shack all alone, and there's bullets coming in his direction. He's gonna get pincered. I don't think he's long for this world.
The nades as well from Mela. Instrumental in that last engagement for the Infinity. 33Z's position is fully known now. Nades still sending on through. Maybe going to be able to post one of them, but the smoke is there and the spray is good. Godtani tickles him. 33Z pushes out the back, knows he needs to take one fight or other, and Mela's going to be the choice that he makes. 33Z out in the open, and is just going to get cut down. Mela, beautiful position, beautiful play. The Infinity very proud of that.
Yeah, that doesn't happen unless they have Mela involved in that fight. That should have been an easy team wipe for 6-2-8, but they didn't compensate for that player in the back. And who would, let's be realistic, who would compensate for a player over towards the shack on your backside, completely separate from the team? Damwon hit the Wizard Tower, but Nova is here to receive them. And Junie from Jimmy just gets shot out from underneath the truck.
Oh no, 3 players already down. Junie is going to bleed out there. Fabian, no way of getting that one back up. Damwon Gaming, 3 players alive. Is it the cost that they were willing to pay for this center circle position? I mean, if you've got 1 player in there and nobody else now as the remaining players get swept up into the point tallies of other teams. Fabian, last player. Is it worth it? Losing those 3 players to get this position? I got to think it isn't.
Absolutely not. Nice Molotov comes through as well and burns at Fabian's feet. See if he gets away from the burns on this one. But honestly, yeah, I wouldn't say it's worth it. It's worth it if you can get at least 3 players alive, because there's no hope in hell now that Fabian holds that alone. A7 coming against Nextruya, so it's the Battle of the West here. A7 trying to put themselves back on top, but Nextruya doing a good job of it. Frozen takes down 1. Again, A7's coming into this fight with 3 after their little skirmish with Team Secret earlier on.
With an early knock against Nextruya, that allowed Alpha 7 to even the numbers just that little bit. And now it's only Yekta left for Nextruya. Mafioso gets that res onto Center Texa. Leo very close by, and actually they're taking shots over towards Furious Gaming as well on this northern side. And at the moment, Nextruya really struggling. Frozen crawling back to the bunker. I think Korea might just figure out what's going on here. Or maybe not. He's more preoccupied with Dick Xavier.
Absolutely no idea what's going on at the moment from A7. They're completely clueless to this, but A7, I think they have the bead now, but they still just careen on past. Nextruya have stayed hidden in the bunkers.
Okay, and they managed to get the res in the meantime as well. Frozen's got the heal off, and now Alpha 7, sure, they've taken down 2 players from Nextruya, but when Frozen's involved, You never know what can happen. Nades over the top, and Carrillo is going to find out that they're still alive. He knows, but they know as well. And Carrillo looks for more, can't quite find the shift off there, but Frozen's up for one, and it's just Mafioso left now for Alpha 7. A nade, a Molotov over the top, and Carrillo can't crawl backwards. Can he pay back Yekta for the res from earlier? Senatexa is bleeding out as well. Mafioso needs these reses.
It's a fantastic Molotov being sent through once again, which is going to stop anyone from getting close to res up Carrillo. So what Next Rio at the moment are trying to make happen is a 2v2 fight there. I love this from Frozen, constantly thinking ahead. Saw what though, down to just one in action. See as he can keep this dream alive for them, but Pmgc raining just destruction upon their heads.
Right on the top there with those nades. So difficult to move, and they will be going down. Out eliminated, 13th place. The circle shifts centrally. So everybody on those edges are going to have to move. Next Rio will have to move through this engagement that they've been in for a while now. Pmgc a little bit on the back foot here. Enigma Galaxy are in the way on the northern side, but Na'Vi vying for these hilltops.
I think with Na'Vi playing from North George, they've done a shot from along the way. We'll take down that player from Furious Gaming. And I think this is what everyone wanted to see from Na'Vi, is a little bit more pacing towards the beginning of the game before they unleash the beast in the end game itself. And I love to see it for one personally, John. I don't know about you. Enigma Galaxy, though, they're on that northern side, still with 4 players alive, and I really respect this. I do think that Enigma Galaxy has this little hidden ability to find their way into circles, which probably no one else would find those gaps within.
Somehow they're like the octopodes, as you'd like to say, the plural of, whatever the plural of octopuses is. But I have no idea. Oh dear, that's a cut down and a half. S2G, take care of Pmgc, send them packing.
Back their way. 4 rivals. It's that 20-minute mark, and now it's time for the Hail Mary, I would imagine. This is typically what happens for rivals, but maybe it'll change. Yetka goes down, Frozen finds the high ground, and once again, this man clutches it when no one else can.
Puts the enemies on ice and keeps his team alive. With 2 players as well, they can still keep on moving through this terrain. They do have DXavier to their south and Enigma Galaxy to their west, but Enigma Galaxy, they've been taking a fight, they've been taking punishment. Na'Vi a little bit further across the way, and there's shots ringing out across these hills.
So typical to 2020 Na'Vi of just sweeping from one side of the map, be it west or east. Really good stuff. The Infinity next on the list, though. Tixie's moving up, and I don't think he has any idea of where Logan or God Tunny currently are. Starts to look in their direction now, though, with a nade and smokes in hand.
Yeah, they're going to know now. The nades start to come through from the Infinity. And they are just going to back it off. Tixie doesn't want to take this trouble. But downhill, he's got a teammate, and now Meku's a little bit isolated into the fight. A nade over the top finds God Tunny, and Logan now last standing for, well, not last standing actually, sorry. Mela's off in the distance, as he was in their crucial engagement, but this time around not going to be quite as useful. Doesn't have those sight lines. God Tunny goes down. Logan spotted out. Matic gets the first tag, but it's Tixie to do the job.
Picks it up there. Nova still on that south side, but there are shots raining through from S2G, who are just whistling them past Nova at the moment. I'm practically here the heat of the bullet pass by their ears. 4 rivals went for that Hail Mary towards the center of the map. They're fairly open, to be quite honest with you. And with so many teams around you, it's a little bit of a dangerous spot, but they can hold on to it. It will be a wonderful play here made by them.
DXavier mounting up, moving central. They have 4 rivals ahead of them in S2G. At the back, Rabiz trying to suppress, but here comes the wave from S2G. Seven said he wanted to see more from this team. We'll see if they're going to start to stand up today, see if they've developed, but the first goes the way of Duck for Xavier. And around the side, they're not finding anything in response. Rabbiz, sure, he's taken damage, but Lamborghini's pushing that nade to the back there, keeping them bunched up, knowing they don't have the off angles. Finally, a knock comes in response, but Lamborghini's gained ground in the meantime. Rip 7 falls, Silas Poor crawling forwards, maybe looking for Lamborghini, but Timber getting that res on the backline. Xavier keeping themselves cohesive as well.
Nice.
Frankie falls. Lamborghini now in the sights of Silas, but he falls to a drop shot. Duck knocked in the meantime, and it's 3 players down for Xavier. Timber lost for S2G as he pushes through, and Lamborghini gets dunked on. S2G stay alive with 3.
That sports car comes to a halting stop there at the end of that fight between S2G as well as the boys from Xavier. Unfortunate stuff. Na'Vi, though, now trying to mount some kind of position, but they're playing uphill. Can they trudge their way up this muddy hillside to 4 Rivals position, who are playing King of the Hill at the moment?
4 Rivals, they've been that centerpiece of this circle for quite a while now. And RV have other ideas. Meku still on that off angle. Nova, a difficult push from the south.
It's come through. Finds a really nice one on the Rith there. I'll take them down to just 3. And already some more bullets been sent their way. Great angle here from Meku as the rest of the team storm the position. And 4 Rivals have nothing in return.
Tixi just moves forwards, a hot knife through the butter of this terrain. Pemburu in this smoke could prove to be tricky, but S2G, they're pressuring the other side, caught in a vice grip. 4 Rivals need to turn to diamonds now, as Jason would say, but S2G now up to fight with Na'Vi. 4 Rivals still have their player alive. Enigma Galaxy, a side quest right now for Na'Vi, but there is still a little bit of damage to be taken. Nova moving up to the back as well, as S2G have to turn their attention elsewhere as well. And Na'Vi, Nova, all pushing for the top, and Pemburu. Oh, the drop shot's just too good, just there in time, and does go down. 4 Rivals down in 4th. Na'Vi cut down as 1 player knocked on the sidelines. Nova struggling to move up here as S2G are going to get taken out as well. 2 teams remain.
Though Jimmy will bring King back up in action, and Nova has bided their time to pick up the high ground once again, whilst Na'Vi takes the fair brunt of a lot of the teams looking their way. And we felt like Na'Vi was the main character here, but it's Nova who's on the main story quest line at the moment, looking to take down Na'Vi here. King up on their feet, but it's 3 versus 4. Na'Vi's gonna have to pull something absolutely unbelievable out of the pocket here to make this happen.
The good news for Na'Vi is that they have the circle under their control, but with 4 players, those sightlines are so valuable for Nova. Saw Na'Vi start to step up at the end of yesterday. It seems like they've carried that momentum, and Order goes down first. Excellent spray coming through from Tixi to suppress one of the crucial members of Nova, and damage being sent uphill as well. No knocks being found either way just yet, but Paraboy is low, and with the blue at the back, needs to start moving. Cannot afford to take any more damage. Na'Vi keeping it together now. The pressure hopefully won't get to Paraboy falls as well, and King and Jimmy left to stand tall for Nova. The 2 players who have lost their main fraggers here, but they are great in their own right. Meku, Kitsune down the hill, looks for the shots, but Tixi's moved out wide, and King now up for the sidelines, finds Tixi. 1 versus 2. Kitsune and Meku for Na'Vi against King for Nova, and he's low already. They know his position. They know exactly what's going on here, and it's only a matter of time before Na'Vi take the chicken dinner.
Na'Vi looking like a well-trained robot in those last moments. They had designated positions. They were pre-programmed to head over towards. The split there at the end was just mechanical. You love to see it, honestly, coming through from Na'Vi. And they played that game practically perfectly. Even down to 3, they knew what they had to do in that situation. The immediate split allows them to pick off Order, who was just splitting a little bit too late in that situation. The worst part about it, John, being that Order was playing backstop for Nova. Once he goes down, the rest of Nova is in disarray, with Paraboy trying to get into the circle outside the blue. And yeah, a lot of that game did rely on them actually having the circle in the first place, but they're able to play that 3 versus 4 against Nova, who has been on fire recently, is impressive.
Absolutely. I mean, that was phenomenal to be able to go through all of that and come out on top. The sweep from the West is good, and Na'Vi repping the West themselves.
Call him Eiffel65 because John is blue. East cannot live up to the hype as West comes out strong and Na'Vi take themselves a much-needed chicken dinner. But more importantly, they do it with 15 eliminations as well. We talked about Na'Vi yesterday. They were at the bottom, or towards the bottom of the table, I should say. And with that one chicken dinner they had, they only moved up to like 9th, 10th place.
Yeah.
But as we saw here, they were already up to 6, and with that victory, they should be shooting up the leaderboards, which is honestly what we want to see, Seven. We always talk up Na'Vi so much, and they always let us down going into events, but this was a big, big win.
It is a big win, and I kind of have to be a bearer of bad news because we just haven't been able to see them following up a win. Maybe today that'll be the big difference, maybe with the way they're kind of currently playing. You were mentioning too, the way they were able to rotate throughout the map, the way they were able to kind of scout with Kitsune was tremendous.
Yeah, I think that the point I brought up a lot about Na'Vi yesterday is they had their blinders on. They would just focus on one fight and not open their mind to other opportunities or other fights that could be happening on the side. Here, after that push away from Pachinki Hill, after having Kitsune scouting close to 4Rivals' position, they took an amazing push onto Infinity, then went for the engage onto 4Rivals, and didn't even look to clear out that fight because they had their mind opened up for other opportunities and just held onto that position, denied all the teams trying to enter from the north or the eastern side, and took full control of the high ground, which at the end even gave them the advantage to take that fight versus Nova at the end. This is what we needed from Na'Vi.
You gotta say this. Shout out to our boys. S2G, 11 limbs, 10 ranking points there, 21. I mean, Seven, you have to be happy to see S2G. I mean, that is the team you've talked about so much. And they finally show up here in day 2.
Considering yesterday they got 29 points and they're able to get 21 points here on this first game, this makes me happy. So yes, Jason, shout out to my boys from S2G because this is the kind of stuff that I've been expecting out of them. This is a team that was very dominant during the West to the point that they had two full super weekends to kind of just chill, lay back, relax, try different strats. Right now during the finals, they weren't really showing me what I wanted to see. SGG finally showing up.
Yeah, they did indeed. And also Matic here, 1,024 damage.
Okay, there it is.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't know how I feel.
I don't know. I think somewhere out there, Claris is happy. But the fact is, Na'Vi had only 3 players up against Nova, who had 4 in the very end of that fight, and they still come out on top. And speaking about coming out on top, they're in 3rd place.
What?
This team was bottom of the table towards yesterday. With 2 victories now, they've been able to shoot themselves up into a lot more money.
Yeah, 15 positions extra, 1 out of 3 games to go himself a chicken dinner in 8th place, and then another chicken dinner to kick off the day. What a good showcase from them. And you're looking at that one, sure, Nova able to push himself up in that 1st place thanks to that 2nd position in this game, but you still have 2 teams from the West here next round, Na'Vi in 2nd and 3rd. Like West, a lot of people were saying, oh no, East is going to dominate and everything. Like, man, no, it's a lot closer than what people expected.
Yeah, there's some teams from West that are definitely stepping it up. Now, I want to go a little bit off topic here with Enigma Race Gaming, right? With this team, they just really haven't been able to perform. I would love to see them starting to spark it up again because if this is the case, you're going to see a lot of the other teams starting to pass them up. You saw DX. I mean, DX being able to maintain their playing style. They were able to perform as well in Miramar. We do have a Miramar coming up next. And then as we go down the list, another team that's kind of scaring me a little bit with the way they've been performing in the past couple matches is going to be STE, Max. In this past game, they were able to get 0 points. They got eliminated in 13th place. Hopefully this Miramar coming up, they'll be able to flip it around.
Yeah. Is that your vengeance for us talking about SGG in such a way? Is that, okay, trying to get back at me.
You guys were hyping them up so much for me that I was starting to get behind the hype. I almost started picking them, but
I agree. We need to see more from them.
You know what, Max? We got to talk about 4Rivals because we were watching the match together. No, don't be sad. You should be happy, right? Because we've seen improvements from yesterday to today, the way they were grouping and sending.
I saw improvements, yes, but I still need to see one improvement on one aspect of the game that I've not seen yet from 4Rivals, is that they had such a good position. The entirety of that late game, they were dead center on the high ground position. All the teams are fighting each other on the outskirts, so they were just vibing in the middle of the circle. And yet, they came out with, what was it, 2 eliminations, I believe?
Yeah.
They needed to be the team to be proactive, push teams away. That push from Na'Vi should not have happened in 1,000 years
we
in that
saw
game.
that with Stalwart Esports yesterday in match 1. Remember, I mentioned, all right, well, I mean, we went towards Military Island off the bat. They had zone right off the bat, but what did they do? They pick up 14 elims. They look for those because they realize we need every single point and capitalize off the position that we were given. And speaking of capitalizing off the positions, Frozen versus Alpha 7.
Oh, that was good.
I mean, Yekta was there too, but he was mostly down the entire time. He was there in spirit. But Frozen was able to pull off like a phenomenal 1v3.
Well, to be fair to Yekta, I mean, he was the last player standing for that team. Alpha 7, for some reason, they decided to start focusing on some of the other teams rotating. I think it was Furious Gaming. I think I saw Korea or Cinetex. I can't remember off the top of my head which player it was. He decided to start shooting at that player instead of focusing on what they had. They had a 3-1 advantage that they didn't take any advantage of. They let them recoup, and they let one of our current leading MVPs recoup, which is Frozen. And Frozen was able to take it single-handedly. Another thing from Alpha 7 that I feel like they need to definitely work on that I'm not seeing here is if they are going to be aggressive, they need to be able to finish up those battles quickly.
That's super important, actually, because I think one point that we need to mention in this game is that they were trying to do too much at the same time. They tried to leapfrog the position of Nextria to try and gatekeep them onto the next circle shift while taking another fight. You're just putting yourself in too much of a bad situation, and of course, if you have Frozen against you, like, you're just giving him a free piece right there.
Yeah, I mean, but the fact is, again, like, Frozen, this is his first like global competition to be able to play in that kind of pressure against Alpha 7, who's a very strong team, never get me wrong when talking about them, but to be able to capitalize off that, I mean, we saw his nerves in the final interview of the day, right? He was still like jacked up, like excited, but be able to keep calm under pressure and in a 1v3 situation like that, I mean, it was important the way he played things out. He had a knock onto Creo, he had a knock onto another player for Alpha 7 towards the back. I want to say it was Revo, but I'm not 100% sure, don't quote me on that. And he puts like a Molotov down to like separate, to buy himself some time. He played that perfectly. A shame they didn't obviously get further into the match, but they're still fighting against Nova here for that first place.
Yeah, the composure he's able to maintain in this kind of situations. I mean, we have actually seen players being able to bring a lot of hype around them, and then they get to this stage, and it just, in a way, dies off. Yeah. So far, it hasn't happened with Frozen. The one thing, though, we're still talking about, when we talk about Nextria, we're still talking a lot about Frozen. What's going to happen if for some reason he has 2 matches where he doesn't perform? How is the team going to be able to react to that? That's the question that I feel like we need to get answers on.
It could be a $900,000 plus difference, right? The difference between first and second place here. If he doesn't perform, or he gets knocked out, like you're saying, who's going to step up else on that team? And speaking of stepping up, you know, Na'Vi, let's dive back into them, because this team, we talk about teams in general where you have like those standout players, which is the way PUBG Mobile kind of was back in 2019 and has transitioned away from. Na'Vi have every single player on the team who can step up. We normally talk about Tixi, because we saw there Matic coming out as the MVP.
Yeah, I think Tixi also was the MVP of, what was it, PMPL European Championship? I think there's one that I believe, I actually called him as potentially being the MVP, so we'll see, but indeed, that's a real aspect that Na'Vi has been able to play around, is that every single player on their team can frag out, and Kitsune has been able to set up the team really well in getting in those positions, so it just will round it up. But once again, we talked about it, they need to build up that momentum, which they've been able to do since that win yesterday.
Well, on that note in particular, as we take a look actually at Na'Vi in our recap here, Seven, you talked about this yesterday before we even went on to the show, I think it was even the day before, mentioning that Na'Vi last year were lacking that in-game leader. Kitsune coming in, also previously known as Adder. We're seeing here the decisions he's making are good, and they're finally starting to capitalize off it. It seems like he's getting more comfortable here in Pmgc.
Yeah, I remember one of the conversations that I had with Na'Vi when we were in Dubai was that they seemed like they had the fragging power. They just seemed that they didn't have an actual leader, or where to send them, or where to be able to guide them, right? Right now, they have that in Kitsune. Right now, we're starting to see that. I love how they were able to neutralize Paraboy as well there towards the end. We were looking at Paraboy, we're like, whoa, he's going to be able to get a great off angle here. They realized it right away. They make sure they cause some damage to him, and then it kind of make Paraboy back off a little bit more, Max.
Yeah, I think they were maybe shooting a little bit in the dark, but now they definitely have a plan in mind. When they come to some of these games here, they went for Pachinki Hill position, which was also taken by Nova early, so it's really good when it comes to getting that information into the mid-game to transition into late game. And here they move out, and you can see a small bit on the side here. Kitsune moves out, crosses the road, gets the information, clears the spot, and then the team follows up on that rotation. Before doing so, they try to make sure they clear out Furious Gaming inside the rest of Pachinki itself. So they were continuously fragging out, trying to get those eliminations left, right, and center, getting involved in the kill feed to try and hopefully make things a little bit easier as they approach that late game. But here, Meku able to get himself some decent sprays, a few knocks here and there to make it a little bit easier.
The thing is, they only had 2 eliminations there, and they finished off with 15. So from that moment, they just completely switched on, picked up 13 eliminations and closing out the match. Like, they realized we have a good position, they have the high ground, they have the height advantage that Seven has here now, and they made it work, right? And we talk about 4 rivals. They had the position, but they didn't look for those elims. They didn't capitalize off of it.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're going to see that push. Oh no, wait, that was actually after the push that happened. But yeah, they just took that position so easily, it seemed. And the moment they had control, they were just gatekeeping everyone away. Like, we got the high ground position. If you want it, you're going to have to take it away from us, because otherwise we're going to take the win thanks to that height advantage.
Yeah, and I'm glad that they weren't passive. And this is kind of something of the likes of what Jason was saying. I'm so glad they weren't passive. They decided to be aggressive. They decided to use the position that they were on for their advantage. Being able to get those elims are huge. Now, my main question, I mentioned it earlier, and I'm going to sound like a broken record. Can this team follow up this win with a great performance? We talked about it yesterday. We said, okay, they got this win. How about maybe not go for the win the next match? Top five, maybe 5 elims. We'll count that as a win towards you, because now you're being able to carry a little bit of momentum. They weren't able to do that yesterday. They got a little bit close to it. I think they ended up with an 8th place finish with 4 elims, which is not bad, right? It's not bad in comparison to what we're used to seeing from them. But I think in the next one, I mean, if this is going to be a championship team, I definitely want more.
I think what's really cool, by the way, about Na'Vi is the fact you do have Kitsune, who's kind of like been the second note to a lot of great in-game leaders. I mean, we had Old Boy used to play with before with, you know, Team Unique, and obviously in Na'Vi at part of this year and last year. Then he was under Beowulf with Cloud9, and who obviously became Ghost Gaming later on. Like, he's been that second fiddle to learn a lot from so many different people, from so many great in-game leaders, that I feel like it gives him such an advantage when we go into events like this. The problem is, I feel like he still hasn't fully maybe come into his own just yet, because we still see Na'Vi with inconsistencies and sometimes with letdown performances.
Yeah, and I think those are stuff that he's going to be working on. And I'm so glad you mentioned his time there with Cloud9, because he was one of their main fraggers. So for Na'Vi now to have an IGL that's not only going to be able to just guide you to the right place, but also going to put you in a position where he's more than likely going to be able to frag out as well, I think that's huge.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have to head to a short break here while we get things ready to go for our second match of the day. It'll be over on Miramar, and it'll be here in just a few moments.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMGC 2021. We are into our second day of play, and we're into our second match as well here on our second day. A lot of 2s coming through, a lot of 7s here on the desk as well. And we have Na'Vi taking home the title here in our very first match. However, going into match 2, a lot of teams have been able to make quite a big step up. And more importantly, Max, I want to give you the opportunity to talk about it. Quite a lot of improvements out of teams from day 1 to day 2, and that's what we wanted to see. Can you take that time between the 2 days to really do your homework and figure out what's going wrong for you?
Yeah, and one team, even though it was not a really high placement game for them, is actually Infinity, right? We were talking about it during that game happening, and they had a huge opportunity to take a great fight versus 628, and the execution on their end actually was really good, right? Because they had Mela waiting in the field. I was asking, was it by mistake or was it intentional? And I'm like 90% sure that was intentional, because 628 were not ready for that out-off angle being available. They went for the backstab. 628 had no way to fight back, and the nades from Godtani were top tier. I want to see more of that Infinity in particular, because yesterday was a little bit of a slow burner. They need to step up big time today.
Okay, well, I have the flip for you. You're talking about improvements, right? I'm going to be talking about a team that actually has not improved, and I'm going to have to be a little bit more rough on them, and it's going to be Godlike. I feel like they were just blind sending it to... They're playing like a team that used to play back in 2019, and that's just not going to work right now. I totally agree with what Blank was saying there. I feel like they definitely need to start scouting a little bit more. Something that you were mentioning yesterday as well, Max, is I would like to see them start working on a 2-and-2 combination. I'm not sure what combination they're going to end up using, but just do something different, because everything that they're doing right now is not working. An improvement that I do have to call out from Godlike is that now they're not waiting until the third phase to actually enter the circle. So that is an improvement. Yesterday, I felt like they were putting themselves up against the wall and not allowing them to work freely. Right now, they're improving a little bit, but they're just blindsiding it way too much for my liking.
And I wonder why they're doing that as well. The fact is, they have every opportunity to watch what's happening around the world within PUBG Mobile.
Yep.
Obviously, playing in BGIS, the meta might be a little bit different, but they should know and know what to expect coming into this event.
And I mean, with the championship team, this is something we always talk about. You have to be able to just adapt to what's being thrown at you. Yes, that might have worked, as you said, in India. Right now, this is the global stage, baby. You're going up against teams from China. Now you're going up against teams from the West next year. I mean, look at the performance they're currently having.
Yeah.
We are just not seeing the improvement that we need to see. And I don't want to get to day 3, and that's when they start improving. We have seen that over and over again with different teams. And at this point, like, you cannot allow that to happen.
It's just going to be too late. But if there's one positive aspect I can give to Godlike right now, is that we know exactly what they need to improve on. I just hope that they can understand that themselves, have a little bit more perspective on their own position, and work on that instantly. If they can get that worked upon today, that'll be huge. But when you have one thing that's so important as scouting, get information, and hopefully working on the 2-2 splits, if they improve on that, they could get huge games, because they fight pretty well.
The thing is that they have the gun skill. They showed it yesterday. We saw what Jonathan was able to do with Alpha 7. It's just the whole strat, it's not working for them. They need to switch it up.
They need to switch it up, maybe pick up a 1+. Actually, your sponsor here at PMGC, the 1+9 Pro, with its ultra smooth gaming at 90 FPS. You never have to #settle when you're playing on one of these lucky babies. And maybe that's what they need to do. I don't know. The thing is, we're very harsh on them. But to be fair, we're also going to be harsh on a lot of other teams out there. I think for the fact to us, it's the first time seeing India on a national scale in such a long time. And really quickly, a real quick shout out to Singtel as being Singapore's most powerful 5G network here, sponsoring PMGC as well. But gentlemen, we're about to get into our next match of the day here, and I'm getting a little bit scared for some of these teams. They need to start to improve some things. And speaking about improvements, we're going to improve the looks here on the desk by bringing in John Allen and Blank.
And there we go. It is going to be going to the map that is anything but green. Can't be standing that. We're going to be going to Miramar. It is the desert. Blank, you feeling good about this one?
I am, yeah. Jason paid us a very nice compliment, so I'll take that. Honestly, I do think that looking at this map, though, we're going to see some interesting changes. I want to see if certain teams can continue to improve. Solo, on the other hand, with such a good game on Miramar yesterday, and I will call it a really good game, and I'll keep repeating that with only having 2 and getting 5th place. I want to see how well they can do with all 4 players. If they had 5, that'd be a well unfair advantage. On the other hand, Enigma Galaxy, I gave them maybe a little bit too much jip yesterday. Yes, didn't really perform those last 3 games, but I do think that they do have a lot of potential of this team. Is it like where we have, you know, Stalwart as kinetic energy, I would put Enigma Galaxy in that category of potential, because the way they get into these circles themselves are just astonishingly good so far. A7, on the other hand, their circle entrances have been shoddy. That last game versus Nextria, basically just allowing the final player from Nextria to go hidden, which has happened twice now versus Damwon, now against A7 with Frozen. I feel like that is unacceptable. I think that is something that people shouldn't be allowing to happen that often. I understand that A7 were coming down from Severny side, perhaps a little bit more difficult to make it happen. Maybe have that eye on the ball in those final moments.
What sort of potential energy are you talking about, though, Blank? Because there's several types. If you had to give it a name,
give me some.
I'll give you some examples. You got gravitational, elastic, or chemical.
Probably say chemical, because they corrode the rest of the lobby as they go through. It's not a case of ever going fully intensive on these fights. It's a case of, you know, wearing people down, making sure by the time they get to that end game, they're in the best position possible. Unfortunately, you know, the chemical can't get a boiling. This is what tends to happen.
Yeah, you do need to be able to release that energy, otherwise it's pretty much useless. A release of energy, though, for Alpha 7 there. Ralph, not going to be able to heal out too long. Cenotexa, he's surfing the bonnet. How long is he going to stay alive for? We'll have to wait and see.
Were they listening to what we were saying?
There we go.
Like, you think our rotations are shoddy? That's it. I'm going to destroy the team that you complimented. Well, fair play, A7. Honestly, a good start. And by no means do I think A7's a bad team. Again, I'll reiterate what I said yesterday. I do think that they are the best team in the West. But we just haven't seen those similarities to what we saw in the West League here in the Pmgc finals. There were some really, really good moments. Almost as beautiful as the Pmgc Scar L skin that is now available. But it's just a case that I want to see more from this team.
You can see more if you watch and earn rewards live with the Grand Finals treasure box, available until January 30th, of course. And we'll be getting into more about that, I'm sure, as time goes on. But you can be getting those treasure boxes by hitting the Pmgc logo in the game lobby.
Absolutely. It's a secret hidden technique of hitting the Pmgc logo in game and lobby. Honestly, don't actually hit your phone. You can just tap it. That
Especially
is
if it's a
also fine.
OnePlus. I mean, don't hit it. Those are good phones. You don't want to be hitting those.
They'll probably survive the hit because they are such robust pieces of technology. But at the same time, just be nice. Be nice. Just tap it. Just tap it. You can also summon your fantasy team. I don't know exactly if they will appear in your apartment or wherever you do live, but you can proverbially summon them onto your table in the form of cards. Honestly, I want to see some Pmgc card battles in the future. Perhaps Maxman can hook me up with one of his tremendous, or maybe one of the decks from his tremendous collection that I know he owns.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Max owns every single card. In multiple copies. I think he has the secret rares actually as well. The other ones.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But he never plays with them. That's the thing. He only keeps them in a dark cupboard in a vacuum sealed chamber, so nobody can ever look at them. You just got to know that he has them.
Yeah, when he goes in, it's with an ultraviolet light, and you can barely see them, but he knows they're there. He knows they're there. Yeah. S2G, on the other hand, they know that Godlike's off on the distance, just a little bit off the ways, so they're going to be a little bit careful. Kelsey does reveal the position, possibly accidentally. That's a case of hitting the phone, not tapping, unfortunately. But Clutchgod is spotted, takes a tag, and will quickly dive into cover. Taking a look at the standings at the moment, John, though, Nova have now passed Nextria, which the desk detailed upon. 81 points to 86 currently. This is that beautiful shot from Kelsey earlier on, as well as S2G, who are really, heating up that last game. I felt like some of the performances were truly magnificent. I think that there was one particular, this is the one right here. Thank you so much, observers. An incredible blast down onto that vehicle. Never seen anything quite like it.
It was brutal, not fun for anyone involved. But next, Maria still standing up towards the top. They went down a little bit further earlier than they would have liked in that last game, but not before having their own say. I mean, we saw what Frozen was able to do, even in just that duo against Alpha 7. Very, very good stuff. And, ooh, 628 finds a Crouching Tiger Flying Dragon over Rebellion's head.
I know, I think Yu Yang was in the process of reloading and didn't expect the player from Fenerbahce just to drop out of the vehicle like, right then, lads, let's have it out. Come on then, I'll give it you. And I think in that moment, 6-2, which is a little bit caught off guard there. Honestly, Fenerbahce down towards 15th place. Not a good position to be in for them. I know how good Fenerbahce can be as well, so it is slightly frustrating for me personally to see them down there, but they are just making some, quite honestly, rookie mistakes. And I think a lot of the deaths they've had were in rotation, losing players early. And it's not something I want to see. But then again, this is the PMGC finals. Pressure can get to you. And you don't want to crumble underneath that. But unfortunately, John, that does happen. And it's a real possibility.
It's unfortunate, but it is the reality, as you say. At the moment, the circle shifting up north means that a lot of those teams down the south are going to have to get in fairly fast. And around San Martin and Hacienda is where that congregation will start to assemble. As Fenerbahce lose more to 6-8. A nice drop shot there from Sunan. Fenerbahce just disparate, far-flung, and not really in a position to deal with this at all.
I do think this is what 6-8 does extremely well, which is hunting. You know, they have the little hunting outfit on right now. They've got all the leaves attached to the body. Honestly, they probably want sand, you know, glued upon themselves here on Miramar. But they are hunters at the end of the day. And once they find their mark, you know, it is time to go for them. And I think they're very good at clearing up those few players remaining to pick up as many points as possible for themselves. Still set in 12th place, 40 points total. Not the best of days for them, and I do think this is something that has troubled 6-8 for a very, very long time, which is having that great early game and then not being able to really translate it into the late. Despite them being quite a good team overall, I would rank a lot of their players quite highly, but as a team unit, I just don't think they have that same synergy that you might see from Nova or particularly from that last game, Na'Vi.
And Na'Vi have just been, as the desk were talking about earlier as well, just been climbing up over these last couple of games. And I feel like if there is a sprint team, it is Na'Vi. I feel like this is a team that absolutely has momentum in their blood. It's almost, it's their middle name, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure momentum is their middle name.
Well, I would completely agree. I mean, 3rd place already in the tournament. Really, really well done, actually, to climb from there. I believe it was 11th place yesterday that they were sat in. Moving that up into 3rd place, only 10 points behind the actual leaders of the lobby. It's an incredible feat. And this is what I was saying yesterday, is that today is now where you lay that ground for yourself going forward. You know, if you don't have that stable concrete floor to build the skyscraper from, like, it's very impossible on that last day to strike out and maybe get ahead of those other teams. So I think for Na'Vi at the moment, you know, consistency really has to be in their ballpark at the moment. And I think that that's the kind of the issue for Na'Vi, right? Is they're the strikeout team, and I don't know how well they'll do with consistency, right? So this is now the real test. The next basically 4 games for me, 5 games, sorry, including this one. The next 5 games for me really is about Na'Vi being able to hold on to this position. And if they can do that, I have real hopes for them on that final day.
6-8, they are continuing to find these shots, and it's Furious Gaming now that they've turned their attention to on the south side, but they are in the blue. We'll have to move a little bit further forward. You can see 33Z fairly low. Should be popping out for a little bit of healing sometime soon, or getting as close to that circle as possible. Oh, beg your pardon, as possible. But 3 eliminations already, Blank, and we're only 10 minutes in. Good news for 6-8 as they bring in a 4th.
It's very good stuff, and they move up into 11th place with that final elimination as well. Really, really well done. Na'Vi still moving around. They're passing towards that eastern side, playing that edge once again, and they don't really play this cautious edge playstyle, and I really like that about the team. You can see them right now. They're just flying through, and this is what makes them very strong when they play this edge play, because they're not afraid to take control of the edge. And I think a lot of teams get that misguided mentality of that when you play that edge, you're kind of just on the outline, right? You're not really taking many fights, you're not trying to get too involved. But on the other hand, for Na'Vi, it's a case of we want to lay claim to the entirety of this eastern side.
It's a difference between attack mode edge and defense mode edge, right? If they're playing those player cards down. That's what Na'Vi's doing right now. They've summoned themselves in attack mode, but they are still playing on that edge. I mean, you're right. It's that misconception that you have to be passive on the edge. You don't. You can be proactive.
Down moving up to A7's position very slowly as well, but I do think that A7 have a pretty clear idea of what's going on here. Nade in hand, and Forrest tries to send it away to the tree line, but most likely will be taken down. Luckily, teammate finds it.
Junie as well, up to bat, Sung down the hill, looks for the shots around, but can't quite find Senatexa. Luckily, still there's teammates waiting in the wings and over the top. Revo looks for an off angle, looks to sling around the side there. Down One Gaming in much more resible positions here, and Alpha 7 probably off in the worst position of this fight on the north. No one really going to be striking out this far, just to the south side of Oasis. Mafioso needs to heal as well. The teammates for Alpha 7 not looking healthy.
A really, really difficult fight there for Down One Gaming, but surprisingly make it happen regardless, and I think that comes off the back of some very good gun skill. With A7 being so far in the back, and with how quickly Down One are able to clear that fight up as well, Junie just sending himself basically a bit of a NASCAR parade.
How's he got away with that?
He spun it, hasn't he?
He's just stunted on him. He's shouted parkour the whole time.
I know, right? Jumping on top of fridges, into boxes, breaking his kneecaps, but he's still walking. There you go. Will be another player being taken down, and A7 just were in no position there. Revo and Mafioso were not able to help, and I think that they should have realistically been looking that way. Fenerbahce lose yet again another player. Matic going down there will halt the progress just a little bit, but I imagine they'll get back on their bikes and moving over towards that western shift that has moved over towards La Cobreria. Once again, though, Nickman Galaxy fairly safe on this western side, can head into the city proper and just hold out for the time being.
I'm looking forward to the desk saying where the circle's finishing nearby. I feel like both Jason, I feel like Seven's going to nail it. I feel like that's going to be fine. But I'm not sure about Jason. I want to hear him say La Cobreria 5 times fast. You know, that's one of my things that I want to achieve today.
Just because you spent 3 months in Spain doesn't mean you start stunting on everyone with your
4,
Spanish pronunciation. Okay, Jesus, stop it now. Stalwart, on the other hand, pronunciation with a gun is clear and crisp, so we'll see how well they can make it on this southeast side. They do have Nova around their position, so a very, very tough team to deal with. Clutch God hits a beauty of a nade off the side, and in the Infinity also striking out there, so next Ruya takes a massive amount of casualties.
And there they go. Godlike are going to be able to take down next Ruya. Out in 16th place. 4 eliminations for Godlike. They're racking up some totals. Blank. They are still together, though.
Yeah, and I think that, honestly, when I've watched BGMI in the past, Miramar tends to be a map that the Indian teams have a very good grasp over. I love their compound play over there. It's so interesting to watch, because when they can play as that... What?
Oh?
Did you see that? Did you see what you just did? And just sidestepped it 2 headshots.
Did you just see what you just did?
It's not okay.
Black, we need to put him in prison.
That's a criminal offense, what he's just done there.
That's a lawsuit.
That is ridiculous. Honestly, that was savage. Oh my lord. More like a law loincloth, the way this guy has just sent this man back to the absolute caveman era.
Dear me. I need a minute. Goodness me.
I know,
what time to be alive or not, as the case of anybody who's sensitive is going to be. Wow. Okay. Godlike at the top of the hill at the moment, fending off S2G. You said they gained some pace in that last game, Blank.
Yeah, they did. And this is actually another compound that they tend to play quite often. So we'll see how well they can do from here. Obviously, the circle is not favoring them right now, and they will have to move in. The Infinity gets a good position earlier on. Now, we haven't really talked a lot about the Infinity currently sat in 7th place, have we, John? Honestly, in East League, they were impressive. Honestly, one of the best teams on Sandhawk till people started figuring out that they were realistically just letting everyone else do the work and then careening in from that north side. They cleared up, shored up those holes, and suddenly the Infinity just starts to look a lot worse. Team Secret trying to get some points back on the board here. iShots finds a hit over towards Frankie there. We'll try and clear it out. Good off angles played by Team Secret at the moment, though.
Yeah, Team Secret, they have got 3 players alive at the moment, and nades continue to go through. Rabiz on the off angle against this bastion of 2. Team Secret to see their 3rd player just down to the south across the road. So not really in a position to back them up, but iShots does have oversight on this position. Can stop the flow. Rabiz may be locked in just that little bit. Fredo peeking out wide. And Dumb One could potentially prove spoiler. And there you go, the shots are starting to come on through. Kid has to hit the deck.
Yeah, Favian sees Kid at the moment, tries to take some more shots, won't find it, but they have a clear idea of where they're playing. Down one currently outside the circle, right on that northeastern edge, continuing to play this hilltop. Quite difficult to make their way down from this position. It is doable, and currently with 4 players alive, like this is a fairly easy path to take. Mafioso also going down to the Infinity now. Revo, last player alive, with no real hope in hell at getting Mafioso back up again. They are fairly split.
S2G on the crash towards Furious Gaming. They've only got 2 players to stand up against it, and the tide is just too strong. They're ripped away.
Timber also takes a shot from Down One Gaming. Again, they just have massive oversight over the majority of these fights at the moment. Timber will go down to Forest there, and now Down One Gaming feel a little bit more comfortable to start moving down this hillside soon.
Uh-oh. Godlike, they're still fighting. They find one Scry off the back of Action's buggy. And Action on the broadside of this hill. Not really sure what you were trying to get done there. It's such a difficult rotate, sure, but keeping going on such an open broadside when you know the top of that hill's occupied, I've got to question it.
I mean, Stalwart just really falling off recently. I can't say I'm too impressed with the recent performances, at least today. You know, I'm more used to that tactical style of play that they're able to show us time and time and again. But right now, it just feels a little sloppy. Down One Gaming, though, now they're taking their chance. They know that these teams have many casualties on side and are here to pick up the pieces. Really, really well thought out push.
And they moved down from that hillside. Sure, S2G were at their back on the south side, but now they're in this compound. There's no real oversight towards them. And they have an excellent foothold. Nades starting to push out. S2G, they can't really step up because Godlike have the angle.
Godlike have been playing the circle extremely well at the moment. Fredo finds Duck. Again, this is all off the back of Down One Gaming. They find one knock and a flush onto S2G. That clears them to move in from that south side. They're not going to take too many shots from them because they're going to be more worried about keeping themselves alive now. And with a couple of knocks over towards this fight as well, now they know they can clean up. With the circle heading down towards that southwest side, the question is, do you leave this fight alone? Do you try and find a better position in the circle? Because currently, the Infinity is in a very good spot on that high ground with a couple of compounds to play with, regardless of where the circle goes. But it looks like Down One is accelerating the pace of this fight.
They absolutely want to take this one and get it done with. They don't want anyone at their back. Kid with the M249, plenty of bullets in the chamber, but Fredo's gone down. Finds one knock with the M249 and down the stairs. Will not be able to stand up, unfortunately. And that is going to be Team Secret. Losing 2 players. iShot still across the way. Still alive for Team Secret. Sunk goes down and Junie goes out wide. Looking for the fight with Lamborghini, and he's caught with a nade in his hand. He's taken around, he's turned it around, and Lamborghini able to get to safety. Duck knocked on the upper floor there, but Down One Gaming, they're going to have to slow down a hell of a lot here to get Junie back up, if they even think it's worth it. But they know the damage they've done to Lamborghini.
Medkit in hand as well will bring him back up to full HP, allowing to fight just a little bit longer. But yeah, we are at zone 5 now. That res is impossible. Junie was extremely over-aggressive. And now it's iShots, the remaining player from Team Secret, taking actual fire over towards Down One's position. Could spell absolute defeat for them here.
iShot fighting out, moving out from this compound. It just gets cut down, but in the meantime, Forrest is low. Sung on his knees right now on the open hillside, and Fabian racing for the cover of this building. They've managed to get in a pretty decent position as DXavier cannot make the same cross.
Luckily for Damwon, at least they're out of the blue into this safe area of the circle, so they will be able to get that final player back up and action, but that is not how they wanted to get into this circle. It should have really been 4 members alive. Junie just a little bit too over-aggressive there. Nova, once again, a remaining party in these final circles. It's Paraboy moving up towards the Infinity's position. They were fairly split before, but they've started to reposition back towards one another.
On the south side, Nova, they've yet to get any eliminations in this game, but they have got all 4 alive. Moving forwards, Order sailing up now to regroup as a full 4. Moving down, should spot out the 4 rivals. They'll have info on their flank now, but they're in a solid end of this compound, and the Infinity getting challenged.
Nades would be absolutely stellar here from the Infinity, but they've got a fair few other targets to be worrying about actually poking their heads out. Will drop the smokes. Really, really well done. They want to deny these sightlines whilst they try and focus on the threat right in front of them. Nova, on the other hand, just preoccupied with getting players back up on their feet and getting themselves into a solidified position. Sunan will go down. Pamburu right in the midst of things, and Yu Yang moves up as well. 8 eliminations now for 628. A very good game, and they're looking to translate finally.
8 eliminations for 628, 8 eliminations for Damwon Gaming, and 7 for Godlike. Blank on the eastern flank, but they have taken a knock. They've already lost a player as well. Nova moving through this compound. Logan shuts the front down, and King takes a knee. Paraboy low, but isn't going to have to go down just yet. A nade might follow it up, and that might be good, but in comes the push. Paraboy, there goes the knock from that Molotov, and around the side, Newsy looks for that flank. Jimmy trying to suppress it. The nades flying out as Nova cling to their end of the compound, but with only Jimmy standing, it's just time left on the clock, and that's going to run out for the Mela. Able to get in that buggy. All 4 alive for Infinity.
Goodness me, Newsy looking like King Henry VIII there, passing the law of death by boiling with that Molotov. Goodness me. Now Newsy has to deal with Godlike next, who are moving on the position, but it's also 628. They're getting crunched from either side.
Mela, Newsy, Logan in this compound. Mela low on the front. Logan dealing with that push from the back as well. 2 players from Godlike are down, but Logan falls, and Z-God up to bat. Newsy falls as well, and it's a chance to stay alive for Godlike. They still have 2 players in this fight. With Jonathan down the hill, Mela's the last standing for the Infinity.
Z-God still here, will pick up a couple of these knocks as well, and the flushes. 628 though, you've got to commend them for this. They had the entirety of the circle. They decide instead to move up to this position and try and clear these teams out because they hear the cacophony of bullets and they want to bring an end to this orchestra.
Na'Vi, 3 eliminations, highest on the table, still left in the game right now, but they have got a player down. That forward position from Kitsune, not very strong. As Damwon Gaming continue to rack up these eliminations as well. Fabian from up above does get rained down upon as well, and Damwon finally eliminated, but not before a flush goes through.
Huge elim count game here for the amount of players still in this one. S2G with 8, 628 with 11, Godlike with 9. Looking fantastic in this match, but Na'Vi still in it. Yes, they only have 2 players, but there's only one other team with 4, so this could be an efficient second place if they play their cards right. But look who it is. It's Nigma Galaxy once again in the top spots. You can call them anything, but you cannot call them not consistent. This is unbelievable stuff.
They are tenacious. They are holding on, and they are still going for these top spots. And Blank, they are very much in the conversation. Na'Vi as well, though, trying to deny it. And Godlike, they've had a good game so far. They've had a great game, probably their best so far. But the nades might just put a stop to it. Sunan with 3 of his teammates. All 4 still alive, and Z-God goes down. The knocks for Jonathan. Not really coming through thick and fast enough. A little bit of damage, and the rest of it as well. Sunan goes down, but Godlike eliminated on the back.
Still, fantastic game from them. 9 elims total. Kitsune goes down next, and that will be also Na'Vi out, bringing us to 14 elims. I believe the highest we've had in the Pmgc finals so far from 628, who have been on an absolute warpath this game. Freak takes a heavy hit. Lord in the back. This guy knows how to clutch up, but how How is it possible in this unlikely position?
They started it early and they're finishing out. They've been going this whole time, Blank. 6-8, fighting for this position. Playing this game well. They know what they're doing. And they've cornered Pmgc, who have done all right to be able to get this far, and they will just cut them down. 6-8, control the game, and Miramar is made theirs.
Absolutely. Now 6-8, you cannot say that this team did not do fantastically well that match, but let's quickly recall what happened right at the beginning, John. Pmgc take 2 knocks and 2 flushes immediately from A7, and despite all that, this team are filled with survivors. They are unbelievable to make it towards the end there with just Lord and Freak and get a 2nd place on their cards. And again, it's that hidden ability to almost see through the fog, see through the mist, and be able to find exactly where they need to go on the map to find a winning position.
An excellent game from 6-8, but great games coming through from Godlike. Let's not forget they had a really solid position on that eastern side. Na'Vi as well, putting in those numbers, and it's going to be great to see what that's done to the tables. Over to you guys on the desk.
Yeah, with Na'Vi, we said before, we don't want to see a 1st place finish and then like a 16th place finish. Top 5 would be happy, and they accomplished that, exactly what we were hoping for. And 7, Na'Vi looking good, but let's talk about them a little bit later on. Let's talk about 6-8. This team has been extremely quiet throughout the first day. Pretty quiet in the first match of the day as well, but now they come out of nowhere, dropping 16 eliminations, our highest fragging game so far, and really put their foot down and say, all right, we got to start showing up.
And this is perfect because yesterday they actually, their most consistent map, I think it was Miramar.
Yeah.
So this is just playing along to what I wanted to see from them. Now, are they going to be able to back that up, right? It's going to become a question of what we saw from Na'Vi as well. Can they also back up this performance that they had, especially when you end up with 16 elims? That was an impressive match for me.
But we have to mention this. Come on, guys. Like, Godlike able to get himself a 2nd place here with 9 eliminations. Finally, a step up from the team. Well, it's not Godlike anymore. It's Team India, as you called them earlier, Jason, right? They are coming in hot into this game. They got pushed upon very heavily, I believe, at one point in that game. It was by Nextroya, if I'm not mistaken, and they just took that fight so perfectly. Still, I think that they maybe need to focus on information gathering, but this is a very clear improvement that they can win these fights if they have the opportunity.
I will be talking about them a little bit more later. But another team that I'm seeing there that we've been calling out for the longest time, Jason, S2G, baby. And they're also now starting to get the elims. And then we have Newsy here. I mean, we saw the Molotov that he put on Max. That molly was perfect.
I think that you just transformed Nova into Odin of One Piece for their 2nd. They just got boiled to death, as Blank said. And it was a hard one. They just got pushed in. Okay, it's an anime reference.
Yeah, we don't watch.
It's fine. One Piece, best anime in the world. That's all I have to say. But yeah, it was a really good execution for them because they knew anyways that Nova were just pushed in the corner. There was no escape. You molly the exit points, and Nova just can't really fight back. So we want to see more of Infinity. I still want to see a chicken dinner at one point in time, but there's some improvements on some aspects of the game.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Max. I don't watch anime. I was too busy watching 7 Worlds Gaming over on TikTok to do that. We see over our rankings, though. Nova starting to, well, I was going to say starting to link in a lead, but as we see here, actually not much of a lead, though, as Pmgc right behind them at 86. But for me, Nextroya falling down the table. They ended up the day in day 1 at 1st place. And now they're currently sitting in 4th, but 6-8. Look at this jump up out of them. 69 points, 5th place. Considering they were, I think, in 12th at the start of this match, 12th, it's huge.
That's a huge step up from them. And what I love the most, actually, Seven, we were talking about that during that game. The fact is that they had the circle south of that road, and they could have just cowered away in fear and just waited on the edge of the circle to hope the game goes their way. But they were willing to push out 3 players outside of their zone of comfort, go for those extra eliminations to allow them to get that 16 elimination game just to get the advantage and keeping Dalshi on the other side. Like, they were looking aggressive because they wanted that win from the very start.
And this is what we want to see out of them in every single match. Like, this was a completely different team. I expected this at a Stalwart. Yeah, it was 6-8 that actually showed up.
Is the other STE?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 2 STEs, and right now we need to see at least one of them start to put down some dominance. Again, $1.5 million for the winner of this entire event. But again, we've had so many different victories across today. We've only had will now Na'Vi be the only team to get 2 chicken dinners so far. We've seen, obviously, the teams only get 1. But now, as you said before, 6-8, we see them continue the momentum into the next match. Godlike, for me, that's what I'm looking at, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can they continue that momentum? Do they finally feel some confidence that they're able to get some frags?
So the thing is that we were talking about confidence. This team was very confident yesterday. They were willing to take into fights no matter who it was. Something that I think it played out wonders for them in this last match is they didn't really have to rotate in late. Whenever next three were mentioned, whenever next three pushed into them, they were being able to get set up. Another thing that I saw too, I think it was Clutch God, if I'm not mistaken, he was able to take out 2 players from STE, which I thought it was amazing too. Overall, their playing style, they're starting to improve. And another thing that I really enjoyed was their 3-2-1 split. During a rotation, I think it was maybe phase 4 of the map, but I really enjoyed that rotation. Yeah. It actually backfired a little bit to them, but now they're starting to be a little bit more dynamic. Now they're starting to adjust, and this is the exact same thing that I wanted to see out of them. Just being able to adjust because they have the gun skill for it, as they were able to showcase. I mean, 9 Illims is nothing to be ashamed of.
I actually want to go back to a point that you mentioned about Clutch God and that spray on Stalwart in particular. Yep. Not only is he getting some damage done and getting some extra 2 eliminations here, he's also looking towards the next circle shift, and he's trying to get information, which we said that's exactly what they need to try and improve on. So if they keep going on plays like that and actually trying to get the information, and they keep going on that curve, like they could improve exponentially throughout this tournament.
Well, there's a team we haven't mentioned just yet, which I feel like deserves some sort of credit here. Damwon, actually.
Yes.
We saw them put up some good numbers. I mean, Fabian doing some decent damage, it seems to be every match, and as well as eliminations. A team that obviously, if you guys remember, they won East League. They won the finals. And they haven't replicated that performance so far here in the grand finals, but we're starting to see them step up a little bit, and I think this is obviously for them the perfect time to do so.
Yeah, I think that their strength we've been able to see into the League East finals and also in this game in particular is their breaching potential. Like if they intend to breach, I think at one point they went on to Deep Xavier and they just got out of there almost completely unscathed. That it was really good execution. I think their breaches is definitely where they play the best, and if they can keep playing on those and going aggressive, getting those big elimination games, they could rank up really high once again. So Damwon, their aggressive nature is the best part of their game, but if they can try and improve maybe how they rotate and which position they aim for, I think that could be a very clear improvement pass for them.
The way they were able to recover against the fight with Alpha 7, I thought that was really impressive. They also didn't have the height advantage like I do, and they were able to just they were able to take advantage of it, and they were able to take the fight to Alpha 7, and then that kind of leads me on to Alpha 7, where I'm agreeing here with Blank. I thought this was one of the best teams out of the West. Alpha 7 is nowhere to be seen right now.
Yeah, and in that match in particular, I think we were talking about how are they going to perform without Carrillo, without Senatexa alive, and we saw, well, they didn't really perform. And not to call up Mafioso or Evo, obviously, but it's very difficult to play when you don't have your star players in that one. Obviously, with positions they were in as well, but we obviously still have, a lot more matches to come up today. There's still a lot more in general, and teams like Alpha 7 looking to continue some sort of momentum today. S2G have been playing fantastic, but we're going to head into a quick little recap here, and it looks like it will be 6-8. And I feel like, honestly, we haven't really talked about this team whatsoever until this moment, until this match. And that's really, I guess as we talk about Nova being quiet under the radar, so is 6-8 considering the placing they're now in.
Yeah, they're going to pull off the PEL or 2.0 where they're just going to get those last few games at the very end, get that 2 1v4 clutch, and we're going to see that coming up potentially from Yu Yang. But from the very start, they were trying to get those eliminations early on versus Furious Gaming, and it started off, but especially, and we're going to see as we go even further in this clip, in this replay, we're going to see how good that push was towards the end, where they sent Daoshi on the other side of the road, and those 3-player push here, 7, that's exactly what allowed them to get that 16 elimination game. Teams sometimes will just have the circle and they just stay there, like we see from 4 Rivals. Here they were proactive, willing to push, and I just love that from them.
Taking advantage of everything that they have, and I'm so happy this happened to the team, the chicken dinner, and not only that, being able to get those 16 ilms before we actually got to the halfway point of the tournament, right? You want that to happen because look what has happened so far with Na'Vi. You mentioned it earlier, Jason. There are teams so far now that they have gotten 2 back-to-back, not back-to-back chicken dinners, but they've been able to at least get 2 chicken dinners, and that has propelled them. This was a team that at one point it was in 12th place. If you're going to be 6-8, this is great for them. I want to continue to see those improvements out of them, and with them as well. I mean, going into Sandhawk, how are they going to be able? Are they going to be able to see some of those splits that we saw there in Miramar? Because you mentioned it, those splits were beautiful.
Yeah, talking about the split, here you go. This is exactly the one we can see on our screen. Daoshi being actually the player down south of the circle. north of that road path and actually willing to take the fights. And also what the thing is, not only Daoshi is serving as a extra opportunity for you to claim a win if the circle goes down south, he's also giving you that sneaky off angle from a distance, just forcing teams that are still in the game, such as Na'Vi, Enigma Galaxy, or Godlike, to avoid them from peeking over the road, and then you're just making sure you're clearing that space, and then the teams are going to have to push out of the blue, lose that high ground advantage that you have, Seven, and actually lose the fight eventually.
We always talk about splits. Look at this split right here. This is just
It's
perfectly
great.
to what we're talking about. 3-1. They were able to recover that player that was down. They were able to set themselves up for greatness there at the end, Max.
Yeah, exactly what we want to see. And the thing is, they've been very silent. Can they do it again, though? Can they build some momentum on a huge game like this? That's why I'm hoping to see off 6-8, because they've been just, unfortunately, not that great in that first day. We need to see a comeback in today and hopefully also tomorrow.
I think they'll be able to do it.
Well, the downside is for them is because it is Sandhelm coming up next. It's so hard to be consistent and to have a repeat
Unless you're Enigma.
performance. Well, yeah, unless you're them or your Enigma Galaxy with Roof Healing or your Infinity just seem to always put up points there. But it's going to be really tough to do so, but I feel like it's a sigh of relief for them. You know, we talk about Godlike and the pressure they have coming from India, but we can never underestimate or understate, I should say, the pressure coming from China, right? Because this is the two teams who made it through. We saw back in 2019 in Malaysia, I think it was Top Esports, the only Chinese representative there. They're under a lot of pressure from all their fans who are watching at home, and I feel like this finally takes some of that off their shoulders and maybe allow them to play a little bit more free and not so strict.
Yeah, and I think that's always a big thing, right? We talk about players having pressure on their shoulders. It's going to force you to maybe push in a location where you shouldn't have pushed. It's going to force you to make an action where you maybe otherwise wouldn't do it. So I 100% agree with that. I think the pressure of their shoulders, and then from being from China, I mean, usually if you're a team from China, everybody, and I can say this especially from the West, everybody from the West expects you to be at least top 5.
Yeah, the thing that I want to talk about them from the teams from China in particular, Nova already have so much experience on this international global stage, right? Compared to 6-8 that do not have that. I think this is a team that this experience that they're having right now playing in this tournament is going to be so important for them in the long run. Give them another year with this experience in mind, like they might be the world champion next year.
And on that note, obviously, I mean, teams are playing from some hotels around the world and stuff like that. They're not playing in front of a live audience, which adds so much pressure. And we talked about this last year with Pmgc, not having to deal with that, especially if you're one of those teams playing on a global scale for the first time. Imagine Frozen, 15 years old in front of, thousands of people watching in an arena. You can't expect big performances out of them. So for teams like maybe 6-8, we're obviously used to it over in China. Not too big of a deal. But we have an interview coming up here. We're going to tune in, and we'll be back with you in just a second.
I'm Karina, your host today, and yes, very glad to see you here. And now the round of competition is just ended. It was pretty exciting. So now I want to invite our players. Let's say hello to Paraboy. Hello, 你好，先和大家打个招呼好吗？ Please say hello.
我是 Parboy。
Hello everyone, I'm Paraboy。那其实刚刚的比赛真的非常精彩，所以能不能先和大家一起分享一下打进到我们 Grand Final 总决赛的心情怎么样呢？ How do you feel about breaking into the Grand Finals？
还是挺开心的，然后希望这次可以打得更好。
It's pretty happy and wish I can do the better. OK， 那你觉得目前我们的队伍状态怎么样？如果10分满分的话，你会给自己的队伍打几分呢？ And what do you think of the current stage of the team? And how would you rate your team out of 10 points?
满分。
Full, of course. 好的，那接下来时间能不能请你对支持你的各位粉丝们说几句话呢？ Could you say something to all the friends who have supported you?
现在赛程已经将近过半了，然后我们也会在接下来的几场比赛，然后打好每一场，然后感谢大家支持。
It is close to the end, so we will do the better to win the game. And thank you for everyone to supported me. Thank you. 好的，谢谢 Paraboy。好的，那接下来时间呢，我们。
It is unfair. It is unfair to be that good at PUBG Mobile and to be that good looking. That should just not be allowed. You know when you're like doing an RPG and you're creating a character and you have like 10 points allotted? He had 10 points maxed out in everything. That's just not fair. But obviously Paraboy, something that stood out for you, 7, rating his team out of 10, only a 4 right now. But they're in first place. What?
It's the standard they hold themselves to. I think that's a lot of stuff that people have misconceptions on. These teams, like, they hold themselves to a higher standard than anybody else, than any other region around the globe. And I actually enjoy what he said because, to be fair, They might be in first place, but we have yet to see that chicken dinner from Nova.
Yeah, I mean, they're suffering from success, right?
Well, just imagine winning Pmgc 2021 without a chicken dinner because they're that good of a team. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head to a short break here. When we do come back, we'll find out if maybe Nova can pull off the victory, but you have to wait just a little bit of time until.
Every second that I breathe is going down in history. We are victorious, can't stop me. Maybe today we'll fight our battles, show you the way if you can handle it. You follow me.
Pmgc 2021
Grand Finals.
Grand Finals
To glory.
to glory.
To glory.
To glory.
Hopefully you guys are doing the lucky draw and pay attention to all the giveaways we have here at PMGC 2021. If you missed out on yesterday, well, you missed out on a chance to win one of 51 pluses. So if you weren't here, well, you know what? Sucks for you, but we also didn't win any, so it sucks for us too.
Yeah.
But we are back now with our third match of the day, and that means we're going over to Sandhawk here. Ooh. And again, we always see consistency out of two teams. However, yesterday we did see with Pmgc, when they got their victory here, they didn't have to play in the blue. They didn't have to heal off. They had the zone. They took advantage of it. But I don't know if they're going to be as lucky this time.
Yeah, they wanted to play in the blue, but they just were not allowed to.
Stop it, Zones.
Yeah, but so of course Enigma Galaxy is going to be one of the teams you're going to be looking at potentially a second place, or even a chicken dinner if they can make it happen like yesterday. But Infinity, this is a map that normally, and you said it at the start of the show yesterday, right, yep. Jason, that this is a map normally where they would be really consistently make it in that top 3 finish. But yesterday, their game ended very, very prematurely. Here, another game of Sandhawk, and we have not yet seen a really good performance from this team. I want to see them step up this game, hopefully, on Sandhawk.
When you talk about stepping up, I'm going to go with Alpha 7. I mean, this team, they started off the day in 7th place. They're currently 11th place. What's going on, Alpha 7? This is not the Alpha 7 I'm used to seeing, and the reason why I'm actually going to be looking forward to seeing how they do it here in Sandhawk, because during the West, the most dominant teams in Sandhawk were the Brazilian teams, Alpha 7 being one of them. Something that we did notice yesterday, though, we never got that hot drop, and I don't think it's going to be happening here, especially with the way they're currently performing. Yeah. But at least they were able to try different things. Another team I'm going to be looking at as well is Godlike. Yesterday, they had a compound. It didn't work out to their wonders. We saw what just happened in Miramar. They had a compound. They were able to defend it really well. We saw them trying different splits, too, when they're rotating about. I want to continue to see those improvements. I want to continue to see those adaptations from Godlike.
Well, can we maybe look at another team then? What about S2G? Seven, you were talking before about how good they were being so far in the day, and now S2G are looking to maintain that yet again.
You know what? Let me tell you, those last 2 games, 3rd place, 5th place finish, and then on top of that, they were able to back it up with 11 Ilums and then 8 Ilums as well. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is the S2G I've been hyping up for the longest time. I mean, at the start of the day, they started off in 14th place, and they currently have made a massive jump to 6th place. They're setting themselves up nicely for that 3rd day, and I couldn't be happier.
How much did they pay you? No, but if we're talking about a Turkish team, I'm going to go on to another one. It's Fenerbahce.
Yes.
It did not work great for them on Sandhawk yesterday, but there were good ideas, good initiatives they were trying to play that bridge position, but they got pushed by Frozen of Nextrea. Of course, that is not going to be easy, but if there's a map where I think that Fenerbahce could try and get somewhat back into the swing of things, I think it could be this game if they have some original approaches like they did yesterday on Sandhawk. So Fenerbahce, I would like to see at least maybe a 5 elimination game here coming their way.
I don't see it happening. I'm sorry to disagree with you, Max.
You've got to be hopeful.
This team has completely disappointed me. This is worse than... never mind. I'm not even going to put that reference out there. But Fenerbahce, I said it earlier, a team that was super consistent in the West, a team that was definitely up there. We were looking to be at least in the top 5. They're currently sitting in last place. That's not the Fenerbahce I'm used to seeing.
Okay, well then, who do you want to really give special attention to in this match, Seven? Who's your team to watch?
It has to be Alpha 7 for the stuff that I just mentioned. They usually are very aggressive, kind of plays on their favor. The only thing that it might deflect them a little bit is if the circle goes north, they usually don't really do well towards the north. I would like to see them do well here in Sandhawk and snap out of the current state that they're in, because they're just going more down, and it's not going to work on their favor, especially tomorrow. You
know what's unfortunate for them? They dominated PMPL Brazil. Yep. Then they started to struggle against these Turkish teams, and now they're struggling really hard against the global scale of teams. I mean, they have players who played in previous global championships, and right now they can't replicate that dominance. Maxman, who are you looking towards?
I already explained somewhat, but Enigma Galaxy, I'm going to go with a safe one this time around. Even if they just make it top 3, if they just heal in the blue, that's fine. But if they can get another win, I will be impressed. So it's
all right, well, they're going out in 16th place. My choice, though, a team to watch, and this is the last time I'm going to give it to them.
Infinity?
Godlike. This is for me. No, for me, this is their last chance to be impressive, to show something. Because if they don't step up here, I don't think they have a chance to get into first place. I know you want to say something.
A winner top 5. What are you looking for from them?
Top 5.
Okay.
Top 5. They got to get something going here, and we got to get something going because we got to get out of here. Let's bring in John on a blank once again to bring us Sandhawk.
God, he doesn't put much on Godlike, does he? Top 5 every game. Oh wow. I've extrapolated his words a little bit there, Blank, but I'm sure he'll tell me about that later. 39 points so far on the Godlike tally. They climbed up 2 places over Fenerbahce and Furious Gaming, but there's still a long way to go to get to the top of the mountain.
I do feel kind of bad for Godlike there. There's a lot of pressure on them after a game where they had 9 eliminations on Miramar and did fairly bloody well, actually, in my opinion.
They got 17 points.
This is like last chance saloon and needs to get 29 points here, apparently. But no, I think Godlike's last game was pretty good. You know, keep it up, though, honestly, at this point. 3rd game, halfway point right now in the tournament. I think Jason's right in a way that it is time to get the ball a little bit rolling, just a wee bit, but we'll see how it happens. Northwest Island, 6-2-8 Na'Vi, typical drop spot for those teams. Usually 6-2-8 are able to pick up the Northwest Mountain itself. We are going to have this heavy northern shift with a lot of water in it towards that northern side of the map.
The northern side of the map is where Infinity find themselves. They're on that split, and we talked about the Infinity on Sandhawk, right? That's how they like to play us. Stay out, just chill, just vibe. But with this circle, that's going to be difficult to be able to achieve. It's more than likely they're going to have to alter that and go a little bit more central for this regroup, potentially towards Tatmok.
Yeah, I think for Infinity at least, you know... Oh, dear.
Where's his health bar? Where's it gone?
Bang! You don't need no health to take the health from someone else, put it that way. The Infinity, yeah, this is their typical split that they've played a lot of times in East League before things start to get a little bit more dicey and a few more teams actually head up this way. Furious Gaming up here, 4 rivals no longer towards Hatin, down towards Tambang now. So honestly, you know, the Infinity, they should be feeling pretty happy with themselves on the northern side. Not too much to worry about. Again, there is a team in Paradise Resort. It is S2G. So they'll be holding down to that one for a little while. The Infinity might peruse a chance heading down that way, but I think they'll keep it slow for the time being.
Well, if you want to be a little bit quicker, then be quick on over to watch the in-game feed as well to grab those boxes whilst you can. The treasure boxes are there. You just got to tap that PMGC logo in-game lobby, and we'll be seeing you there and see if you can get some of those treasure boxes. Great stuff, great stuff. I know Seven, I know Max are absolutely dribbling for the chance to be allowed to go and grab those. So they'll be happy about it. I hope you guys will too. Maybe even grab some PMGC League player cards as well to summon your Fantasies team in the Esports Center in-game.
A couple of rabid dogs just driven by the hunger for treasure. Honestly, we'll see how they do look after that next game. Perhaps need to change a couple of shirts or two with the amount of, you know, drool that maybe has affected them in that way. We are going to get a little bit of a substitution. I feel like substitutions are all team secret on this sense. Kid in for, or Madtoy in for Kid. Honestly, Madtoy here, don't mind him on Sandhawk in particular. Again, I've said it before, is that this guy's quite calm, collected fellow. Tends to be able to work well under pressure. And I think on Sandhawk, it's an important place to have that mentality and have that rock in your midst that you can always rely on or fall back to.
6-8 in Hatin. Need to convert on their good performance. I mean, Seven was saying this is the 6-8 that he wanted to see, right? This is the one he was bigging up, but that was one game, and they're still on 11th, so they've still got a long way to go.
Yeah, the last game was incredible.
Oh, they have jumped up. Oh, up to 5th. Sorry, I hadn't refreshed my that's the second time I've done that.
Bloody hell.
They're all the way up in 5th. Okay, I'll take it back. 7. Good call.
Yeah, good call, 7. Good call. Yeah, this last game was incredible. I mean, it definitely was our highest elim count out of the entirety of the tournament so far. And they really put the pressure on a lot of teams. I think that putting the pressure on really was that storyline from that last game. The shots were so clean from them. They were never letting up. I don't think there was a point in that game where they weren't progressing towards some kind of goal, be it getting elims elsewhere, trying to clear out compounds at some point on the map. I think that one position where they took over towards the Infinities after they finished their fight with Nova was just incredible. Awareness of what was going on around them. So really happy with it. And again, you're checking out them here on Sandhawk. Last Sandhawk, you know, they came and fell prey to Na'Vi early on. And, you know, they took some shots between themselves, back and forth there, and took some knocks in that area. And honestly, this time they've just completely disengaged it. I respect that. I like that. On Sandhawk, you really want to divert your attention towards that 15-minute mark. If you can make it that far, you have a much higher chance of getting towards the top spots in the game.
And speaking of the top spots, look at the top of the tables there. 87, 86, 85, 81. There's this clear group of 4 right now that are really starting to strike out. You know, like it's like the 4 elements of the lobby, and they're doing pretty well.
I guess you could call them the Forerunners.
At the forefront.
Yeah, true. Anyway, enough of this rebellious banter on broadcast. Let's get back to the game. Looking at Fenerbahce right now, again, the team that just hasn't really impressed us so far, but it will be at least 1 player from Nigma Galaxy going down. So they'll be down to 3. Not that it has ever mattered for Nigma Galaxy, because now their game plan changes, right? Last Sandhawk, they were able to win it out, grab that chicken dinner, as they had the 4, and they were in a great position throughout the entirety of the match. Yes, the circle was driven their way a fair few times, but now things change and they go to plan B, which is get Ralph all the medicine that he needs and then leave him out the blue, try and pick up as many points as possible. And usually that goes very well for them. 3rd or 2nd place, sending out that 2-man unit to try and start as many fights as possible, basically shaking the hornet's nest towards that end game, to ensure that Ralph actually gets towards those top spots earlier than he might need.
You just want to try and curtail that chance for Nigma Galaxy. We know how they like to play it. I mean, I call those teams at the top of the tables the 4 elements. I feel like they're the water team, right? The 4 of the 4 elements.
Stop it.
They're the team that sort of flows in, like they're just trying to find all those cracks and sort of get their way in over time towards the top of the tables. It's working. I'm going for it.
It got too fast.
Oh no, Navi fire, I reckon.
Stop! Oh, stop with your Zuko shenanigans. I mean, they have set a fire to this little boat off in the distance, and 4 rivals left without a paddle and without a boat as well. So, you know, they're basically swimming. They are swimming.
It's true. They are absolutely swimming right now.
So I think that for 4 rivals, the rest of the game is going to be somewhat difficult, because it will mean getting back to an island itself to play, and that will waste a lot of time. As you see, Rith already enveloped by the blue. 8-minute mark already, John. We are a fair way into the game. Fair few teams still out in the blue. You've got Godlike, Fenerbahce, Nigma Galaxy, and 4 rivals. So we'll see how far they go. Nigma Galaxy most likely doing their patented find all the first aid kits that we can technique. A very, very cool technique, to say the least. APU actually taking a lot of shots there from Kitsune, and without the ability to heal, might just go down to the blue itself.
Yeah, there's really not a lot you can do there. Has to come up to breathe as well, and just going to tick away, try and deny the point, but Kitsune gets it nonetheless. Nicely done. Matic on that hillside. They know the 4 rivals are out here, and they're just holding for these points, and rightly so. With the top of the table so close, with those 3 eliminations, we've got a new top spot.
Yeah, 4 limbs is unbelievably good at the beginning of a Sandhawk, because this is one of those maps where you can quite easily leave this game with only 0 points. So getting 4 points off the bat is extremely strong here on Sandhawk and really does secure you a nice position. Looking at the map, on your right-hand side, you see Nigma Galaxy. They do what they do best right now, which is scavenge away, find as much as possible. We still have this fight between Godlike as well as Fenerbahce going on. Fenerbahce very much weakened in that early game. I doubt they have much to say versus Godlike, though. Might have to eat my tongue here if anything goes awry.
I need you to have that going forwards.
I'll just eat my words instead. Quite tasty.
All right, we'll go for that one then instead. Fenerbahce fighting back against Godlike in a pretty sticky situation right now, but Godlike losing players. 1 Nox certainly, Neo as well. On the sidelines, gets taken down by Nox. And Godlike losing players pretty fast now. Clutch God still standing. Fenerbahce, they're going to lose 1, almost certainly. Jonathan looking to get the res onto Z-God.
Yeah, I mean, Andal Andal actually was able to get a lot of information for them, but having 2 players down is really not what you wanted to see for Godlike, considering the start they had to this fight, and Fenerbahce just really didn't have the manpower available to themselves at the beginning with only 3 players, but somehow managed to make it happen here. Jonathan having to heal up. No real opportunity to pick up any of the other players on the team. Got up on his feet now, though. Xavier, on the other hand, taking fights with S2G off in the distance. But it is Infinity up here as well, so they will have heard those shots.
Yeah, this is on the north side now that we're on board with the Infinity, with S2G. Looking to take control of the hillside to the south of Tapmok. I mean, Tapmok was that regroup point, and they are going to move a little bit further south for the Infinity. Can't play on the outsides this time.
Like you say, though, I'm not going to call them 4 elements, but there is that clear top of the tables at the moment now. You know, we've had a lot of these games at the moment where we have seen teams, you know, stay relatively within striking distance of one another. Yeah, he knows that he was going down. So that's 4 rivals out, our first team here on Sandhawk. But yeah, that 81 to 69 point difference, which just drops towards that 60 point mark across the board, is quite a big drop. Zigo will get taken down by Doka Machine, who just has an absolutely lovely high ground position versus Godlike. And, you know, I think this is last chance from Jason, already going down here, perhaps out just in 15th place.
They're not out just yet. And it is Sandhawk. Stranger things have happened. And it's only Zone 2, so these reses very much possible. And with Clutch God and Jonathan, I feel like, you know, they can get a little bit further. The question is, how much further can they go? With the player knocked pretty close to them, Fenerbahce only have 1, and it's just Oaken Machine, so they do actually have the numbers advantage. Enigma Galaxy, oh, they're out for a little bit of revenge. They lost a player early. Ralph, oh no, have they got too many meds? Are they not expecting there to be teams around this position? Ralph has to careen off to the side, and that puts a spanner in the works of the play from Enigma Galaxy.
Honestly, yeah, and to be fair, he does go down here, 25 bandages, 5 first aid kits, and I imagine you're absolutely right here, John. This fight has gone on for a very, very long time between Fenerbahce and Godlike, and Enigma Galaxy weren't expecting anyone to be out here on the side of the map, so bit difficult. Enigma Galaxy, Ralph does actually head back into that vehicle and send away. He's like, this is a danger zone, I don't want to be here. But Godlike, they do manage to start running away from this one. But if we take a look at the map, look how far out they are. There is absolutely no way that they're going to be making their way into this circle unscathed, or at least a little bit more scathed than they already are.
They're playing a different game. Look at that. They're in a different lobby. I'm pretty sure that something's going on there. Goodness me. 3 teams that far south, close together at this stage of the game. Relatively unheard. The shift goes to the main island full, so everybody on that western side going to have to move. That's Na'Vi, that's 628 as well. Down 1 will have to push in from the south, and of course that Cabal down on that south bridge will have to move as well. But those are our big movers for this next phase.
Big movers indeed, John. Alpha 7 off in the distance. It was just to the southwest of Paradise Resort. 628. Stalwart, trying to get their way in here. Again, just really massive faller for this team. Literally on the edge of the cliff, and they have just tumbled down. It is not pleasing to look at, to be honest.
628. A little bit of the better of the STEs right now. There's Alpha 7 curtailing this advance, and you talked about it last time. They have fallen off just a little bit. This was a contender at the top of the tables in day 1.
Yeah, honestly, in somehow, some way, they're down in 8th place with 60 points. Yes, it's a bank that can be played with, but not quite as plentiful as currently Na'Vi's working with. You know, they can throw a fraction of their points in here and not even have to worry about it. Xavier over towards Paradise Resort. S2G left early after taking a few shots their way, down to just 2 players now, and Xavier quickly swoop in and take up Paradise Resort. So this is good for them. They have a lot of sight lines that they can now start to work with here. Team Secret off to that eastern side. 628 grabbing those vehicles. They'll be moving in from that northwest, John.
They have managed to get across to the main island. Na'Vi as well have been on the swim, and they have got up the mainland around that boot camp area. They are now on the western edge of that circle, just behind Stalwart and behind Alpha 7 for that center side. Fenerbahce do get eliminated, and Godlike is still going, Blank, and they've got 4 eliminations.
Yeah, so Godlike
8, and then aid from Sunan to try and piece together the knock over towards Godtani, towards Logan as well. Another nade might just be good. Here's those steps. Pops the nade over the top, gets the knock, and Logan's low.
Goodness me.
Gets the knock and needs to fall back to the team. Daoshi almost certainly bleeding out here. Not going to be able to get to that one, but Yu Yang a little bit more lucky. 4th zone though, and I don't even know if he can go for these reses. The spray from Nuzi on the reposition as well, but he sends it to the sky and has to fall back. Needs to get ahead of the game in terms of these rotations. 6 to 8 down.
Goodness me, Nuzi, the king of that fight, coming out on top with some clutch moves. Honest to God, that guy was on it everywhere. You felt like he was playing as the entire team, just switching between third-person perspectives. You love to see it. Down 1 gaming, though, on that south side. Down to 3 players once again. Checking out where they're currently sat in 10th place. Not the best in the world. It's not where they want to end up. You know, Sandhawk hasn't typically been their best map ever. But, you know, if they get some points here, it might see them in a good position to start hitting those top spots. Na'Vi now finally making their move over to Stalwart.
Action close by, and Matic will spot it out. Pika could go on the peak as well. Matic does go down, takes a knee there. As Action holds out the angle, Meku can't suppress it, but he can suppress that one. Excellent shots coming through. That's Tixie across the way. Now it's just Pika in the compound. Alone for Stalwart.
Last remaining member, see how much further he can go. Drops out the window. You can see Nuzi on the bottom screen trying to make his way into the circle with the rest of his team of the Infinity. Na'Vi starting to send shots over towards Furious Gaming side, but they're taking a hell of a shots their way too. So Na'Vi looking a little bit bruised, looking a little bit battered, but not quite out yet.
They're all still alive though as well. Action down in this compound. Pika left them well alone, and Matic very, very resable here. They should know that. They should be able to put out those feelers. Pika not able to control those lines with the zone at the back though. Now V have to get a shifty on.
Yeah, the Infinity as well, unfortunately, just out in the zone a little bit too long. In zone 5, it is an awful place to be. Enigma Galaxy, I don't know if you just mentioned them there, John, but honestly, being able to get on that south side after playing so long on the edge of the blue, goodness me, really, really well done to them. If 3 players still up, a potential to keep going in this game. You know, there are not a lot of teams here with huge amounts of players. You know, 3 players might just be enough. Nova, once again, still in the circle. You love to see it. You know, if they're very, very consistent so far in getting to these end moments.
They're the rock of the 4 elements. They're the earth. That's what I'm saying. Consistent. You love it. You love it. Na'Vi moving through. Kitsune gets shut down. Actually, it's Alpha 7 in Pika's position. If Kitsune doesn't peek around the side of it, it's going to be completely unknown. They're going to be more preoccupied with Alpha 7, and Pika can potentially look to strike here on the side swipe against Na'Vi if they aren't checking those angles. Here he comes. He goes for 1, but is shut down by Meku. But in the meantime, the rest of Na'Vi are falling. Alpha 7 find them on the broadside on the hills, and it's just such a difficult push. Matic last standing, and all of a sudden it comes crashing down for Na'Vi. 8 eliminations already on the game, though. They've done a lot of work.
It's a good point scoring, and with the amount of teams that are taking casualties so far, you know, if Matic can stay alive for just a little bit longer, might be able to get up to a 7th, maybe even a 6th positioning, and that might just be good enough on the point scoring to see them at the top of the tables. But Nova has a position on that southeast side. This is their time to reclaim that first spot.
There's a lot of first aids on board as well for Matic. The rest of his team just fell right next to him. And you know that Alpha 7 are going to have to move from their position. They're going to have to relocate if they want to go further in this circle. They are going to go down, though. Okay, does get spotted out. Actually, the play zone took that one. And RV eliminated. Now Nova with a chance to take back that top spot, but so did Enigma Galaxy on the south side.
Amodi out in the blue. Looks like he might just go down here. Next, Ruya, they're flying in. Remember, 4th place. We haven't been able to talk about them too much. I mean, Frozen's been clutching out. We really haven't seen them as a full-man unit so far. But this time, they're in the game with full 4. So this could be a really good chance for them.
Next, Ruya. find Ralph. And Damwon Gaming get eliminated. 7 teams remain now. Next you're on the south side. I feel like they have a decent shout at control here, but it's all about who gets this high ground, who controls this area. Lord healing out for Nigma Galaxy.
It's time to go for Nigma Galaxy. Max was right, you know, regardless of what happens, they're still going to get a pretty decent placing here. 3 eliminations as well, up to 7th. Na'Vi goes down. Get a final elimination point 2. A7 though, struggling. 7 wanting to see this team bring it back here. Only 15 alive. Carrillo, the clutch force himself, runs away from that grenade as it hits the floor. Might be able to bring Senna Texa up, but DXavier, they're still pushing.
They're pushing around. They know that they want to flush these ones out. And in fact, that will happen. Excellent shots actually coming through from Frozen from next Ruya. And that is going to be Alpha 7 going down yet again. Team Secret fallen with 5 teams alive. Now the points for the placement start to add up. Highest tally right now on eliminations is DXavier.
6 on the board, but Nova looking in a really good spot. They can play around this tree line. Looks like they've learned from that game they played against Na'Vi as well. They're getting this split on, trying to gather as much information as possible on your screen, potentially catch out some of these players. Next Ruya, next up to bat versus DXavier. See what they can get done. Nice nade goes over the top for DXavier.
Finding one, Nova. Take a knock over towards Order. Nades going back towards DXavier. Next Ruya trying to summit this hill, trying to push on up and get it done. And Frankie low on the outskirts will bleed out. Lamborghini, last chance saloon now for DXavier. Down in the grass and will get spotted. Yekta deals with it.
Honestly, next Ruya, one of my wildcard picks coming into this tournament. And they've really impressed on me. They have some very clutch players on the teams, but Frozen's interview really did leave a mark on my mind because he says that this team works together to support one another to make these big plays, and that's what they absolutely do. They know that the spearhead is Frozen, but regardless of that, they make it work. Nova, though, is no easy task ahead of them.
3 players alive for Nova, and that's a great way to start, but that's given back twice as much as they got. An excellent nade from Kadur to see 2 down and leave Order all alone.
Oh my God!
It's nades everywhere. One more as well, and Order steps up big for Nova. Just Kadur, the nade man himself, gets a taste of his own medicine, and it's Nova to snatch it back. Next Ruya take a tumble, and Nova put themselves on top. The defending champions stand tall.
Order in the court lays down the gavel, and it is a hammer of brutal strength. It just crushes next Ruya underneath. The nades could not have been more perfect there, laid at the very feet of next Ruya, and they had nothing but to pick them up, take the L, and go again. But Nova 9 limbs with the chicken dinner. What a fantastic performance there, John.
I mean, that was, I think, 3 almost perfect grenades. Perfect grenades from both teams, right? There was that first nade to get the knock, to equalize the numbers coming out from Nova, and then you had the turnaround to get that double knock back over towards Nova themselves from next Ruya, and then that final. I mean, chef's kiss, chef's kiss. Speaking of chef's kiss, we've got some absolutely perfect gentlemen over on the desk to go back to.
We do, Blank. There are definitely some gentlemen up here. All 3 of us. I did leave it a little bit open in case any of you wanted to
I thought you were going to single me out again.
No. I'm being nice to you today, Max. At least on camera. Off camera, who knows what's going to happen.
That is true.
But Nova, what a big win out of them. I mean, a fantastic job, though I'm kind of sad they actually won. Not because I don't want them to win, but because I wanted to see them win Pmgc with 0 chicken dinners, just to really rub salt in the wound for every other team out there, showing that they are the best team in the world 2 years running. But what a finish as well. You're talking about Order in particular here, Max, at the very end of the game. I mean, Nova really put their foot down and almost came out of nowhere at the end.
Yeah, that's where Nova are so good at PUBG Mobile, is really they create an opportunity for themselves and they strike when they have that opening already created. Order gets an initial nade thrown onto Yekta, instantly turns into a knock, but because you don't have too much time before the circle starts closing up, you know that they're not going to be able able to move away, and they're going to try and force a res. Just throw it the same position, exact same angle, and that's going to be Nihat also getting knocked down, Yekta getting confirmed away, and then it's just a 3v2. You go for the push, you win that one, easy 7, able to get himself 9 eliminations this game once again.
And for me, I think I have to give some props there to Nextria. 7 elims for them, a second place finish as well. This was a team that I felt like it was shutting down. They weren't really showing what they were able to show us yesterday, so it's a great step up from them. And I feel like we have to talk about Na'Vi. I mean, Na'Vi, you mentioned it. At one point there, we saw them pushing themselves up in a way to first place, and the consistency, we're finally starting to see it from Na'Vi. The past 3 games, or 4 games actually, before this Sandhawk, they were averaging about a 3rd place finish, and that's just impressive because they weren't just averaging that, they were also being able to gather a lot of elims.
I mean, with this, we were talking about it too, right, 7? We want to see if Order can try and overtake Paraboy in that race for MVP, and I think this game might be the one where Paraboy is not in the MVP position anymore. We'll have to see at the end of the day, but these stats are disgusting.
What
8 eliminations out of 9?
Yes, I'm so glad you mentioned that. That's exactly what I was looking at. 8 elims out of 9. That is just insane.
Well, in terms of MVPs from the matches we've now had, out of 9, he had the most elims, the most team contribution, and most damage. That's why you see it go to the very ends of the radar. So he put a new standard on what it takes to be an MVP in a match.
Yep. I 100% agree with you. And I mean, I think I'm still stuck on those 8 elims out of 9. I was not expecting that, especially with the caliber of players that they definitely have on their side.
Oh man, look at this though. Nova do take a decent lead, 11 points here at the top of the table. But Na'Vi, as I mentioned before, 7 in hot pursuit at 95.
They definitely are, and I think the elims is another thing I wanted to mention. It's not just the consistency in regards to placement points. The elims they've been able to gather are just amazing. I think during their chicken dinners as well, they're being able to take full advantage of that. They've been able to get 10 elims. They've been able to get 14 elims. That's really impressive to me, Max.
So I'm seeing a big issue right now for Nigma Galaxy, Deke Xavier, Infinity, and 4th, 5th, and 6th, respectively. 27 elims, 27 elims, 26 elims. And when you look at their replacement points, they're really good, but it really goes to show here, and we mentioned this many times, you want to have that disparity between your elimination points and your rank points. If they can start fragging out a little bit more, they would be out of that position they currently stand in, 4th, 5th, and 6th. They could be aiming for that 2nd or even 1st place here. So those are 3 teams that I need to start seeing fragging out big time, because you could be going home with 1.5 million by just getting more eliminations, and they're desperately lacking on that side.
7, I have a question for you. Are you ready to unlock victory?
Yes, I am.
Well, you can do so with the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's ultra smooth 90 FPS gaming. Big shout to them as they're sponsoring Pmgc here for us, and probably Order is like, you know what, I'm going to pick up a OnePlus just for this match alone, and well, we saw exactly what it showed. 8 eliminations out of 9 total, able to be the MVP, so big shout to them here to sponsor Pmgc. Another year running. They did it last year, they're doing it yet again. They must like something.
Yeah.
And speaking of liking things,
just make it happen, yeah.
Speaking of liking things, I love being pampered, and that's why a big shout out as well to Fairmont over in Singapore, as they are pampering all of our players, giving them mani, petties, giving them everything they possibly could need here. I am a little bit jealous. Actually, no, a little bit. I'm very jealous of the players who are playing from there, because we saw some pictures of the view as well. Can we go to Singapore?
We could be at the pool.
We could be doing this live from the pool. This could be the first ever broadcast, but I don't want to take my shirt off because it's COVID.
Yeah, you
not
don't want
to
see this.
but because of what I have been doing.
I'm like, you don't want to see this.
We had our time in Malaysia to go to the pool tanning. But yeah, they're obviously sponsoring the event as well. And let's talk about a couple teams. Talk about Nova looking consistent.
Yep.
Talk about Na'Vi looking consistent. I know a super critical Godlike, but they got a decent amount of eliminations.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm still not convinced by them, though, that they're going to be able to really propel themselves forward up in the leaderboards at the moment.
Yeah, we need to see a lot more, right?
I was going to say, yes, obviously we need to see a lot more from them, but they have been able to jump up the leaderboard. Yeah. They're currently now, they went from 16th place to 12th place, which is a huge improvement. Not only that, we have now seen their rotations change. Now they're trying out those 3-and-1 splits, which is huge. We have seen them just pushing blindly. So far, that hasn't worked out for them. I would love to see them rotating again. In the past couple matches, we have seen them being able to rotate early, take control of the compound, and being able to defend that compound. Yeah. I would like to see how they're going to be able to react if they do have to push into a compound. Are they going to readjust now? Are they actually going to be sending somebody to scout, or are they going to go back to what we saw in that first area?
Yeah, I'm talking about Godlike. I think there's another team that's maybe not been doing as bad at the start of the tournament, but it's been really silent, and with this game in particular, able to jump up quite a bit is Deke Xavier. And Deke Xavier actually had a great 2-2 hold on that, Paradise Resort position, which is a position that we remember back in the East League that a lot of history with that position, ready to take fights early on. They know exactly how to play that
There was
position.
like always a three-way fight there, I believe.
Yeah, I think there was another team and they just abandoned it at the end, but now they're back in that main position where if they can rotate there in the mid game. And the way they held that 2-2 split to then rotate into the circle was really well executed. Unfortunately, they did lose out on that fight versus next Rhea, but if they win that, that could have been a chicken dinner coming their way, but it just didn't quite happen towards the end.
Okay, if we're talking about that, I actually would like to give some props to Alpha 7. They didn't get a chicken dinner, but I did enjoy the rotations that they were doing. We saw them being able to rotate on that trifecta that you love to call out, because they're not going for that boom cap anymore. They just gave that up, but they're being able to rotate faster. They're not just being stagnant, they're being able to rotate faster. They're being able to be a little bit more aggressive, which is what I expect out of Alpha 7.
If I'm not mistaken, they dropped in 2 different locations now, right? They
Yep.
dropped towards
Swipe
Trifecta
split.
yesterday, and
Yeah.
this time they dropped like near Paradise, if I'm not
No, no,
mistaken. Or was it east of Boot Camp?
They still dropped trifecta. They just decided to rotate a lot earlier, which is an improvement. And
Okay.
I was wondering how they were going to do with the northern circle, and they actually didn't do so bad.
Okay, well, we're talking about the 7. Let's talk about the victors here in our quick little recap of Nova. They just take themselves a victory at the very end. But we'll see the rotations and how obviously things played out here in just a second.
I mean, I just want to see how Order was able to gather all those 8 Ilums, because that is just impressive to me. And here we go. This is what I want to see out of them. They started off in Pynam, which we always talk about. And this is huge too, because by Alpha 7 being able to rotate early out of that trifecta, they didn't engage with each other.
Yeah, I think I do remember that was a big issue for them back in the East League, where they were always taking that fight versus BTR. They would lose a lot of time, but now because no one is dropping on them in that position of Painan, they just have so much more time to get that loot done and start moving in early to get access to those vantage points
I
super,
got a
super
question.
quickly.
Do you think there's ever an argument within a team of who plays furthest south so they can be the player picture? The most distinguished player picture?
I think it's Paraboy. He needs that extra presence on camera. He's got a contract going on. But
Something
yeah.
I wanted to mention, Max, that we always mention with Nova is how they like to play that middle circle. This right here,
They changed it,
completely different. They're playing the edge and they're playing beautiful. And I wonder if we're gonna start seeing more of this. Obviously, it's Sandhawk is a little bit more madness, but I kind of want to see a little bit more of this from Nova in other maps.
I would have to say, though, I understand why you want to play edge on
Yeah.
the circle, because you talked about it when you saw the circle end towards Paradise, like, well, you know the blue's going to be a big issue for this one. If Dave was here, it was like, Papa Blue's going to be involved. But here they
Well,
tried
Dave
to
is
just play
gonna
the
be
edge.
here.
He's going to be involved right after. He's going to be able to talk about that. But here in particular, you're going to be seeing that amazing, amazing nade from Order. That's just visual ASMR right there. Chucks it, gets knock instantly. Boom. That's not the one. That's not the nade I was looking for. A little bit too early, but we're going to have another one. Still able to hit quite a bit of damage, and then he just shows the second nade exactly where he got the initial knock, and just gets a 2-piece instantly.
What I love is how Nova was able to check the player that's getting that off angle right there. They were able to neutralize that right there. Order sees it, steps up, throws the nade, and then they're able to just neutralize that and allow themselves to push up and be aggressive and ultimately get that chicken dinner.
He had 5 eliminations before that fight. I mean, he had a 3-piece on that last fight versus next Rhea. That's just insane. I mean, he's racing for the MVP once again versus Paraboy.
We talked about depth so many times in a team. We talk about Paraboy. Now they have Order. We've seen King last time being able to step up as well. Like this team.
Where's your boy Jim?
And we were mentioning
Hey.
too, chicken dinners. Chicken dinners. Now
Yeah.
they got one chicken dinner. Are they going to be able to be that team that finally gives us a back-to-back chicken dinner?
I'm still stuck on Max saying visual ASMR, because wouldn't that just be VSMR?
Ooh.
Because isn't the A stand for audio?
You know what? That's maybe a new genre we can,
Yeah.
can work on.
I don't, looking at me, I don't think I look the type of guy who has any VSMR capabilities.
I'll watch.
Thank you. At least I get 7 viewers from that. But yeah, no, obviously we're looking at Nova and the fact that they have been able to close out a game. Do we see them like turn the switch on? We talked yesterday, they're being silent. They're just kind of, they're just being there, consistently finishing last. And now it's just kind of like, all right, guys, we gave you a chance on day 1 to pick up some points, but now we're just going to run away with it.
Just like in the East League, they started a little bit slower. They even missed out on the Super Weekend because they wanted a vacation. Now, there's no vacation allowed right now. They just take...
They'll take a $1.5 million vacation if they can close things out.
Pretty
But we
good.
have to head to a break here while we get things ready to go for our 4th match. So we see you guys at home in just a few.
saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Welcome back, everyone, here to PMGC 2021. We're into our second day. We're actually past, get this, guys, we're past the halfway point of the entire event now.
You can't see me right now, but I'm dancing.
Seven, get away from me. What are you doing? Seven, stop it. No, he's just dancing. I mean, the thing is, some teams can be dancing, but hopefully not celebrating too early. Order. Max.
Oh, yes.
There
I
it
feel
is.
like indirectly he was trying not to do it, but still did it.
I knew you were going to ask me. I was just waiting.
Okay, well, you know, I'm not going to ask anymore. You ruined it for me.
I'm sorry, Jason.
1,200 damage, though. I mean, Order. Again, this isn't the first time we've seen him step up like this. Thinking back to league stage, he was definitely the number 2 behind Paraboy. He was an integral part in Nova getting as far as they have been so far in this year, and it's amazing to see, right? Because I'm so happy, and obviously it's not against Paraboy, but I don't want to only talk about Paraboy day in and day out.
Yep.
The fact is, he's got a great team behind him as well, and Order, we're seeing him get some own spotlight for him.
I mean, when you're looking back at yesterday, the top fragger of the lobby over those 6 games of yesterday was Frozen with 15, right? He's done about half of that now with one single game here, getting 8 eliminations out of the 9 eliminations total for his team. I mean, I think those eliminations alone might put him first in terms of that race to MVP. I mentioned it earlier, right? But it's good to see that the entire team is doing well, because I had that fear coming out of the East League where Paraboy might be doing the same thing, where it's only him performing, but that got taken care of almost instantly coming in this tournament. So my fears have been addressed really quickly.
As we see some of the players there with Illims, I actually kind of wanted to break down some of the teams in regards to Illims. I mean, we have Navi. Now Navi has 51 Illims. They're currently leading in regards to that. But then the third place team, Nigma Galaxy, they only have 27. DX only 27, and then the Infinity as well only has 26. And then when you go even one more down, then you have ST with 38. I would like to see those 3 teams, Nigma, Galaxy, DX, and the Infinity, step it up in regards when it comes to Illims. One player that did step it up there in that last match that we were able to see was Frankie, being able to gather 5 Illims. I think that's huge. Hopefully they can continue on that trend.
Okay, well, does that mean you're putting Xavier as your team to watch here in this match?
That does not mean that. I think that the team to watch, it is going to be one that I mentioned. It is going to be Navi. I am enjoying the consistency. They're finally starting to show us, right, what we've been asking for the longest time. I would love to continue to see this consistency, and I would love even more if they can just continue to get those top 5 situations and at least 5 Illims.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Max? I'm going to skip you for now, for a reason, because I chose Navi as well. I think for me is we're seeing Nova be so damn consistent in this event so far. If Navi want to have a chance to close that gap and catch up to them and ideally pass them, they have to remain as consistent as they've been so far in the day. They need to continue to do so every single match, and obviously we're going to find out if they can.
We talked about no mistakes, right? You can't have any mistakes, Max. Sorry, Max.
I'll just go. It's fine. I get it. It's okay. It's okay. I feel bad for not taking Navi too here, actually, because they were first for like maybe 30 seconds that game at one point. In their rankings, it got close, but I'm going to have to go with another team here, and it's Infinity. You mentioned them as they are lacking currently in terms of eliminations. They've had some good moments right now, some little sparks of greatness throughout these few games today, but it's just not been enough to get close to that late game. I hope this might be the one, because Infinity need to get back in the swing of things this game.
I think the thing is, for me, looking at East, right, and going into this, I might get ripped on this a little bit. I thought it was going to become easier for some of these teams with some West teams coming in. I mean, if we just look at like raw mechanical skill, to be fair, Seven's backed me up on this, talking about, you know, like peaking, right? You can peak a lot longer in West than you can in East. But we're not seeing, you know, like Stalwart Esports with their top fraggers. We're not seeing Newsy up there. And God telling you, like, Newsy's gone out early a couple of times. We're not seeing them be as dominant as they were in terms of eliminations as they were in the East League. And I don't know if it's just the change up in lobby, maybe change up in styles or what, but if they could hit that previous performance we've seen, we're easily going to see these teams shoot up the rankings.
I'm 100% with you on that one too, and I think it was a sentiment that was shared by the community for the longest time, that maybe this West teams coming in now fighting against the East teams, we're going to make it easier for them, that we're going to be able to gather easier elims. That is not the case. I mean, even regards East or West, let's talk about the Indian team. Godlike, that team now starting to step it up. They're not anymore in last place. We do have Pmgc there. Hopefully they can step it up, because boy, this is just such a big disappointment. But I 100% agree with you. And I mean, for us to have next Ruya at 1 point as first place, I thought that was huge for the West.
You can talk about Max.
Okay, I can go. Wow, that's actually insane. But no, I agree. It's hard to know exactly down to what you can put this, that the Eastern teams are struggling more versus some teams from West, right? Because I think a lot of people expected the Eastern teams to dominate that far, but I don't really know what down you can put it down to. It's just really hard to go down to the intricacies of it, because the Eastern teams haven't changed really much on their side of things, but it's just maybe the clash of metas making it hard for their meta to really develop and be as successful in this kind of ecosystem. But yeah, I mean, the Eastern teams are having a little bit of a rougher time, and great for some of the teams like Next Rhea, they're just popping off right now.
The bottom line is, though, every single team here is like the best teams in the world, right? We talk about, Pmgc towards the bottom of the table. They're still a top 16 team in the world. They're not bad whatsoever. They beat out so many great teams to be here. But the fact is, there still is some skill gaps between some of these teams and towards the very top. And obviously, when you look at Nova, it's really not a surprise considering the infrastructure we have within China with PELs and PECs. They play against the best teams consistently in the world, and that's why China's seen as such a dominant region. But if we look at, for instance, the Arabic teams, if we have, Enigma Galaxy, we've seen so many more PMPLs develop over the course of this year, giving that infrastructure to regions who didn't have it before, that we've seen so much improvement out of these teams. Look at Damwon Gaming, like South Korea with Archer last year, didn't really make it that far, and they didn't make it to the finals. And we've seen them step up. We saw, Bluebees then, Reject now, they had a massive step up, and we're seeing like this impact of having more PMPLs around the world, more opportunities for these teams to play, that we are seeing this catch up. I mean, would you have ever said 2 years ago we'd have 3 Turkish teams make it into Pmgc Grand Finals? It was always just footballists.
Yeah, exactly. And then you had Class Digital Athletics, of course, that came in at some point. But it is true that right now there's a very big rise of the regions that was maybe overlooked for some big portion of the competitive scene for the past 2 to 3 years now. It's good to see them step up, but it's really weird to see the catch-up being that significant when you have teams, and one team that we wanted to potentially talk at the start of the show we didn't mention, right, but it's Team Secret in my eyes. They've been extremely silent, and currently when it comes to these international tournaments, it's potentially the team with 2 of the players with the most experience at this type of level, with iShots and Matoy, and yet they're not performing to the level we initially expected. So the regions that were looked down upon in the past now are going for that trophy, and they're aiming for that first spot.
7 always looked up to those regions.
You guys are talking about regions that have improved. Let's talk about real quick about regions that didn't improve. There's some regions here, and I had to do it. There's some big regions that didn't even make it here to the Grand Finals. One that I can go off, it's because I usually talk about them a lot, North America. North America is nowhere to be seen here, and I know that's a big hurt to the community, and hopefully they'll be able to bounce back right next year. And then you have Indonesia.
Thank you.
Bigatron. I mean, we were talking about it on the first day. It feels so weird not having Indonesia in here. Bigatron, I mean, Luxy, Suxy, this is players that are just household names. And I was getting used to seeing that Indo Pride in the chat and in the YouTube chat. It's nowhere to be seen. And I mean, some of the other regions have been able to take full advantage of it.
I mean, the fact is, if you look across, let's just say these last 3 years at the highest level, on a global scale, right? We've seen so many new players and so many new teams come into light. And the fact is, and we saw this last year alone when we were doing PMPLs and stuff, is that there's so much depth in talent across the world that we just haven't seen yet. We haven't seen teams be having that dominant legacy like we had Bigatron, though you could say Nova now might be developing their own. Yeah. That there's just so much talent in all of these regions. It's just about giving the opportunity to step up, the opportunity to rise up in the ranks and get that experience under their belt. And then, I mean, and the fact is, like Enigma Galaxy, we haven't had too many of those players play so consistently throughout the years. And we're seeing, I mean, even the Infinity as well. Like they don't really date back that long back in the day. And then you look at Secret, as you're mentioning, with Mad Toy come in and iShots. I mean, they're great players, but there is a world where potentially they would move to coaching roles because the new talent is just that good. Frozen, he's like 15 years old, man. He's out fragging Paraboy. Like he's carrying his team on his, well, he's carrying his team on his back. I won't say that necessarily.
Yes.
Okay, well, 7 will say it. I won't say it. But the fact is, like, there are these new blood people, these new blood talent that completely dominate all the old school players.
I have the impression we're in a transitionary period right now where you have some other regions and teams that are stepping up. For example, if you talk about Indonesia, right, you were mentioning how BTI is weird, and I truly have to believe with it and go in agreement with your sentiment that it's weird BTR's not here, but exactly that's the point I wanted to make. Genesis Dogma showed that they can compete with the top. Sure, it didn't quite work out for them in the finals, but they could compete on that type of sphere. So I think that given next year, we might have a complete even differentiation in what team we have available now at this tournament and next year. Except for Nova. They're always going to come back at some point, but it is changing pretty rapidly at that, so teams need to stay on the get-go to change and adapt their playstyle to remain in this type of tournament.
A team that comes to mind, and I'm so sad they weren't able to make it here, is going to be Knights from North America. They had so much potential. They have a player, I got to give him a shout-out, Coops. He was absolutely stellar the whole time. It just happened that it didn't work out for them. Hopefully next year, I would love to see Coops here in the grand finals.
Well, they've got a year of time until then, but we don't have much time until we get into our next match of the day. So let's bring our commentators in to bring it for you at home. It is Necro and Mustache Dave.
What is up? J Cap on the desk. We got Max, man. We got 7 spitting nothing but hot fire here. 50% done, Necro. 50% done with this tournament. It is heating up, man.
Oh, indeed, it is heating up already in the overall rankings as well. I mean, Noah is expected all the way on the top, staying as consistent as possible. Then you have next year right underneath it, and Frozen. Even the analyst desk was talking about this man, how this man is just able to just outperform everyone in the lobby right now.
And Frozen weren't lying when Frozen doing a lot of work, a lot of heavy lifting. I was running the numbers. I believe Frozen has around 40 to 50% of the team's damage and elim points. And talking about elim points, look at right there on that left-hand side. Look at those average points of Erangel. Nova Esports are dominating, 14.8, and the next Ria right underneath them with 14. So with Erangel being 50% of the map pool, this is exactly where you want to be with average points.
Exactly, man. Navi as well, not really far behind on third place with 10.8 average points over here. Stalwart Esports kind of pushed all the way down. Now, we had a conversation about this yesterday, Dave, and you were saying, like, you know, Stalwart Esports, they have to be one of the most consistent teams on the map of Erangel, but that doesn't really seem like the case today over here. Stalwart Esports, seems like they're all the way down on 5th place, and they need to step things up for sure.
Talking about Stalwart Esports, Action said yesterday their biggest competitor is themselves, and they weren't lying either.
Is that true?
It is true. It is true. So with that being said, they are midway, you know, that mid-pack team. So I'm not too concerned. As long as you're in that mid-pack, tomorrow is another day, another 6 games to play, but they have 3 more games to play here this evening. So there's definitely some room for them to shoot for the top echelons. That rock came out of nowhere. Came out of nowhere. And talking about Enigma Galaxy, I mean, yesterday they got a ton of pretty solid positions when we're talking compounds to that mid to late game. So placement point-wise, Enigma Galaxy, they have been slaying it in their own right, but elim points kind of lacking in that department.
Yeah, definitely. They need to step up in elim points. Only 27 eliminations. It's kind of questionable, without a doubt. Yeah, then you have Navi right above them with 51. Navi pretty much have the most elim points currently in the game, and they're looking really good with that. And if you talk about Navi, they have to be one of those teams that, I mean, you're seeing a huge improvement. If you compare them back in the league days, right, Dave?
Yeah.
How they played over there and now how they're playing in the grand finals, it's like you're seeing a complete new Navi.
Honestly, I think it goes to the fact that A7 aren't really performing like a lot of people expected them to, right? A7 are usually that thorn in the side of Navi. We see them, especially on Erangel, to that early to mid game, always just next to them, picking them apart one by one. But since A7, Alpha 7 have been kind of lackluster here so far in this lobby, I think they lost some of that steam. And with that in mind, Navi had just picked it up, and they're taking full advantage of the fact that kind of their counterparts, right, from the West League aren't performing the best here. So Navi, I'm surprised. I'm surprised. I mean, you and I, we were casting some of them games. Like, what are your thoughts on Navi and how they're popping off here?
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like I'm seeing a complete different Navi now. Before, in the league days, we saw Navi making those kind of late rotations, and those late rotations weren't really working out for them in the league days. And now over here, it's like you're seeing the proactive Na'Vi. Na'Vi, their presence of mind over here just seems like it's on next level right now. And if they just keep on playing the way they're playing right now, even the analyst desk mentioned, there's going to be no stopping. Na'Vi, they will have to be in the top 2 somewhere down the line. They're in top 3 right now. A little bit of more good, consistent points that can help them get in top 2 and pretty much in top 1 as well. But this is how things really looked like. A little bit of highlights from the previous match.
Yeah, talking about not stopping. Order. Oh, man. Hey, did you see that little order flex, by the way, we just saw a second ago?
Yeah.
It was like, bam, look at me. I'm here. I'm showing up. What, 8 elim points last game alone? Like, order is on fire. And ladies and gentlemen, talk about being on fire. Watch live and earn those rewards. The grand finals treasure box. Go unlock it inside the game.
Ooh. Why not, you know? Free stuff. Just go get it, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, if you talk about teams, how they're really kind of like the pressure, if you talk about that's building up on teams. As you mentioned, 50% is already done at the grand finals, and now the rest 50% is left. And day 2, coming inside day 2, I knew teams are going to be having nerves like rattling, right? They're going to be having their adrenaline just like pumping up. It's just going to be a complete nerve. It's just going to be a complete nerve wreck. And this is what was expected without a doubt. Day 2 is one of the most important days. Day 2 is the day of comebacks as well. We were expecting some comebacks to happen. Yeah, Godlike, they got themselves in 12th place. Miramar game was pretty good for them. But just that one game isn't going to be enough, man. You need to perform a little bit more well in the upcoming games as well. Maybe this Erangel game is going to be a little bit of glimmer of hope.
Honestly, I'm kind of on the page of Godlike slow and steady. Slow and steady, and that's exactly what they've been doing today, trying to catch their bearings in the lobby. Because remember, they kind of got thrown in here. You know, they played PGIS, they did pretty well over there, and then they got the invite to play in this lobby. So not a lot of time to really practice and prepare themselves mentally. They got the gun skills. Everybody knows, Godlike, they got the gun skills. The one thing I have been seeing them kind of have issues with here so far have been the scouting and just their timing with going for those scouts and losing a couple squad mates along the way. I remember game 1, just unfortunate that they ended up piling into a compound at the same time. Another squad piled into that same compound. So just a little timing. I think if they can kind of tighten that up here, they could continue to slowly climb up that leaderboard here today.
Yeah, if I'm not wrong, that was Dom1 Gaming as well, and it was a flawless squad wipe from Dom1 Gaming against Godlike. But yeah, as you mentioned, scouting definitely needs to be improved, and I'm pretty sure Godlike as well, somewhere down the line, they will realize the same thing, and they will try and adapt to how things are going to be looking like in the future. But another team, Stalwart Esports, we need to talk about them as well. It seems like in the day 2, I mean, yeah, decent outing, but again, Stalwart Esports, this is not what we expected coming inside the grand finals. I at least expected Stalwart Esports to be in the top 5, you know, in day 2.
You got action and top, some of the best kind of tandem gunners in the game, in my opinion. You know, the teamwork, the synergy right there has just been on point every single time we get to tune in. And I know a couple people, you know, they're watching these teams kind of slide down these overall rankings. I'm still with it. Like, if you're in that mid-pack, you are fine. Yes, you got Nova. Yes, you got Nextria just dominating. And even Na'Vi, they're dominating. We can see them at the top. 100 points, a little bit above that. But I think if you're in that mid-pack, you really set yourself up for success for tomorrow to really claim your spot on the overall leaderboard. Because after tonight, I guarantee you, all these teams are going to go back. They're going to review the footage, review the VODs, and come up with solid game plans. And I'll bring this up because part of one of these tactics that we've seen in multiple lobbies for these mid-pack teams is on the last day of a tournament, they kind of focus on, I don't want to say bullying, but taking advantage of these teams at the very bottom. Right? You got Pmgc, you got Furious. So these mid-pack teams, they have the potential to set themselves up for success if they try to take these early game fights with those bottom pack teams, because they're not feeling the best here.
Yeah, they're indeed not feeling the best. Pmgc, even Seven Rolls mentioned this. They need to do something, man. They need to make a comeback happen all the way on the bottom of the leaderboards with only 33 points in hand. Not looking that great. At this point, you might as well just count them out from like the top place. But yeah, as you mentioned, the bottom teams can definitely be a really easy target in the final day. I wouldn't really say easy, surely, because if you want to take a 4-on-4 fight against even the bottom teams, there will be a couple of casualties even on your side. So you need to be ready for that all the time, unless if it's just like a flawless squad wipe and you just pull off some insane plays.
Yeah, these bottom teams, man, they're the ones that really need to be stressing. And now that we are kind of officially at the halfway mark, these next 3 games are crucial for these bottom teams to try to make sure not to end in the bottom after today, because I guarantee you, if you are a bottom team after today, you will 1000% have that target painted on your back moving into tomorrow, especially because some teams at the top as well, not only the mid pack, but they're going to have a lot of points to work with. So they could play a lot more riskier because they have such a large point lead that, hey, if you miss out on a team fight, it doesn't work your favor, you can afford it compared to these bottom squads. So really curious to see for Rivals, Team Secret, Furious, Fenerbahce. I'm really curious to see how they tighten up here in these next coming games.
Oh man, they definitely need to tighten up no matter what. And for Rivals, spotting out rotation of Down 1 Gaming. Took a couple of shots, but it's fine. No connections being found yet. It seems like Nextria as well in the front lines. They need to be a little cautious of that team. Because for Rivals as well, they're hurting. They're hurt. They're all the way on 14th place as well. If you talk about one of those teams that really need these points, like no matter what, they really need these points. None of the games in the future, they can't just like let them go. They need each and every single consistent point as possible. And Fenerbahce seems like this time almost casualty on their side. And guess what? There will be. Logan spots a player out in the open, and he thought he might as well be behind the buggy. A little bit of miss spot there.
Not only that, I don't even think that was, I think that was intentional. Blow up that buggy, because now you know there's an enemy out there behind the hate bale. They can't move. They can't go anywhere. They are stuck. They are in an open field with no vehicle to work with. So it's really up to Noxbomb and the Duke and Machine to open up this engagement here.
Oh man, here we go. Fenerbahce. It was more kind of like Infinity try to stop them while they were making a crucial rotation happen, and now Duke and Machine is the man in the clotheslines in the front, making sure no one's going to be overstepping their boundaries. Infinity slowly and steadily trying to get a little bit aggressive over here. Duke and Machine taking a little bit of damage with that nade, but he needs to play things a little safe because he's the only man in the front foot. If he gets taken out, that's going to be a huge problem for Fenerbahce.
Oh, that grenade getting blocked right there. Fenerbahce, I really, truly believe that since they are at the bottom, that pressure is definitely getting to them. So let's see how they come out on top here if they can.
Oh, man. So you mentioned Fenerbahce as well, that added pressure on their backs, being all the way at the bottom of leaderboards. That's not going to be good, but the nade from Infinity this time connects onto Duke and Machine. Big man falls down. Fenerbahce, they're going to be sweating after that.
Yeah, Noxbomb, full retreat mode right there. So I kind of wanted to touch on this one because we had Duke and Machine and Noxbomb in the front line, and then I noticed that the Duke and Machine was the aggressor, pushed a little further, and Noxbomb popped in their buggy, looked as if they were trying to retreat, but then quickly turned back around because I believe the call was made to take the fight. So a little miscommunication right there, at least from what I can see coming on out from Fenerbahce.
Miscommunication, nerves as well. It's kind of hard, man. Out here on the biggest stage possible. I do understand the panic might just set in, but sometimes you got to hold your nerves with the guns. And Fenerbahce, somewhere down line, struggling to do so. But Nigma Galaxy realizing the Xavier in the front lines, but still taking things a little slow. As you mentioned, Nigma Galaxy, one of those teams that don't really go for fights themselves. Instead, they try to play things as safe as possible, and in the final zones, this is where they really start to just take teams down.
Dude, talk about the zone. Oh, man, we got a nice shift up there onto the mountain. Yeah, this is a Na'Vi game. It has to be. Looks like Na'Vi, they're going to pull back just a little bit to their drop spot near Hospital and kind of let the rest of the lobby deal with themselves because they're going to be clustering up on that east side of the new circle.
As you mentioned, Na'Vi playing this really beautifully. And they're playing this really brilliantly. Just going to be falling back a little bit.
I think Na'Vi might be setting up a bridge camp on A7. They know A7 are up there towards the north. A7, they have not moved into zone yet. So Na'Vi being proactive with this zone shift, that is amazing to see.
Exactly. This is what I even talked about. This Na'Vi in the Grand Finals, this is a proactive Na'Vi. This is way different what we saw back in the league days. And I also do like how they've set up Matic in the front lines just to make sure that the compound is being secured for Na'Vi for the future lines. If they do want to make the rotation back inside the zone, Matic is the man who has the compound held down to. But the problem is next Ruya now might just be rushing against Matic. And we do see that on our maps. But yeah, we might just be able to see that soon. And on the other hand, I also do see in the kill feed, yeah, as you mentioned, Na'Vi, they're doing a great job making sure that A7 is being held off at bay.
Dude, Na'Vi, I mean, I'm talking about it because it's such a big brain play from Na'Vi, and I think those big brain plays, being proactive, is the reason why they are at the top right now. So I'm really impressed with that. A7, I believe, losing one and quickly changing the game plan. Not going to be using that Georgia Pool bridge anymore. Going to be wrapping back around. Meanwhile, a lot of teams we see down here in the south, we saw Godlike, they were able to pop into those chopsticks and get a nice little spot for themselves down there in the south. But right now, a lot of teams still in vehicles, just scouting it out, searching for a compound to call home.
Oh, man. This definitely is going to be the case. And yeah, as you mentioned, a huge wave of vehicles was moving inside the zone as soon as the circle took a shift. Furious Gaming all the way on top of the Big Bear Mountain. Seems like Xavier do want control of that as well. Furious Gaming not going to be happy after that for sure. So Xavier and Furious Gaming, we might just see a clash in the near-time future. Stalwart Esports over here, though. They have found a knockout on the player of Infinity. Confirm shouldn't be that difficult. Easy confirm coming through, but Infinity has a little bit of high ground over Stalwart Esports, so they need to watch out. But no, there's a little split coming out from their side.
Yeah, and they also have this terrain to kind of work with and use their advantage to not expose themselves. And we see Logan trying to pull back just a little bit. Stalwart, though, 2-2 split, so very interesting. This is going to be here on the edge. The next circle is going to shift here very shortly. Popping over here to Xavier, though, another team that has definitely, for me, been underneath the radar. Hasn't really been popping off, but they have been getting those consistent placement points here so far, and they're doing quite well for themselves.
Oh, they are doing quite well. But look at the circle shift, Dave, and I can already tell it's going to be a huge wave of vehicles just moving inside from down south all the way up, and this is where a lot of teams are going to be caught off guard when they're trying to make the rotation happen. Might as well Noah be one of those, but Team Secret, they're trying their best to connect the shots, but it seems like no connections are being found yet. Bullets not landing. Team Secret going to be a little unhappy for that.
Nova Esports just zooming on by right there. And the game awareness king looking for some additional loot, getting some additional sight lines there in that back seat, scouting it out with the 3-1 split here. And they do have two members of Na'Vi up there on the high ground. I don't think Na'Vi are going to be concentrating on them quite yet because Matic, we saw right there, was knocked down. So Nova, pretty solid position. This is like a little off center to the north too. They got a boulder, they got a small little dip to work with for cover if they need so. But look at this though, on the mountain. Oh, the grenades, they're ringing out.
Oh, here we go. Finally, these two teams clash against each other. 4 rivals though instead. It seems like now it's 4 rivals who wants to go against Furious Gaming, and let's find out who's going to be the one to successfully take charge of this mountain. Because it's going to be a huge high ground. If you're able to successfully take control, that's going to mean quite a lot for any of these teams. Furious Gaming, though, they've already found an opening. Man goes down from the side of 4 rivals. That's going to be a little bit of sign of worry for them. They're going for the res as well. I do like the play from their side, but the rest 2 players will need to make sure that they're providing as much as cover as possible.
Yeah, Poppy Protro trying to make sure to hold down that off angle too so that they can't wrap around and catch them off guard. So Poppy Protro's position is crucial to the defend right now from Furious. And Furious pulling back a little bit behind these boulders, making sure not to get taken out by a grenade.
Furious Gaming as well, playing things a little safe. Poppy Potro's position, I think so, has been finally compromised. Action as well, I do see in the kill feed somewhere down the line, taking a dig on Infinity. The fight still continues as Stalwart Esports. They're looking to take some players down for Infinity. Infinity out in the open. They don't have any of their shots. They're being shot at even from the front from Down One Gaming and from the back it's Stalwart Esports. They're making it hurt.
Ooh, yeah. Getting a couple E-limb points right here. going to be holding down the South, but pulling right back to this fight. Pmgc, look at that, looking to make a play with the UMP, knocking down one. Now you have to expect the full collapse from Furious to happen right now. Let's see, AKM up close and burst. Oh no! Got him with the drop shot.
Oh, there we go. The trades are there though. So now it's a one-on-two situation actually. Trigger's able to get Scream back up on his feet. Trigger still knocked out in the front 4 rivals. Both these teams are going to be equally sweating at this point in time. Trigger knocked out. That's not going to be a good sign for Furious Gaming. 4 rivals able to get all their players back up on their feet. Pmgc all the way in the back. At this point, it's pretty much a gone case for Pmgc. So 4 rivals will need to try and pull off an insane clutch. Scream all the way in the back. Needs to realize he's also taking a lot of damage from the Wall of Death. He is trying his best to move inside, but he's been spotted and he's being hauled off outside the zone and he gets taken out. 4 rivals just play this beautifully, but also a lot of damage being dealt onto themselves.
Wow. Wow. What, 2 HP right there? 2 HP. Now, Silas Pew, though, you heard the gunshots, you saw the kill feed, you can only assume the mayhem that unfolded right above your head, but could not push up there because they're back completely exposed to D. Xavier.
Oh, back exposed, and here we go. D. Xavier, now they need to take care of another team. Getting shot right in the back. Fenerbahce, seems like that's going to be it for that team. And yes, next we're able to clean them up, yeah, easily. And now A7 and D. Xavier, these two go against each other. H2G as well. Silas, we do see him on the high ground, but I feel like he should try and play things a little safe in the position.
Texa, MK14, letting that thing rip. Gonna be cooking this grenade, prepping this grenade. Let's see, tossing it. Could be money. Could be money. A7, they did lose 1 squad mate in the rotation, so they're down to just 3.
Oh, they're down to just 3 and A7. As you mentioned, he's looking to connect that nade. Finally, D. Xavier being found.
Got him.
Being taken out the game. D. Xavier, though, still, they only got 1 point from this game. Not going to be a happy bunch after that, for sure. But yeah, action being taken out from the side of Stalwart Esports. They do have the little ridge to work with. But the circle shift is what's going to be hurting them. If they do want to make it inside the zone, Down One Gaming right in the front. They are going to rain down a couple of bullets. Just hoping that maybe a few will connect.
Look at that crate, too. What a bait crate. You know for a fact, Damwon Gaming, they're looking out their window. You can't get that. You can't get that. But that level 3 gear, oh, man, it has to be so juicy right here, especially late into the game. They do have 4 up. And I was actually talking to the team before today. They said that they want to play better and think faster. So I'm really curious to see what that means here with 4 up. They do have the South. They got 2 little sneaky snakes trying to crawl up right behind them. Play better, think faster.
True. 2 snakes to Stalwart Esports. And then you have right next to them Team Secret as well, kind of spread out. I do like it's a 3-1 split coming out from the side of Team Secret. That's a good split, but again, if the circle moves away from them, that's going to be a little problem from Team Secret. Na'Vi on a move. You realize finally the next zone might just be a little difficult to get in. Nova spotting out the rotation of Na'Vi. Did try to take a couple of shots, and Na'Vi and A7. Here we go again. This reminds me of League days.
Yeah, come on, King. Let the teams fight. But King out here trying to capitalize on their shack, trying to third party. Let Na'Vi and A7 fight, man. They got a rivalry going back at least a year. But King putting in a lot of work, pretty much putting a stop to the Na'Vi wraparound onto Alpha 7 that they had going on.
Oh, man, kind of helping out A7 there unknowingly. Kitsune now the only man left alive in the front. He's so low as well. Doesn't have the HP to support him. Dave. Na'Vi. Tables have turned indeed. Kitsune able to patch himself back up, but that's not going to be enough. Nova, they had a great positioning, but they still need to make it inside the zone. So for them, even for them, things are going to be looking quite dicey in the future. But Na'Vi being eliminated in 10th place.
Yeah, I'm looking at 4 rivals too. They need to make up their mind. Do they want to take out A7 beneath them or run downhill, reposition to the next zone that Team Secret are currently holding down out there on that east side? 4 rivals though, they did clutch it out a couple moments ago, but it looks like they might be losing that window of opportunity. As I say that, nice little spray down with the Scar. Oh, come on. These are shots. These are points all day. You need to get these.
Oh, he will for sure. There we go. The Winkle Explosion's going to do it. 2 players knocked out. Revo the only man left alive all the way in the back. There's nothing Revo can be able to do. At this point, those 2 knocked out players are gone, Case. Appy moves out in the open, has no other choice, but it's King who steals the kill. King is just a thief right now.
King, 1,000% the thief here of this game. We see Ord in the front line doing a little hop in, trying to get that intel, cooking that grenade. Rebo just chilling in the back seat. Order said goodbye with that grenade. Order, once again, back-to-back games, dominating.
Oh man, just like Thief in the Night, stealing those kills away. Noah, what's going on? They're just dominating, as you mentioned, and Dominant Gaming as well. Now finally decide to spread out a little bit, decide to step out of that compound because they do realize the chaos, or as you would like to say, a lot of teams around them have been cleared, and Team Secret, wow, that's a huge knockout.
The one-tap dirt nap. Peek me again. That's what they said. Peek me again. I'm really curious. What will Nova do? We see King kind of pushing forward. Health really low. Probably looking for a heal. Order playing that support role. And yes, we have that big boulder kind of blocking the 2 teams. But Parboy, dude, catching a grenade.
What? Noah. They're just so precise with those utilities as well. Not just gun skill, man. Even the utilities. They're just absolutely precise. And now Team Secret left with 4 players to work with, including Dominant Gaming. Noah will have to be the one to play things a little safe inside this. They will have to let these 2 teams fight.
I think
this might be if they play it well. If they play it well, or I would say Nova can always go for a spoil sport over here.
They can, but Nova, they are down to just 2 now. Yes, King has been popping off, and of course, Order. So if there were 2 players that are on fire this game, those are them. But I like Damwon, how they're using a 2-2 split to make sure to cover all angles of this zone.
Damwon and Team Secrets. 4-4 situation for them too. And then you have Noah with only 2 players alive. It's going to be interesting how Noah plays this one out. I do want to see what they're doing on the map as well. Noah, they're slowly and steadily sneaking inside the zone. That's their main goal right now. King,
Jumper in that bush
nade.
too.
Maybe this nade will just do it. Oh, there we go. Beautiful nades coming in from the side of Noah, and you gotta compliment the team coordination as well. But the kill gets stolen by Junie.
Yeah, Damwon, they really need to take advantage of that right there and try to push up a little more, take out Team Secret. This is their moment. But they need to watch out for Jumper in this bush right above this ledge.
Oh, the AWM, the big green cannon strikes, and it finds one. Shots taken out, Jumper in the front. As you mentioned, you need to watch out from Jumper, but here we go, Order and King. I'm pretty sure they're going to try to take care of the man in the front, but the problem is Damwon Gaming, they're not going to let him do so, but Wall of Death as well as doing much damage onto the man of Team Secret.
I'm still really concerned with Jumper. I don't think they're aware of Jumper in that little bush right there, right ahead of them.
Oh, this gives me flashback. This gives me flashback, Dave, and you know what I'm talking about. And well, here we go. Jumper, he's just holding his trigger. The trigger discipline is insane, and he strikes, finds Fabian, but that's going to be enough. That's the only thing he gets out of that.
Oh, Order pushing out. UMP. Oh, Order. Nova turning the tides right now.
Oh, Noah, look at that. Even though they have the man advantage working against them, man number working against them, but they're still not proning out. Instead, they're challenging the fight. They're standing tall, but finally Damwon Gaming able to put the final nail in the coffin for Nova, and they get this chicken dinner. Look at their faces as well. They're so happy.
Look at that. Look at that. Congrats, winner, winner, chicken dinner. GG, well played. Now they showed up mid-game. They got a really sweet spot, a nice compound, and they were able to defend that compound up until the late game when finally they did have to push out, and they used their numbers to their advantage. And I like how they didn't just all push in one area as a group. They decided to split 2-2, and they wrapped around both the east and the west side, trying to make sure to clear all those angles. And I think right there, that was the game-winning play for them.
Yeah, I do want to see where Damwon Gaming has found themselves after that game, you know, like in the overall rankings. 25 points from that game. I do want to see what kind of position Damwon Gaming has now.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, what an exciting game. Let's hear what the panel has to say about that match.
Well, before I want to talk about the match, I got to give props to the Godfather over there. Necro looking fancy as hell. The white jacket, the red tie, man, he is looking good, and I'm a little bit sad of how I look now.
Yeah, I know, right?
He's
Makes
making
us
me
look
feel
bad.
undressed. I want to wear my white jacket now.
I feel like I have I thought in my contract I have to be the best looking person on the show, and I mean, here on the desk, obviously, I am not, but...
You broke his contract, sue him. Go.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to quite sue him, not like some streamers. But looking into this game, though, Damwon, what a victory for them. Able to pull back the Damwon we got to see back in League Finals for East, but Nova as well coming so close to the very end for that back-to-back.
The execution at the end from Damwon was so good because they held that compound down the little cliffside. It was really strong to hold on to. Your main focus when you're in the mid game is you want to make sure no one can contest that position, which they did in really good fashion, got quite eliminations by doing so. But the moment you know that no teams are going to go for the backstab, you start pushing towards that hillside. You get the information without peeking with that third-person perspective. You get all the information you require, and then you strike when you have the opportunity.
Yeah, the advantage that they have. I mean, you mentioned it perfectly, too. And right here with Nova, they were able to get 10 Illims. And I mean, we talk about consistency, and this is the consistency we've been wanting to see as well. Nova continuing on that. And then Team Secret. This has been a team that we've all been wondering where they've been. Well, guess what? They were able to show up there with at least 18 points to themselves. And one that I know you're going to be really happy about here, Max. 4 rivals. They were able to get 8 Illims. They were able to secure good placement points as well. And I think that was really good because we saw them take into some fights. It was still a little bit sloppy. I think the fight I'm mostly concentrating on was against Furious Gaming. They had Furious Gaming on their backs, but we'll talk about that later.
I really want to talk positively of 4 rivals, but they're making it really hard for me right now, 7.
MVP?
He's getting the MVP, though. I can't argue with stats. You know, 7 eliminations from Appy, that's great to see, but it's still the execution takes way too long. If they were able to come out of that fight with 4 players coming down from Everest, they could have had the best entry point in the circle, but unfortunately, it just wasn't meant to be at the end.
Yep.
It seems to be the story for 4 rivals. It wasn't meant to be at the end, unfortunately.
I've said that many times.
I don't say that in a bad way. I'm just saying, like, they're just not able to, like, close things out. I don't know what necessarily is going on, but one thing I can tell you that is going on currently at the top of the table is Nova now 29 points in the lead, looking to continue to build up momentum, to build up this lead against the other teams out there, as next Rio are going to be sitting in second place still. Same for Navi, same for Enigma Galaxy, but Damwon out of nowhere up to 5th place. And look at their eliminations. This is the funny thing, right? They're 3rd in the limbs overall. And I was saying before at the start of the day, seeing some of the players, like if you look at their average limbs, their average damage, they're actually really high up there, but they've been so quiet.
And something that I loved in that last match, and this is something that I mentioned at the beginning of day 1, is that Junie, he was a player that was able to transfer a lot of not that much damage into actual Illims. And I saw in that last match, he was actually being able to steal some of those Illims, which is huge for them because any Illim, any point that they can get is huge right now.
Yeah, and you had also, I believe at one point towards the end of that fight, you had Sung that was just waiting onto the backside, towards that cliffside actually I mentioned earlier. And the fact that you waited there while the rest of his team was pushing, you had a backdoor opportunity in case you wanted to make sure you could secure that. If you full send that team, you might not be able to win it out, but Sung was able to just make sure that game was going to go their way.
Yeah, indeed. As we also have to give a big shout out here to our sponsor, the OnePlus 9 Pro, giving ultra smooth play here with 90 FPS. 7 to trip me up here. Wearing glasses, you're not wearing glasses. I would do that, but then I wouldn't be able to see anything happening. I wouldn't be able to see this beauty to my right-hand side. You're left on the screen. The OnePlus looking phenomenal. Make sure you guys can unlock victory because you never have to settle when using a OnePlus. But Max, you know, one thing I want to touch on really quickly after we do talk about another lovely sponsor, Singtel, giving us Singapore's fastest 5G network as well to help you guys with 2 times lower latency, is a fact that, I don't know how I transition back into this, is that the way Nova actually used Jumper at the end as a distraction. We talk about this so many times, right? Nova, they know they're at a man disadvantage with only 2 players. They get Jumper to shoot up a couple of shots. He does get the knock, but doesn't get the confirm. And Nova immediately, like second we see that knock come through, they just rush out to this, realizing this is our only opportunity to win this game.
Yeah, they see the kill feed pop up. They're like, okay, now we got even better of a chance to go for it because the man advantage has been dwindling because I think at that point it was a 2v4 and the fact that they got a knock like that, it was only down to a 2v3. There was a clear opportunity for them to get a chance at that chicken dinner, right? That is what Nova do so well, is that they have that slim opportunity to go for a win and they're going to take every single time.
Yeah, and I think if maybe they would have had at least just one cover, I think it would have been telling a completely different story. I love the decision that you just mentioned. As soon as they saw Team Secret being able to cause some commotion, they decided to go for it. There was no ifs or buts. They just went for it, and that's something that a lot of teams, I hope they go back, watch the tape, and actually do. What's wrong?
Just, I mean, normally there's an and in there as well, if, ands, or buts. But if for buts, hey, if that's how you want to deal with it, I agree. No, the thing is, this is what I've always talked about, and not just in PUBG Mobile, but esports in general, is a team who makes a decision together, like on one call, is better than a team who might question the call. And even though it might be the wrong call, the entire team doing that together is more powerful as a group than split off doing a different call or something like that. And to see them make that decision, and also to kind of show their expertise of being in these situations time and time again, they realize, okay, we're at a man disadvantage. We have to make a play off of someone else. And I feel like that's why we saw Nova play so slow initially towards that final zone.
Yeah, it's just better to do the wrong call but together instead of doing the right call but just being split and doing your own thing on the side, right? And that's what Nova's been able to improve on drastically over time.
Thank you.
I know, right? Thank you. It's like the head of the spear and everything. I don't know.
But, to be fair, though, I mean, we look at a couple of Team Secret. It's great to see them come alive again, right? We were very critical about this team, and yeah, they get some good eliminations. They get relatively far in the match, but they need to do that every single match from now on.
Yeah, Team Secret actually, I went back on the map feed a little bit to see exactly what was going on their side. They played super slow, almost invisible for a big portion of that game, but they were playing down southwest of Everest, which is a very good compound you can actually hold on to, and they let all the teams pass right in front of them. And then the moment that they saw the circle was going to go well, I don't know why you're winking at me, Seven. I'm feeling really weird over here.
I can confirm, I can see Seven, and he's not winking at Max.
Oh, come on. Okay, of course, it's going to be 2v1, man. I'm getting engaged like that. But it's a really good idea because you just wait for all the teams to centralize, taking that fight, and you said it right, there's not much coverage in that type of position. You're coming from a strong spot, you're backstabbing those teams, you're going to get all the eliminations. Team Secret, this is not something that I usually see them do a lot, but it worked out this time around. Maybe I want to see a little bit more of that type of playstyle.
I will love to see a lot more from them. And as we're looking at the recap here from Nova, going back to Team Secret, I mean, yesterday they were able to put up good numbers. They had a third place finish with 9 elims, which is good. And right here, I mean, I'm seeing Nova, and this circle kind of worked out perfect for them, right? Max, they usually land on Gatka. And another thing that actually worked out perfect for them here is that we were seeing a lot of Navi versus Alpha 7 fights. That's something I'm going to be mentioning after this recap. But overall, for me, if they would have just had a little bit of cover, just a tiny bit of cover, I think Nova might have been able to edge other win.
I mean, and talking of cover,
even though the other team had a lot of angles, I feel like Nova is just that good right now.
The thing that I think could have actually helped them out a lot is if they had some utility, in particular smokes, and I think that they used a lot of that utility to get in that position in the first place. If they had 1 or 2 more smokes to take that fight versus Damwon, that could have been a completely different finish from what happened there. But Damwon, with the angle especially that was given to them by Sung, was just enough apparently. And Fabian also with a big portion of the reason why they did so well at the end. They're peeking over that little ridgeline position with that third-person perspective. Team Secret, Nova, there's no coverage, there's no escape, and Damwon just shooting fish in a barrel.
This is the second time now that we see a team being able to neutralize Paraboy, trying to get that off angle, and he always works wonders. And I'm pretty sure a lot of the teams are going to go back and look at this tape. And now if they go up against Nova, they're going to be looking for Paraboy to be holding that off angle. And then if they're able to neutralize Paraboy, it's going to be a big win for them.
I mean, isn't that what's making Orders play so far and him stepping up even more impactful is the fact that they're losing Paraboy in these off angles so often that someone in the team who's with the grouping needs to be that person that can pick up those eliminations.
Yeah, back in the Pmgc League for East, that would be the death of Nova a lot of the time, right? Losing Paraboy, they'll be like, oh, what's happening? We're getting closed upon, we're getting pinched by 2 teams at the same time, we can't make it out on time. Now we're seeing Order, and especially we saw a little bit of King there, who was actually doing really good timing on the utility play with Order. It was so good on the timing, they could have done a fireworks show because it was just looking so beautiful on their side. And yeah, I like to see the formation from this team. It's good execution.
Random as hell there.
Wait, when you talk about death of a team if they lose a player, I do want to talk about a team that does. It's happening a lot
Alpha
too, and we're
7.
actually yes.
Oh, I was just guessing.
No,
I was just guessing.
What a surprise!
It's 7 and talking about Alpha 7. It's just one of those things.
How about
guaranteed in life.
No, the reason why I want to talk about them is because we've been noticing Carrillo, a big caliber player, a player that was in contention after day 1 for the MVP. He is the main scout for that team, and I feel like that is something that worked in the West. But here, you're not going to be able to do that. With this stage, you're not going to be able to do that. Carrillo has been pretty much being eliminated way too early, and that just hands the Capman big time.
You know what I miss? Well, you know what? I'm not going to tell you right now. You have to stay after the break to find out exactly what I wanted to mention here, because we're going to head to that break while we only have 2 matches left to go today here at PMGC 2021. You're not going to want to miss it. Welcome back, everyone, to PMGC 2021. And I know you at home are like, what was Jason Kaplan going to be talking about here before the break? And I'm going to fill you in with what's going to be right now. Curio with Alpha 7. You know what I want to see, 7?
What?
I want to see the Curio who dominated with Loops Esports back in 2020 when we were looking at PMPLs. Loops beating teams out by over 100 points. Loops dominating other teams, taking on Cloud9, winning themselves like $50,000. I want to see that Curio of how aggressive, how strong, and how good of a player he was. I want to see that domination out of him once again.
I would love to see that too. I think he just had extra motivation in that team, but he'll be able to get it back on this one here. It's gonna be very interesting. I am gonna go back to that scouting. I think it's really hurting them. Them losing Curio literally within the first
5
2
minutes.
circles. Yeah, it's too much. And they were also getting gatekept by Navi, which was actually really
Predictable.
impressive because Navi has not been able to do that.
Make sure your points back.
We finish our sandwiches.
But the question, 7,
Go ahead.
is Curio the one deciding to do this for his team, or is his team deciding for, hey, we want you to scout? I feel like if you're going to bring in a player like him into a team, you're going to mold your team around him a bit.
Yep.
So I feel like, in my opinion, and I could be completely wrong, is that he's the one decided I want to be the one to go scout like that, which, as you're saying, is not the right decision at the moment. Not at this caliber of play.
I feel like it's a team thing because they've been working on this and they've been trying to perfect it on the West. But as we were mentioning, on the West and the East, there is a huge discrepancy in regards to skills and certain things that you can get away with the West and certain things that you can get away with the East. Right now, they're truly not being able to get away with that, and they need to be able to readjust to that. We haven't seen it at all, and I mean, I sound like a broken record here, but they cannot afford to lose a player of the likes of Curio, especially when you have Revo, which was an MVP at one point for, I believe it was Americas. He hasn't showed up. He's not here. The only person that I've seen showed up is Cinetexa, and he's usually not really big and known for fragging. He's a very veteran player. He's one of their IGLs, but right now, they need Korea to step up, and they need him to remove himself from that scouting position.
Yeah, I agree. And I think especially on that last game, it's so predictable because you know now that Na'Vi plays Southern George. It's not that big of an issue. Just go for the wraparound towards box or cube if you want to call it like that. Also, that works perfectly fine. To them to just enter that position towards crates. That is a valuable option, but they're just taking the risk of crossing the bridge. And Curio scouting on a bridge position, you can't escape from that. If you're being shot at, there's no escape. So it just makes it really rough for Curio. And losing him, what is that? Another game today? I think we lost him early on Miramar too. Like it's just happening too often, and you want to see Curio make it to the late game. So Alpha 7 actually has a chance to convert those games in a win.
It's hurting one of their major stats, and that is going to be Ilin points. Right now, they're currently sitting at 38 Ilin points, and that's just not the Alpha 7 I'm used to seeing. In comparison, we have Godlike. Godlike currently has 34 Ilin points. If Godlike, let's talk about Godlike a little bit more. If Godlike is able to improve on their placement points, on being able to improve their positioning, which we've been talking about since yesterday, that I could see Godlike possibly passing Alpha 7, which is absolutely crazy to think of.
Okay. Well, is Godlike then your team to watch here going into our penultimate match of the day?
It's not.
I knew it's not, yeah.
Well, who's it going to be then, 7?
I don't remember. That's a great
question.
question.
Well, you know
I know who Masters is next to you.
Okay, Max, what's 7's?
Finish my sentence.
I don't know. Blue Bees.
All right. Well, I'll start things off then. I went with actually Damwon. So you did choose Nextria. I went with Damwon because... Oh, you remember now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I was trying to stall for time for you. I'm choosing them because if we want to see Damwon repeat performance from the East League Finals, they have to maintain the level of play that they're showing. The thing is, they're doing a great job of continuing picking up eliminations, getting damage in, surviving, but they need to maybe just push it that little bit further, right? We saw Nova doing the same thing, being really quiet in the first day of play, and now they've woken up. We need to see Damwon wake up a little bit more, but credit to them. I didn't expect them to perform this well here in PMGC Grand Finals. Your pick is Alpha 7.
Alpha 7.
You
By
got
the way,
spoiled.
Damn one. Damn, son. Let's go.
All right.
Finally, I had to get it in.
Let's bring it over to our commentators once again, the godfather of Necro and Mustache Dave.
Here we go. The second last game of day 2, Dave. And I can already imagine the teams that are on the bottom 4, they're going to be having a lot of pressure onto themselves, especially Godlike. If they want to make a comeback happen, this is the game right here.
That is, man. And are they talking to you? Is Jason talking to you? I think he's talking to you, man. But I agree with you. Godlike looking for that come up, especially this game, as we got 2 more games to go here today. By the way, Necro, real quick, on those highlights on the desk, I know you talked about it last game. You saw the AWM clutch play from Forrest, but they had a highlight from Forrest's point of view. Dude hit the shot on a team secret enemy who was driving a buggy.
Yeah.
That was a play.
Just cracked out of his mind. I don't know what to say. This man is just absolutely insane. I don't know how he did that. It was just so quick as well, right? I mean, the shot was insane. The big green cannon, we do know what it's capable of. And when you get hit by it, it's just like that little fear, you know, all the time you have. You just never want to peek out.
And you know what? We talked about it last game too for Don Juan Gaming. After speaking to a couple of players, they said they want to play better, think faster. And now, after that play with Forrest and the AWM one-tap dirt nap out of a moving buggy, I think I get what they were saying now. I think I understand.
Definitely. That was kind of like a statement being made by Dominant Gaming. But yeah, talking about statements, as I mentioned, second last game of day two. Day two is the day of statements. And Godlike as well, this might just be the final game where they can try their best to make a comeback happen. Miramar game, this is where even the last time they got a little bit of a decent amount of points. And now maybe inside this Miramar game as well, if they get a chicken dinner with kind of a okay-ish amount of elim points, that's gonna be enough for at least Godlike to make it up till like top 9, I guess.
A chicken dinner in general for any team that is down there towards the bottom, I think is a huge come up, right? Because a chicken dinner alone gets you 15 points. And looks like Furious, okay, gonna be calling out a little roster swap. So Furious, they've been flexing their roster swaps here so far in this tournament. Team Secret have been flexing those roster swaps, and that's kind of cool. It's kind of cool that you got that 5th member on the bench constantly just staying warmed up, ready to go. And talk about staying warmed up, ready to go, the PMGC 2021 Prestige Scar L gun skin with the new laser effects. It's waiting for you in-game only in the PMGC Premium Crate. Go get it now.
Placement points that you were accruing and getting that consistency on board, which is why I say that about Godlike. It's that their mechanical skill and rotations look strong, but it's sometimes that inability to pull back and look at the bigger picture.
6-8 under fire from Nova, and the Infinity are right next to them on the hillsides as well. Newsy looking to put the nade on through. Daoshi out wide, spots Godtani up the top, but doesn't drop him just yet. Newsy under threat. And he is just going to get rolled straight on over. A little bit too bold there from Newsy. And the Infinity lose a player, 6-8. They want to take this fight with the Infinity. They want to keep going. Nades up the top of Godtani and Logan. Up to bat against Daoshi. The nade over the top looks good, but across the way, Mela has the back of his teammates. And the Infinity might just survive for a little bit longer. Daoshi down.
Fantastic bloody angle here from Mela. I don't know how he got over this side, but he is tearing 6-8 apart as we speak. Daoshi hits the deck. Oh, that's a beautiful nade to finish it off. You know, you can never really count the Infinity out, especially when they play these off angles so damn well. And now 6-8 just down to 33Z in the shack all alone, and there's bullets coming in his direction. He's gonna get pincered. I don't think he's long for this world.
The nades as well from Mela. Instrumental in that last engagement for the Infinity. 33Z's position is fully known now. Nades still sending on through. Maybe going to be able to post one of them. But the smoke is there and the spray is good. Godtani tickles him. 33Z pushes out the back. Knows he needs to take one fight or other. And Mela's going to be the choice that he makes. 33Z out in the open. And it's just going to get cut down. Mela, beautiful position, beautiful play. The Infinity very proud of that.
Yeah, that doesn't happen unless they have Mela involved in that fight. That should have been an easy team wipe for 6-8, but they didn't compensate for that player in the back. And who would, let's be realistic, who would compensate for a player over towards a shack on your backside, completely separate from the team? Down one, hit the Wizard Tower, but Nova is here to receive them. And Junie from Jimmy just gets shot out from underneath the truck.
Oh no, 3 players already down. Junie is going to bleed out there. Fabian, no way of getting that one back up. Down one gaming, 3 players alive. Is it the cost that they were willing to pay for this center circle position? I mean, if you've got one player in there and nobody else now as the remaining players get swept up into the point tallies of other teams. Fabian, last player, is it worth it? Losing those 3 players to get this position? I got to think it isn't.
Absolutely not. Nice Molotov comes through as well and burns at Fabian's feet. If he gets away from the burns on this one. But honestly, yeah, I wouldn't say it's worth it. It's worth it if you can get at least 3 players alive, because there's no hope in hell now that Fabian holds that alone. A7 coming against Nextruya, so it's the Battle of the West here. A7 trying to put themselves back on top, but Nextruya doing a good job of it. Frozen takes down 1. Again, A7's coming into this fight with 3 after their little skirmish with Team Secret earlier on.
With an early knock against Nextruya, that allowed Alpha 7 to even the numbers just that little bit. And now it's only Yekta left for Nextruya. Mafioso gets that res onto Senatexa. Rio. Very close by, and actually, they're taking shots over towards Furious Gaming as well on this northern side. And at the moment, Nextruya really struggling. Frozen crawling back to the bunker. I think Korea might just figure out what's going on here. Or maybe not, because he's more preoccupied with Dick Xavier.
Absolutely no idea what's going on at the moment from A7. They're completely clueless to this, but A7, I think they have the bead now, but they still just careen on past. Nextruya have stayed hidden in the bunkers.
Okay, and they managed to get the res in the meantime as well. Frozen's got the heal off, and now Alpha 7, sure, they've taken down 2 players from Nextruya, but when Frozen's involved, you never know what can happen. Nades over the top, and Carrillo is going to find out that they're still alive. He knows, but they know as well. And Carrillo looks for more, can't quite find the ship off there, but Frozen's up for 1, and it's just Mafioso left now for Alpha 7. A nade, a Molotov over the top, and Carrillo can't crawl backwards. Can he pay back Yekta for the res from earlier? Senatexa is bleeding out as well. Mafioso needs these reses.
It's a fantastic Molotov being sent through once again, which is going to stop anyone from getting close to res up Carrillo. So what Nextruya at the moment are trying to make happen is a 2v2 fight there. I love this from Frozen, constantly thinking ahead. Saw what though, down to just 1 in action. See as he can keep this dream alive for them, but Fenerbahce raining just destruction upon their heads.
Right on the top there with those nades. So difficult to move, and they will be going down. Out eliminated, 13th place. The circle shifts centrally. So everybody on those edges are going to have to move. Nextruya will have to move through this engagement that they've been in for a while now. Fenerbahce a little bit on the back foot here. Enigma Galaxy are in the way on the northern side, but Na'Vi vying for these hilltops.
I think with Na'Vi playing from North George, they've done a fantastic job to just slip in unnoticed, honestly, at this point in time. Meku with an unbelievable shot from along the way will take down that player from Furious Gaming. And I think this is what everyone wanted to see from Na'Vi, is a little bit more pacing towards the beginning of the game before they unleash the beast in the end game itself. And I love to see it for one personally, John. I don't know about you. Enigma Galaxy, though, they're on that northern side, still with 4 players alive, and I really respect this. I do think that Enigma Galaxy has this little hidden ability to find their way into circles, which probably no one else would find those gaps within.
Somehow, they're like the octopodes, as you'd like to say, the plural of, whatever the plural of octopuses is. But I have no idea. Oh dear, that's a cut down and a half. S2G, take care of Fenerbahce, send them packing.
Back their way, 4 rivals. It's that 20-minute mark, and now it's time for the Hail Mary, I would imagine. This is typically what happens for rivals, but maybe it'll change. Yetka goes down, Frozen finds the high ground, and once again, this man clutches it when no one else can.
Puts the enemies on ice and keeps his team alive. With 2 players as well, they can still keep on moving through this terrain. They do have DX Xavier to their south and Enigma Galaxy to their west, but Enigma Galaxy, they've been taking a fight, they've been taking punishment. Na'Vi a little bit further across the way, and there's shots ringing out across these hills.
So typical to 2020 Na'Vi of just sweeping from one side of the map, be it west or east. Really good stuff. The Infinity next on the list, though. Tixie's moving up, and I don't think he has any idea of where Logan or God Tunny currently are. Starts to look in their direction now, though, with a nade and smokes in hand.
Yeah, they're going to know now. The nades start to come through from the Infinity. And they are just going to back it off. Tixie doesn't want to take this trouble. But downhill, he's got a teammate, and now Meku's a little bit isolated into the fight. A nade over the top finds God Tunny, and Logan now last standing for, well, not last standing actually, sorry. Mella's off in the distance, as he was in their crucial engagement, but this time around not going to be quite as useful. Doesn't have those sight lines. Godtuddy goes down. Logan spotted out. Matic gets the first tag, but it's Tixi to do the job.
Picks it up there. Nova still on that south side, but there are shots raining through from S2G, who are just whistling them past Nova at the moment. I'm practically here the heat of the bullet pass by their ears. 4 Rivals went for that Hail Mary towards the center of the map. They're fairly open, to be quite honest with you. And with so many teams around you, it's a little bit of a dangerous spot, but they can hold on to it. It will be a wonderful play here made by them.
Xavier mounting up, moving central. They have 4 Rivals ahead of them in S2G. At the back, Rabbiz trying to suppress, but here comes the wave from S2G. Seven said he wanted to see more from this team. We'll see if they're going to start to stand up today, see if they develop, but the first goes the way of Duck for Xavier. And around the side, they're not finding anything in response. Rabbiz, sure, he's taken damage, but Lamborghini's pushing that nade to the back there, keeping them bunched up, knowing they don't have the off angles. Finally, a knock comes in response, but Lamborghini's gained ground in the meantime. Rip 7 falls, Silas Poor crawling forwards, maybe looking for Lamborghini, but Timber getting that res on the back line. Xavier keeping themselves cohesive as well.
Nice.
Frankie falls. Lamborghini now in the sights of Silas, but he falls to a drop shot. Duck knocked in the meantime, and it's 3 players down for Xavier. Timber last for S2G as he pushes through, and Lamborghini gets dunked on. S2G stay alive with 3.
That sports car comes to a halting stop there at the end of that fight between S2G as well as the boys from Xavier. Unfortunate stuff. Na'Vi, though, now trying to mount some kind of position, but they're playing uphill. Can they trudge their way up this muddy hillside to 4 Rivals position, who are playing King of the Hill at the moment?
4 Rivals, they've been that centerpiece of this circle for quite a while now. And RV have other ideas. Meku still on that off angle. Nova, a difficult push from the south.
It's come through. Finds a really nice one on the Rith there. I'll take them down to just 3. And already some more bullets been sent their way. Great angle here from Meku as the rest of the team storm the position. And 4 Rivals have nothing in return.
Tixi just moves forwards, a hot knife through the butter of this terrain. Pemburu in this smoke could prove to be tricky, but S2G, they're pressuring the other side, caught in a vice grip. 4 Rivals need to turn to diamonds now, as Jason would say, but S2G now up to fight with Na'Vi. 4 Rivals still have their player alive. Nigma Galaxy, a side quest right now for Na'Vi, but there is still a little bit of damage to be taken. Nova moving up to the back as well, as S2G have to turn their attention elsewhere as well. And Na'Vi, Nova, all pushing for the top, and Pemburu. Oh, the drop shot's just too good, just there in time, and does go down. 4 Rivals down in 4th. Na'Vi cut down as 1 player knocked on the sidelines. Nova struggling to move up here as S2G are going to get taken out as well. 2 teams remain.
As though Jimmy will bring King back up in action, and Nova has bided their time to pick up the high ground once again, whilst Na'Vi takes the fair brunt of a lot of the teams looking their way. And we felt like Na'Vi was the main character here, but it's Nova who's on the main story quest line at the moment, looking to take down Na'Vi here. King up on their feet, but it's 3 versus 4. Na'Vi's gonna have to pull something absolutely unbelievable out of the pocket here to make this happen.
The good news for Na'Vi is that they have the circle under their control, but with 4 players, those sightlines are so valuable for Nova. Saw Na'Vi start to step up at the end of yesterday. It seems like they've carried that momentum, and Order goes down first. Excellent spray coming through from Tixi to suppress one of the crucial members of Nova, and damage being sent uphill as well. No knocks being found either way just yet, but Paraboy is low, and with the blue at the back, needs to start moving. Cannot afford to take any more damage. Na'Vi keeping it together now. The pressure hopefully won't get to Paraboy falls as well, and King and Jimmy left to stand tall for Nova. The 2 players who have lost their main fraggers here, but they are great in their own right. Meku, Kitsune down the hill, looks for the shots, but Tixie's moved out wide, and King now up for the sidelines, finds Tixie. 1 versus 2, Kitsune and Meku for Na'Vi against King for Nova, and he's low already. They know his position. They know exactly what's going on here, and it's only a matter of time before Na'Vi take the chicken dinner.
Na'Vi looking like a well-trained robot in those last moments. They had designated positions they were pre-programmed to head over towards. The split there at the end was just mechanical. You love to see it, honestly, coming through from Na'Vi. And they played that game practically perfectly. Even down to 3, they knew what they had to do in that situation. The immediate split allows them to pick off Order, who was just splitting a little bit too late in that situation. The worst part about it, John, being that Order was playing backstop for Nova. Once he goes down, the rest of Nova is in disarray, with Paraboy trying to get into the circle outside the blue. And yeah, a lot of that game did rely on them actually having the circle in the first place, but they're able to play that 3 versus 4 against Nova, who has been on fire recently, is impressive.
Absolutely. I mean, that was phenomenal to be able to go through all of that and come out on top. The sweep from the West is good, and Na'Vi repping the West themselves.
Call him Eiffel65 because John is blue. East cannot live up to the hype as West comes out strong and Na'Vi take themselves a much-needed chicken dinner. But more importantly, they do it with 15 eliminations as well. We talked about Na'Vi yesterday. They were at the bottom, or towards the bottom of the table, I should say. And with that 1 chicken dinner they had, they only moved up to like 9th, 10th place.
Yeah.
But as we saw here, they were already up to 6, and with that victory, they should be shooting up the leaderboards, which is honestly what we want to see, 7. We always talk up Na'Vi so much, and they always let us down going into events, but this was a big, big win.
It is a big win, and I kind of have to be a bearer of bad news because we just haven't been able to see them following up a win. Maybe today that'll be the big difference, maybe with the way they're kind of currently playing. You were mentioning it too, the way they were able to rotate throughout the map, the way they were able to kind of scout with Kitsune was tremendous.
Yeah, I think that the point I brought up a lot about Na'Vi yesterday is they had their blinders on. They would just focus on one fight and not open their mind to other opportunities or other fights that could be happening on the side. Here, after that push away from Pachinki Hill, after having Kitsune scouting close to 4 Rivals position, they took an amazing push onto Infinity, then went for the engage onto 4 Rivals, and didn't even look to clear out that fight because they had their mind opened up for other opportunities and just held onto that position, denied all the teams trying to enter from the north or the eastern side, and took full control of the high ground, which at the end even gave them the advantage to take that fight versus Nova at the end. This is what we needed from Na'Vi.
You gotta say this. Shout out to our boys. S2G, 11 limbs, 10 ranking points there, 21. I mean, 7, you have to be happy to see S2G. I mean, that is the team you've talked about so much. And they finally show up here in day 2.
Considering yesterday they got 29 points and they're able to get 21 points here on this first game, this makes me happy. So yes, Jason, shout out to my boys from S2G because this is the kind of stuff that I've been expecting out of them. This is a team that was very dominant during the West to the point that they had 2 full super weekends to kind of just chill, lay back, relax, try different strats. Right now during the finals, they weren't really showing me what I wanted to see. S2G finally showing up.
Yeah, they did indeed. And also Matic here, 1,024 damage.
There it is.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't know.
I don't know. I think somewhere out there, Claris is happy. But the fact is, Na'Vi had only 3 players up against Nova, who had 4 in the very end of that fight. And they still come out on top. And speaking about coming out on top, they're in 3rd place.
What?
This team was bottom of the table towards yesterday. With 2 victories now, they've been able to shoot themselves up into a lot more money.
Yeah, 15 positions extra, 1 out of 3 games to go himself a chicken dinner in 8th place, and then another chicken dinner to kick off the day. What a good showcase from them. And you're looking at that one, sure, Nova able to push himself up in that 1st place thanks to that 2nd position in this game, but you still have 2 teams from the West here next round, Na'Vi in 2nd and 3rd. Like, West, a lot of people were saying, oh no, East is going to dominate and everything. Like, man, no, it's a lot closer than what people expected.
Yeah, there's some teams from West that are definitely stepping it up. Now, I want to go a little bit off topic here with Enigma Race Gaming, right? With this team, they just really haven't been able to perform. I would love to see them starting to spark it up again because if this is the case, you're going to see a lot of the other teams starting to pass them up. You saw DX. I mean, DX being able to maintain their playing style. They were able to perform as well in Miramar. We do have a Miramar coming up next. And then as we go down the list, another team that's kind of scaring me a little bit with the way they've been performing in the past couple matches is going to be STE, Max. In this past game, they were able to get 0 points. They got eliminated in 13th place. Hopefully this Miramar coming up, they'll be able to flip it around.
Yeah. Is that your vengeance for us talking about about S2G in such a way? Is that
Yeah.
okay? Trying to get back. I mean,
you guys were hyping them up so much for me that I was starting to get behind the hype. I almost started picking them, but
I agree. We need to see more from them.
You know what, Max? We got to talk about 4 rivals because we were watching the match together. No, don't be sad. You should be happy, right? Because we've seen improvements from yesterday to today, the way they were grouping and sending.
I saw improvements, yes, but I still need to see one improvement on one aspect of the game that I've not seen yet from 4 Rivals, is that they had such a good position the entirety of that late game. They were dead center on the high ground position. All the teams were fighting each other on the outskirts, so they were just vibing in the middle of the circle. And yet, they came out with, what was it, 2 eliminations, I believe?
Yeah.
They needed to be the team to be proactive, push teams away. That push from Na'Vi should not have happened in 1,000 years.
Well, we
in that
saw
game.
that with Stalwart Esports yesterday in match 1. Remember, I mentioned, all right, well, I mean, we went towards Military Island off the bat. They had zone right off the bat, but what did they do? They pick up 14 elims. They look for those because they realize we need every single point and capitalize off the position that we were given. And speaking of capitalizing off the positions, Frozen versus Alpha 7.
Oh, that was good.
I mean, Yekta was there too, but he was mostly down the entire time. He was there in spirit. But Frozen was able to pull off like a phenomenal 1v3.
Well, to be fair to Yekta, I mean, he was the last player standing for that team. Alpha 7, for some reason, they decided to start focusing on some of the other teams rotating. I think it was Furious Gaming. I think I saw Korea or Cinetex. I can't remember off the top of my head which player it was. He decided to start shooting at that player instead of focusing on what they had. They had a 3-1 advantage that they didn't take any advantage of. They let them recoup, and they let one of our current leading MVPs recoup, which is Frozen. And Frozen was able to take it single-handedly. Another thing from Alpha 7 that I feel like they need to definitely work on that I'm not seeing here is if they are going to be aggressive, they need to be able to finish up those battles quickly.
That's super important, actually, because I think one point that we need to mention in this game is that they were trying to do too much at the same time. They tried to leapfrog the position of Nextria to try and gatekeep them onto the next circle shift while taking another fight. You're just putting yourself in too much of a bad situation. And of course, if you're Frozen against you, like, you're just giving him a free piece right there.
Yeah, I mean, but the fact is, again, like, Frozen, this is his first like global competition to be able to play in that kind of pressure against Alpha 7, who's a very strong team. Never get me wrong when talking about them, but to be able to capitalize off that, I mean, we saw his nerves in the final interview of the day, right? He was still like jacked up, like excited, but be able to keep calm under pressure and in a 1v3 situation like that. I mean, it was important the way he played things out. He had a knock onto Creo, he had a knock onto another player for Alpha 7 towards the back. I want to say it was Revo, but I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. And he puts like a Molotov down to like separate to buy himself some time. He played that perfectly. A shame they didn't obviously get further into the match, but they're still fighting against Nova here for that first place.
Yeah, the composure he's able to maintain in this kind of situations. I mean, we have actually seen players being able to bring a lot of hype around them, and then they get to this stage and it just, in a way, dies off. Yeah. So far, it hasn't happened with Frozen. The one thing, though, we're still talking about, when we talk about Nextria, we're still talking a lot about Frozen. What's going to happen if for some reason he has 2 matches where he doesn't perform? How is the team going to be able to react to that? That's the question that I feel like we need to get answers on.
It could be a $900,000 plus difference, right? The difference between first and second place here. If he doesn't perform, or he gets knocked out like you're saying, who's going to step up else on that team? And speaking of stepping up, you know, Na'Vi, let's dive back into them, because this team, we talk about teams in general where you have like those standout players, which is the way PUBG Mobile kind of was back in 2019 and has transitioned away from. Na'Vi have every single player on the team who can step up. We normally talk about Tixi, because we saw there Matic coming out as the MVP.
Yeah, I think Tixi also was the...
Still, fantastic game for them. 9 limbs total. Kits
situation, top 2 teams alive, A7 versus DXavier.
This is A7's game. A7 got this, man. They got this. This team, 2nd place league stage, Pmgc West, 4th place finals, 1st place PMPL, 1st place PMPL Brazil. This is their time. This is their time to reclaim that spot. Jump up these leaderboards already with 9 elim points. Carrillo, Cinetexa, Mafioso, some of the best players from the West.
Oh, every single player in this team is just one of the best players out there. And now DXavier, they have to move out in the open because the circle shifts away from them and it favors A7. And I'm pretty sure DXavier are going to start to sweat. They will need to use each and every single piece of smoke to make that cover and then try and move inside the zone slowly and steadily. But still, DXavier will need to find at least 1 knockout on the A7 if they just want to buy enough time.
I think if the trio from A7 can apply that pressure and force DXavier to push out where Mafioso is, Mafioso can really play spoiler to that push if they don't kind of let them know where their current position is.
Oh, man. As I mentioned,
Mafioso's
it's
angle
3-1
is huge,
split.
Joe. That's my point.
Yeah,
It's a huge angle.
Mafioso's angle, and he should make sure that his position is not being compromised as well. Mafioso still, I'm pretty sure Mafioso's position is known or not. I don't exactly know, but yeah, Mafioso is trying his best to play it like things as safe as possible. But here comes the push, and as you mentioned, yeah, Mafioso trying his best to spoil this push.
Not only that, Mafioso can get so much intel from that little baby hill. Relay that back, and here comes the beginning of the engagement. Lamborghini down.
Oh, Lamborghini down, a huge force knockout to open a lot of things up. Another man taken down quite low as well. Duck barely survives on a sliver of health. And he's prone down. He's a little snake in the map of Miramar. Deserty snake. But yeah, E7. They're just playing this so safe, and they're playing this perfectly. They have this Rich to work with. They have the zone favoring them as well. The Xavier, they're hurt.
Exactly. A7 playing this one nice and slow. They have the zone to work with. They can taste the chicken dinner. It's within their grasp. They don't want to let this one, they don't want to throw it. Xavier, they have this bus to work with. That cover, looks like a Molly going to get tossed out. Revo, though, was knocked out.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Xavier, we're burning alive over here. We are burning to a crisp.
Oh, here we go. Man falls on top of the flames. Now it's all down to Frankie. He's taking a lot of bullets. It's just complete destruction being rained down on Frankie. So many bullets to handle. And now Duck trying his best to work as a meat shield for Frankie, but not enough. Frankie barely survives, though, still on a sliver of health. Has this little dip to work with. But again, his position's compromised. All these sides of A7 are locked on to Frankie. There's no way he's going to be able to make it out alive, but still he finds one.
Frankie is just putting in the work right now. Senatexa going for a reset, revive. Revo popping his boost. Frankie, it's up to you. Can Frankie clutch it out?
Oh, no. No. Out in the open, taking a lot of shots. And he up A7. They just clean it up and proving the Xavier unparalleled.
Hats off to Frankie, though. I'm not gonna lie. Frankie was putting in some work. Frankie was getting these knocks. Alpha 7, they had the numbers advantage towards the end, but they kept getting traded back and forth. But Alpha 7, let's go! PMGC West representing Brazil, getting their first winner chicken dinner here of the Grand Finals. 13 elim points. So not only did they get the 15 points for the chicken, but almost enough elim points to make it count as 2 chickens. So this one game in particular, it is going to just shoot them up the overall leaderboard. This is great for them. So ladies and gentlemen, that was Miramar. One more game to go. Don't go anywhere because we got the analysts hitting you with some knowledge.
Well, I will tell you this, we're not going to hit you with it because that can be illegal and we could be sued, but we're going to drop some knowledge bombs on you, which is also probably illegal if we drop bombs on you. But either way, Alpha 7, let's talk about them. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I don't have to know where I'm going with this because I have these two lovely gentlemen to my side with Maxwell and the Seven Rules Gaming, as we're going to be talking. You know what?
I'll take it. Okay.
Yeah, Max, let's just let Seven talk about this for the next 5 minutes. Go ahead, Seven.
Hold on, I'm waiting for the shot. Alpha 7, baby. Alpha 7. We've been talking about it. We were talking about Carrillo. He was scouting way too far away from his team, and I felt like they were a lot more compact, and this style works a lot more perfect for them.
It's getting choked up. I was getting really emotional.
I was just so
right
excited
now.
for them. I was just so excited.
Tears I see?
Although one thing I didn't like is I didn't like that ending. I feel like Mafioso should have been able to at least knock a lot more players. They put themselves in a situation where I'm not used to out of them. They're usually a little bit more dominant, and I didn't get a chance to see that out of them. Now, another thing, I feel like I'm flipping the script here because usually I talk about this with Navi, but I would like to see a little bit more consistency in regards to momentum carrying. Alpha 7 is usually really good. Yesterday, they weren't able to carry the momentum from their win. I think they got the win, and they ended up with the 10th place. So hopefully today it'll be a different story for Alpha 7.
Yeah. I'm super happy to see actually Xavier taking up that 2nd place in terms of overall points. He get himself a total of 18. That the strongest compound in that position, could have potentially got himself that chicken dinner. Frankie had a very nice attempt, but the only 2 teams that really could have been a threat to the position of Xavier, in my opinion, were Damwon and Nova. They were trying to come in from La Bandita, but because they were so intertwined on top of each other, that was not an opportunity. But as you go there, talking about Frankie being up there with the stats, 3 eliminations apiece for his team and 40% team contribution. Really impressive stuff from from him. A clutch, that would have been insane if he could get it, but not quite enough at the end.
He almost did, and with Frankie now, this is the second time we kind of see him clutching up in regards to getting some extra elims for his team, right?
Yeah.
Earlier, we saw him in a match. I think he ended up with 5 elims, and we've been talking about how much DX needs those elims. This is one of those teams that, in regards to comparison to some of the other teams that were closer to them,
they were lacking.
They were lacking big time.
Exactly. So they're able to jump up on that a little bit, and the overall rankings is going to be able to switch up. And Nova still remaining in that first place with 1 single chicken dinner, but they're starting to create a big point lead right now.
And with Alpha 7, I think this is a major story. Alpha 7, I think before that last game, they were in 10th place. For them to be able to jump up to 4th place is going to be huge, and it's going to be a bigger confidence boost for this team. This is a team that I know they can affect their mentality when it comes to not being able to do certain things. With this win, hopefully, this is the confidence boost that they need.
Thing is, there's still quite a gap though between them and first place. Nova with the 11 eliminations in that last match, I think it was.
7 eliminations, but 10th position, which is still insane.
Backwards.
10 eliminations.
10 eliminations, but 7th
numbers,
position.
you know. But can be extremely strong. We saw Jim do it there. We saw Order do it as well. This is such a dominating team, and they're only lengthening that lead even further against the second place.
Yeah, I think Jimmy is the one. I have to call him Jim. I wish I could call him Jim. But I think Jimmy is the one that I was missing out on seeing go for these aggressive plays. Right, with the M249, he had a really good attempt at some point in time. It got a little bit tricky towards the end, but now we're seeing everyone at some point in time perform in this tournament for the side of Nova. And we said it. I even talked to Octay earlier, and they said we want to keep the trophy home. Maybe it's nice and hot. It's cozy. Okay, let's leave it where it is. And they want to try and take the back-to-back trophy here.
With Nova, I have seen them be a little bit more aggressive. I mean, earlier in Sandhawk, we saw a completely different playing style from them. They were playing more of the edge circle. I think this is a Nova I'm actually enjoying. They're being a lot more aggressive. It doesn't matter which team it is. It doesn't matter what stage of the map we're on. They want to get those elims, and they want to get any points that they can.
I mean, it seems like that's the change from day 1 to day 2. They were really quiet in day 1, but day 2, they're being very loud. They're looking for fights. They're looking for those opportunities. And I mean, when you're picking up this many eliminations, when there's only 2 of you left alive, like this is the true dominance of what Nova has to show us.
Yeah, just shows the overall availabilities of their playstyle. They can go passive, they can play central, they can play edge, any type of playstyle. If they just train enough for it, they'll make it work at some point.
Let's go back to Alpha 7 though. Because
that's you.
I was waiting for
No, I'm gonna talk about them because I don't think you touched on it though. You might have, and I might have just had a brain fart and didn't listen. Carrillo wasn't really out scouting by himself this time. He didn't really go off by himself and then let the rest of his team come through. And we see Alpha 7 as a 4-man squad towards the end of the game, not losing your star players like Carrillo. They can be such a formidable force.
So that's the main thing that we saw on the last one. He was still scouting, but he wasn't scouting to the point where he was just way too far. If they get knocked, the team would just have to give him up. It wasn't at that point. They were playing a little bit more compact, which is great. It's a nice type of change. And I'm impressed that they were able to actually do that right now. They didn't wait until the last game, or they didn't wait until tomorrow. And the reason why I was happy to see them there in 4th place, even though there is a big difference in points, is because now from 10th place to 4th place, you're going to put yourself in a much better situation in regards to trying to hunt down that first place team.
Yeah, but I have an issue with Alpha 7, okay, that I'm going to be having to mention at some point, is that...
He knows where you're sleeping.
Okay,
right next door to you.
Actually, I love Alpha 7. They're the best team. But Alpha 7, sometimes there's very high highs and low lows. That's the issue. Like that last game on Erangel, the one before that, they went for some scouting in position that you know the team is going to be there, and they lose career for no reason. Here, the scouting was done perfectly. Chef's kiss, as Blank and John did earlier. And he's just scouting maybe 100, 150 meters away, which is like the perfect Goldilocks zone for a scout to be, where you can easily pick it up if you wanted. That's a very complicated term I use there. But this is the type of scouting that I want to see done from Alpha 7, because you want to keep this big fragging team together as much as possible. And this is the type of game they can do if they stick together and stay close quarter.
I 100% agree with you in regards to them just being way too inconsistent, way too up and down. And that's kind of what I was hinting at earlier, right? We saw the win yesterday. We saw what they were able to do. They weren't able to follow up the momentum that I'm used to seeing that they're able to do in the West. I'm hoping that this is a completely different story going into that last Erangel.
I feel like, though, in this last match, we had a lot of teams scrambling for positions. Thinking in particular, like Damwon, they were down to 2 players. They kind of sent it into a shack where I think his last member of Next Career sitting inside. We saw something similar happen with Stalwart Esports. They ran into Pmgc, if I'm not mistaken, they ended up dying to him. Like, there was a lot of, like, last second, oh, we need to just get into the zone. Let's just send it to a position and hope no one's there. And a lot of the teams that got into the zone early were able to capitalize off that.
That's the main issue, I would say, with these circles, right, 7, is do you have so little positions to play from? Only thing you have is those gitoons, you know, very famous gitoons to play from, where you got to try and take those positions. It's the French word for shack. You want on East, okay?
Sorry, can we bring you in here and move him to the front?
There's only one French word I don't know, and I'm not allowed to say it.
Merci.
I taught him. It took a little time, but yeah. But you got so many positions that are really hard to play, right? You want to try and play edge and just play on those positions if possible, and you just full send it. But yeah, do French lessons. Okay, I'll teach you more if you want.
Okay, I'm down.
Okay, well he can teach you Spanish lessons.
Ooh.
And then I'll just
his Spanish is actually pretty good.
I was
going to say though, on that push with
Yo tengo un gato en mis pantalones. That is my high school Spanish right there. And my German is pretty much exactly the same, but go ahead, Seven.
I was going to say with that one, I mean, I feel like what they had in mind with that push towards next Ruya, it was the right idea. It didn't work out. Cooter was actually able to clutch up big time for him. We always talk about Frozen. It wasn't Frozen. It was a different player, which is good. And they did end up getting third party by DX, which, I mean, overall, I'm a little bit happy with what I saw in regards to next Ruya. A different player besides Frozen being able to step up and at least try to get some extra Elam points or some extra placement points.
See, I'm gonna contradict you a bit in the terms of only minorly, right? He does get one knock in that fight when Demwa do roll up against him, but I believe it was someone else. I think it was Order actually come in to get the other knock to save him, and then Order immediately gets another knock onto Penbu, if I'm not mistaken, at 4 rivals. I feel like for next Ruya, the second Frozen goes down, I feel like okay, we gotta play for placements. And I'm not 100% confident on that, but that's just kind of the feeling I'm getting from the team. And that's a worrying sign if you want to be a world-class team, if you want to be a championship caliber team, if you want to be an Avenger threat level team, whichever way you want to call it, that you have to have people be able to be confident without a star player like that.
I don't know if I'm actually against that type of mentality, right? Because how a team goes, you're going to have your supports, you're going to have your IGLs, you're going to have your long-range players, you're going to have also your top fraggers. In the case of next Ruya, we know that happens to be Frozen. Losing him, I think that you need to adapt your playstyle because you know you don't have that fragging potential anymore. Going for a playstyle where you know you're maybe not going to aim for those chicken dinners with big elimination points, but you know you're going to still be able to make up for what might be a very bad start. I think that's actually a decent play to go for most of the time because you know that those 10, 15 elimination games without Frozen might get a little bit tricky to execute.
I just don't want them to rely on Frozen so much, and I think
that's not the way PUBG Mobile's played this day and age, right?
Yeah, that's the main thing. I mean, we talk about Nova so much. We say how much they were relying on Paraboy before. Guess what? They don't really have to rely on Paraboy anymore. And with Frozen and next Ruya right now, and I said it at the beginning of the day, right now I feel like they're just relying on Frozen way too much, and it's hurting them big time.
Can we say the same thing about Alpha 7 to some extent with Korea then?
Yes, 100%.
I mean, it is unfortunate for some teams, but the fact is, even if Frozen is the only standout player for the team, next Ruya are still sitting top 4 here. They're still sitting in so much money, and they are doing it in their first big global event as well. So it's even more impressive to see that. Again, gets me more excited going forward into the future. And speaking of the future, we have a recap coming up here for Alpha 7, obviously how they made their way around the map. And I definitely want to keep a close eye on Carrillo here, just to see his transitions and how he was scouting, in particular staying in that Goldilocks zone, as Max talked about.
Yeah, that's the main thing that we're going to be looking at here. Just obviously, they're going to do their split right off the bat, right? let me put on my glasses here real quick.
La cobreria. Yeah.
But then, as you can see there, Carrillo, early on, right? He's still doing that long scout, but then they were able to readjust their max towards the end. Now they're staying a lot more compact.
Yeah.
Usually, you don't really see this compact out of it Alpha 7.
You see like him go out as like a little tentacle just to gather information, and the rest of the team comes with like right after in the beginning. And I'm wondering if you're gonna see it more just stick together as a grouping.
Squid Game, yes, they're playing. They're playing it right now, but exactly. We're talking about how close they're playing. Red light, stop.
Green light.
They're holding it.
Oh, okay.
It's green light. Okay, they could on moon. No, not going to go. But yeah, exactly. And phase 1 is the moment where you can actually go for these elongated, scouts most of the time. So that's okay for Carrillo to do so. But when you get towards that late game, they know exactly how the terrain plays. And we talked about it with this type of finish. It's all you play in the strong compound, which D Xavier had the only strong compound remaining. Or you play edge, which is what was happening for, I believe, Furious Gaming. And that's also what was happening for the side of Alpha 7 when they decided to try and cross that road. Because your play for them in their mind is we want to eliminate as many players as possible that are going to be in the center circle before going and making that cross happen. Because if you do make those numbers go down, that cross is going to be so much easier, 7.
And right here, look at this rotation. They're all together. This is the Alpha 7 that I'm used to seeing. With not Carrillo being too far away, everybody just pushing together, everybody working together. I mean, for the longest time, we talk about S2E, how well they work together. Well, guess what? Right now, that kind of playing style has worked for Alpha 7. And here, you don't see them getting too separated. On the, I was going to contradict you a little bit there on the early stages. I feel like it has backfired to them. Sending out Carrillo early on, especially in the last Erangel, it backfired with Navi. So I'm hoping they will still be able to adjust that. And right here, I was really hoping Mafioso will be able to do a little bit more damage. I feel like it was too soon to give out his where he was. Yeah, they didn't actually fully set the trap. I felt like if he would have waited a little bit longer, if we would have been a little bit more patient, he might have been able to set that trap.
I do really like that Mafioso actually was playing with the M24 when Xavier was still in the compound, trying to find those peaks, potentially hit a headshot. The moment they get to the mid-range, he switches over to the M4. He wants to try and make those numbers go down, get some damage in onto Xavier, which worked out for some time, but unfortunately did lose his life towards the end, and it was Senatexa and Revo able to try and close that one off. And Senatexa proved time and time again he can close off these games on Miramar, and he made it happen here once again.
To give some more credit there to the players from DX, I love the Molotov usage that they
well
did,
played,
especially with Mafioso. It forced Mafioso to back down and try to get a different angle, which is going to leave him more exposed if he tried to get any illims on them.
You know what I'm a little bit sad though about, and I mentioned this before, about missing seeing Creo be as dominant as he was back in loops, but I'm also missing that, all right, we knocked one player, it's full send into him kind of style. Because that's what defined loops for me back then, and we see them get a knock, right? They have the advantage. They have a 4-on-3 or a 4-on-2 if I'm not mistaken, or maybe a 3-on-2, and they still restrain themselves. And obviously that might just be them growing and maturing as a team, but I still miss that style of, okay, we got one person down, let's just full send it, let's just wipe them out and overwhelm them, because that brute force that teams can show you really gets in your head and messes with you. But you guys, we are going to be heading to a break yet again. We do have our last match coming up in just a few moments time though, so don't go anywhere. We're going to find out who will come out on top at the end of day 2 shortly.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
We are back here. It is time to get underway with our final match of the day. Max, what map is it going to be on?
Erangel.
Which match number is it?
Total, so it's match number 12.
Wow, he is.
Oh. Max.
Whoa. Did you just black out there for a second?
I don't know, man. I don't know what's happening. I'm thinking back at the first episode of Rick and Morty when he becomes super smart for a few seconds, and then he just
So
Goes
you
wrong.
have a seed somewhere. 7. Yeah, that wasn't really a good reference there.
I was going to go with that fine of reference, but okay, fair enough.
That's 7, of course, on the very end here. And there's a team you want to touch on in particular while we get into, the final match, I should say, of the day. This is our second of 3 days in total here at the Grand Finals. Godlike.
Yes, Godlike. I literally called them out in the last segment saying that they've been getting a lot of Elim points. They've been slacking in regards to the placement points. And in this last one, it's like maybe they're watching us. Maybe, who knows? the info is being relayed. Because in this last match, they ended up in 6th place with only 1 Elim. So they are working towards those placement points. And this is what makes me, in a way, sad a little bit. Because I have that Jonathan picture ready to be posted on Instagram. And I can't right now because they haven't been able to get that chicken dinner. But
Maybe
the
that's
main
why
reason
they're not playing well. He's like, I don't want someone to post about me again.
The main reason I kind of want to talk about Godlike too is because a lot of these teams already had that chance, right? A lot of these teams during league play, during super weekends, they had a chance to be able to readjust to how some of the other teams were playing. Godlike is just now barely starting to do that.
I have to agree with Godlike. There's so many things to work on, actually, for them. But we see how they can actually win those fights so easily, right? I'm thinking back on that Miramar game where they were breached upon, I believe, by Next Rhea. They took that 4v4 so well, but it's just a setup. They are missing out on setting up those fights. If they can work on that in particular, they could go the entire way. They could be on that first page potentially at the start of tomorrow, but it's just taking too long. The eliminations are great, but those placement points are definitely necessary and a big portion of your overall points to try and aim for the top potentially.
At this point, I think it's too much if we ask them to try to be champions, right? I think a win, especially for India in general as a region, if this team somehow is able to finish within the top 10, I think that should be a win for them. That should be obviously their goal should be as a champion, but where they're currently sitting, with the improvements, with the disadvantages that they have had, a top 10 would be huge for this team.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, expect them to get top 3 or even first places. Even going into the event is a lot to ask. It's tough asking. It's unfair to ask of a team who hasn't really played in these global events in 2 years' time. And I think we're seeing, Godlike deal with the pressure. I think they're improving over the course of this event. The problem is this event is only 3 days long. It's a sprint. It's not a marathon. You're not playing out 3 to 4 weeks of league play into super weekends. It's all about playing well here. And, well, they still have at least 7 matches to go to improve on themselves. Another team who I think maybe needs to improve on themselves just a little bit more is my team to watch, Next Rhea. Yeah, they're doing well. Yeah, they're over there in the top 3. But for some reason, I want to see someone dethrone Nova. I at least want to see them be a little bit more contested. And I want to see them grow as a team in general, not just to rely on a player like Frozen to really step up.
Okay, I'm going to go with mine then. I want Nova to have an even bigger lead, and I'm going to go with Nova because I've been trying to pick all day teams that I want to see improve. Well, I'm going to go with a team that's been doing great and has a really good track record, so I'm going safe here.
You're going my prediction route when it came to the league stage.
Exactly. I'm going to go Nova until the end. No, maybe not, but okay.
I thought you said you weren't going to go that route. Okay. I'm actually going to go with the team I was talking about. I want to see Godlike. I want to see for them to continue to show us improvements, and hopefully by tomorrow they will put themselves in that position where they can actually at least try to strike that top 10.
Okay. Well, I'll give a special caveat to Alpha 7 actually. I want to see how they use Carrillo again here. I know it's not Miramar, it's Erangel, but I want to see if they continue to go that style that worked out for them.
That'll be good.
And can they carry that momentum, right? Are we finally going to see the Alpha 7 that I'm used to seeing over there in the West?
Well, the worst case could be they win the last match, and then they go out 16th place here in the next match. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump into our final match here now of our second day of play, and we're going to throw it on none other to our most handsome gentleman here, one wearing a suit and one having a fantastic mustache. It's Mustache Dave and Nectar.
Oh, man, here we go. The final game of day 2, Dave. And I am seriously worried for teams that are in the bottom. I mean, the desk was talking about Godlike. And even if they do get to top 10, that's going to be quite huge for them, as the disadvantages they had in the past as well. And they're trying their best to improve, but even the desk mentioned they just don't have enough days. You only have 3 days to play over here, so not really a lot of time to improvise. But going inside the final game, Dave, which is the team that are you going to be looking out for?
Hey, what up, GM. So last game of the evening, day number 2, grand finals. I am kind of with 7 from the desk right there, kind of in agreement, kind of on that same page, that same vibe. Alpha 7 Esports, it has to be the team. This is a team that I know for a fact just thrives on momentum. And last game, a ton of Elim points. a nice amount of points for that winner, steamy, delicious chicken dinner. I think coming into this last game of the evening, they are going to be feeling good and playing confident. And a confident Alpha 7 is a team that everybody, even if you are Nova Esports at the top with 145 points, it's a team that you need to watch out for.
Oh man, indeed. We have seen that. We've seen a little glimpse of that even in league days in the West. So yeah, confident Alpha 7 is something to definitely worry about. But team that I am going to be going with, Dave, and this is going to be quite interesting, okay? I'm going to be going with Team Secret. I don't know why. I just have a little feeling, man. I just have a little itch in my mind. I just feel it that maybe Team Secret are actually going to win this game. Hopefully they don't get wiped off the bat, though.
Dude, you said Team Secret.
Oh.
S2G, S2G.
Please.
They're about to take out one of your squad mates out here, man. We haven't really had a caster curse here so far. Not that I believe. So
okay,
Necro, I just gotta say, this might be the first caster curse of the tournament, and it goes to you.
Hey, might be, okay? There's still a might there, okay?
Definitely
it's not confirmed yet. But I'm gonna hold on to my words. I'm gonna hold on to my words because Godlike, it seems like they've entered in the wrong vicinity, but no. Instead, they take the control of that area and easily taking out a player for Rivals. And here we go. The charge comes through, and they're looking to take out the player of Team Secret. He has a shotgun in the close range. It can be quite deadly if used well.
Ooh, and a molly. Hey, we're running through the molly. Head up, 2 shotguns.
Oh man, here we go though. Team Secret.
No bullets.
Oh, the man. No, what's going on? It's kind of an awkward fight, not gonna lie. SKS in the close range, ran out of bullets. Does have the Vector though, trying his best to fight back, but guess what? This time he fights him. Team Secret trying their best to fight back in this situation, even though it's a 1-on-4. Did find one, tried his best to confirm the kill, but he's just jumping from buildings to buildings, but this time he's gonna be caught.
Oh, hey, we got the support, though, from the back lines, not only with double shotguns, but also with the Scar L. Let's see what we can do here, trying to get these shots through the window, swapping on over to that UMP. Silas, I believe, with the Bison, so let's see who will come out on top. Fredo trying to secure their teammate Mad Toy from getting flushed.
Oh man, Fredo trying his best, as you mentioned, tried his best, but the movement for Fredo is a little too good. Back and forth. The jiggle movement comes in through, and Fredo able to take out the man. He's able to connect those crucial shots on the head. And guess what? Team Secret, they successfully wipe him out. And that's a flawless squad wipe. And this time it seems like Nigma Galaxy as well. They're ripping Noah apart.
Wow.
Actually, just got 1 kill.
Cast the curse, not confirmed. If anything, the opposite right there. So Necro is the dude. If you want your team to win next game, hey, slide into them DMs and talking about them DMs to the GMs. Pmgc Scar L skin only in the Pmgc premium crate. Go get it now. Get them laser pew pew effects right there. So going back to that fight real quick in Severny, Matoy, I think this was what happened. Matoy held down the enemies, gave them all the jukes, all the jives, used a lot of their time, right? They were all tunnel vision on, let's take out Matoy. Let's take out this one player with the double shotguns. Let's get him. And they lost track of the fact that the dude's got teammates. So that whole time that Matoy was juking them, was jumping through all the buildings, jumping all through the windows, Team Secret, the other 3 teammates, they were approaching from the outskirts of Severny, trying to react as quick as possible to provide that support to Matoy. So Matoy did a great job at really being that that distraction for S2G and holding their attention for just the perfect amount of time for his teammates to come and support him.
Exactly. He played that beautifully, kept all those 4 players engaged, fighting him. And again, a little bit of rookie mistake from the side of S2G, got completely tunnel vision on Matoy, and they should not have done that. Instead, they should have had at least 1 player checking the backs, looking at the backs, but no, instead all 4 players were on the aggressive page against that man, and Team Secret got an easy opening for them. And with that squad wipe, they're also going to be getting a lot of confidence boost.
Yeah, S2G, none of them were looking around. They were so thirsty for Matoy, man. They're so thirsty. And, hey, you can't be that thirsty, you know. Wow, that's good job. I mean, good job. You picked them. So let's see what they can do here. They are going to be able to loot up Saverni for some time, not too far from the next circle. That was still a pretty exciting fight. And hopefully that will kind of put that spark underneath Team Secret, you know, to kind of pick up the pace here a little bit, because we do see them 12th place so far on the overall leaderboard. So maybe that one fight, I know I was talking about Alpha 7 and their confidence from last game. Maybe that was the fight that Team Secret needed to gain their confidence here.
Oh, man. After that, I'm hoping that Team Secret is on fire, without a doubt. Continuing the momentum inside the game. But yeah, as you mentioned, Alpha 7 as well is going to be one of those teams to watch out from. And personally, Na'Vi. Now, another one of those teams that is on top of the leaderboards in the second place, and they need to make sure that they're ending the day on a good note, including Nova. I'm not so worried about Nova. They're already on like 145 points. The team I'm really worried about is going to be Na'Vi and Nextria. They both are tied up. So either one of those teams, they will have to have a huge game to secure that second place.
And just real quick, looking at the leaderboard, just blink at me. Yeah, I agree with you. Nova Esports at the top. They're 32 points ahead of second and third place. So 32 points is pretty much 2 chicken dinners, almost, right? So no, a little more than it, actually. Quick math. Still, Na'Vi, Nextria, second, third. A second place at the end of tomorrow, $600,000. A third place, $300,000. First place, $1.5 million, of course. Well, there's just a ton of money going around it. Oh, talking about this game in particular, Godlike, they have been getting into these skirmishes really early on, and they're looking to get some kills here, Necro.
Makes sense. It seems like Godlike has finally woken up, and they're realized that it's pretty much a do-or-die moment, and they're going for the push. They find one knockout, and here comes the full send it moment. Jonathan as well right in the front, but no, unfortunately, Z got a little bit too aggressive, gets caught with that nade. A beautiful place nade from their side. Jonathan needs to be a little safe with the position that he's found himself. Not really one of the best positions out there, but Appy, a misplaced Molotov, and Jonathan with that jump shot.
And then Neo trying to get the wraparound on the off angle from behind. I don't think Four Rivals, I don't think they're going to see this one coming. And here comes Neo with the pull up from behind. Godlike just getting that pinch. Godlike coming out on top of here. Finally showing up. They got the initial knock, and instead of playing passive, instead of playing scared, no, they full sent it. And this is the Godlike that I can recall from BGIS. They're here. Is this their moment to shine?
It is. It is. Just play free. Just have no pressure on your pack. And this is Godlike. At this point, Godlike has the mentality of like, all right, no matter what, we either go it, we either, you know, try to at least get a lot of kills, a lot of points, or we either just go out heads without getting anything in our hands. So Godlike, I do like the shift in the mentality they're showing over here. Overall, able to get one successful squad wipe, and this should boost up their confidence by quite a lot.
I know people are like, yo, Godlike, yeah, 4 points. Those 4 points, they count a lot because they are at the bottom, and a lot of people have been talking about Godlike and their confidence, right? Their momentum. They haven't been getting involved like a lot of people expect them to be. So I think with that push, like you said, that shift in that mentality of playing passive, hey, we got a knock, well, let's just ride it out. Now, they're getting a knock, and they're still just full sending it, trying to close the gap, trying to get those elim points. If they can continue to do that throughout the rest of the tournament, they could be climbing up these leaderboards. So that's a good start. And I want to see that same type of mentality, that same type of gameplay from Furious and Fenerbahce. That's who I want to see it from now.
Godlike, send it on DXavier, question mark? I'm pretty sure they're not going to do it, unless if they find a knockout. If they find a knock, yeah, sure.
Have to.
If they find an initial knock, they will do it. If they don't, then they're just going to try and play things a little safe and a little cautiously. But yeah, 6-2-8, realizing a team in the front. It's going to be Stalwart Esports. They've already found the opening on a Scry. Scry a little bit separated out from the rest of the pack. Kill should be confirmed. And Stalwart Esports, miscommunication or what?
You know what I want to see there? I want to see the pan or the punch out. We haven't really seen that here so far. The pan or the punch out. That's when you know things are getting spicy. And I know for a fact that tomorrow, usually on the last day, that these players, they get extra spicy, extra crispy. And you start to see those pans and those punch outs. So looking forward to that. But yeah, S2G, 4 rivals, 2 teams are already taking out this game. Pika though, Pika's just been on the bolty all day long. Every time we saw him, they got it in their hands. So you like to see them. You like to see them hitting shots. And one quick note on Godlike, they did lose a squad mate though, so they are down just 3.
Yeah,
that's gonna set them back a little bit.
They lost Z-God in that previous fight, but yeah, Clutch God able to clutch out the final moment. That meant quite a lot for Godlike. And overall, yeah, Pika on that bolt action, making a lot of work happen. Yeah, he's been doing that all day, and he's able to crack some skulls open as well. I do want to see those replays, without a doubt. But yeah, now we have Infinity kind of next to the bridge lines. They do realize another team in the front. It's going to be 6-8. And actually got Sunny all by himself over here.
They might get sandwiched. Nigma Galaxy, I see out there coming in through farm, to the south of farm, out there to the west. So Infinity, they might get sandwiched, so hopefully they are keeping tabs on everybody around them. Oh, yeah, here comes Nigma Galaxy actually pulling up.
Look at Mela, though. It's just, Mela is like, all right, see ya. And he just whips out of that compound. He's like, all right, you guys can have the control of this compound. I do not mind giving you guys the control. But still, the spray from Freak, though, is scaring them quite a bit. I do want to see where the next circle shift's going to be, because it's going to be deciding quite a lot of teams' fate. Because you can see on the north side near prison, so many teams stacked up next to each other. Circle shifts right in the center next to you found themselves in luck.
I've never seen anybody pop in a dossier quicker and just haul on out of there in my life. So Nigma Galaxy, so they have a couple options to work with. Looks like they're going to be pulling back, playing that west edge here. Very smart play. Oh, but over here next, Rhea. Okay, let's see though. Can they successfully defend this push?
Oh, can they? That's the question as well. That's what I'm wondering. Kador, though, takes 2 and instead gets traded out instantly. Sung, the only man left alive in the front, actually scratched out. He's the only man left alive for the team. Has a lot of burden on his shoulder, and he needs to carry his team, at least get a decent amount of placement points in that one. Vector in the close range is definitely going to be shred, and they need to play this one out a little safe, but instead, the push from Nextria is just a little too difficult to handle, and he falls down.
Yeah, numbers advantage at the end of the day after that push. Looks like Nextria, they are going to be dead center with that compound now. Down the hill, right above them is going to be Nova Esports, #1 team in the lobby as of right now. A lot of teams looking for a compound in the center. Stalwart Esports, D Xavier, even Godlike up there towards the north. But then on the opposite end, you got some squads playing the edge. Alpha 7, they were in Milta Power. They were forced to push out with this new circle shift. And now it looks like they might be clashing with Furious. Just maybe down there in the south.
It might be. A7, yeah, A7 as well, gotta say. The amount of distance they've traveled, dropped in Northern Georgia pool, rotated all the way from north, and now all the way from right side, and they're over here down south next to Furious Gaming. That's quite a lot of distance, Dave.
Yeah, no luck, right? No luck with these circle shifts after that wide rotate, that play, that call. And on the opposite end of this circle, Na'Vi, all the way up there towards the north, trying to flex out and really catch their zone dominance up here and scout it out, get the intel. Navi's been playing this one nice and slow.
I'm also witnessing a little bit of split coming in from the side of Goddale. Now, you have Clutch God all by himself, and the rest of your teammates are a little bit separated out. A 2-1 split, but the problem is Na'Vi is really close to Clutch God. Now, Godlike, they should try and retreat back to Clutch God. If they're not going to do so, then Clutch God's going to be having a lot of pressure.
Yeah, if Tixie recognizes that Clutch God might be alone, all it takes is Matic and Tixie to kind of push up a little bit and take them out. But we'll see. Next circle is going to pop here. So I believe Clutch God just kind of holding that spot down just in case the next circle does pop on them. Their teammates have somewhere that they know for a fact is safe. Strategy that we've seen played here a lot from a lot of these top teams, especially early game. But next zone goes up. So Alpha 7, they didn't catch any luck last zone, but now in a prime position to gatekeep Furious Gaming.
Oh, in a prime positioning for sure. But again, as you mentioned, only the gatekeep Furious Gaming. They don't have the prime positioning inside the game. Now, Alpha 7, again, from what I've seen in the West League, Alpha Center is one of those teams, even if the zone doesn't really favor them, they just start cleaning up teams left and right. So they can try doing so right now over here as well, considering that they already got the chicken dinner in the previous game, and their morals are going to be all-time high. 6-8 in the front. I'm going to hold on to my words for now. 6-8 against Stalwart Esports. Quite close to each other. Action spotting out of man, and that's quite a questionable rotation out in the open like that, crossing the road. Oh, I don't know what he was thinking.
Another
and Yuyak follows it. What?
Oh, yeah. Another hard rip. Uh-oh. Action. Action knows there's a player in here. Action's going to be cooking his grenade. Can we toss it into the window?
Close.
Almost. But now, Action, I'm assuming, is going to get the intel from top that there's going to be a team pulling up from behind him. But Action, we're talking about tunnel vision. Action wants to get this kill.
Oh, he wants it. He's just lobbing in nades. He's being the grenadier right now. Action looking to lob another nade in. He did realize the man from 628 has already moved out, but it's done. 2 out. And guess what? 628, they're just exposing their backs. They're just gifting these kills away to Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, Action and Top, in my opinion, two of the best players when it comes to teamwork and working in tandem, working as a unit. So really curious to see how Action is going to pull back now, because the Infinity kind of rolling right past them. We'll see if they don't get caught out here on their lonesome, because we have a ton of teams right now just in the heart of Milta on the edge of the South Circle. I mean, look at this. This is beautiful to me, but I can only imagine the stress levels right now if you are a player in that city.
Oh, man. The stress levels are going to be all-time high, especially the Circle now moving out kind of like away from Milta. How do you exit the city? This is the question that's going to be worrying all the teams that are inside Milta, including 628, Infinity, and then you have DX Xavier right next to them, and Stalwart Esports, Fenerbahce. These are the teams inside Milta City. Enigma Galaxy, they're right on the edge. They can always make a safe rotation outside, but the problem is they will have to surpass Nextria, which are pretty close to them, even in the overall rankings.
Yeah, look at this. Nextria, they got 2 buggies parked in that garage to keep those tires safe. So Nextria, they're not only looking to defend their compound for this circle, but they're also being proactive, looking ahead to the next circles, and they want to keep these vehicles healthy and ready in that tool bag, another tool to use in the playbook just in case the circle does hard shift, or they want to use those vehicles as hard cover to build their own cover moving forward. So Nextria, real heads-up player right there from them.
Well, look at this, though. Na'Vi and Team Secret next to each other now. Hopefully, Team Secret are well aware of Na'Vi's position. If they're oblivious about Na'Vi's position, that's going to be a little problem. But the Circle moves on left side, and this is where Nova and Nextria gets favored. And this is huge. Even Enigma Galaxy are barely making it inside the zone on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, Nova have been big chilling. They've been big chilling up in that spot for some time now. I don't think they necessarily need to move or will move. They might have some angles, though, on Godlike and Team Secret. You have to assume Na'Vi, they're going to look to make a play here. So Nova might be able to catch a whiff of that and possibly get some shots at third party.
Here we go. The clutch card finds one from Na'Vi. Takes it taken care of, but instantly gets ran over by Meku. Oh, rubbing salt on the injuries. And Na'Vi, oh no. Meku, though,
still got Matic
real
with the DP,
uncomfortable. Yeah, but he's in such an uncomfortable spot. Matic trying his best to support his teammate, and he is able to do so. Finds a knockout. That's going to be buying so much time for Meku to comfort himself.
And then Nitsume. So you got 2 DP just looking right into your guard tower. Jonathan, good luck defending this.
Oh, no, but Jonathan is one of the best players out of India. Pretty sure he does need all the good lucks right now, at least. Matic taken down quite low with that nade. And for now, Matic, it seems like this time he's going to get third-partied by Nova.
Yep.
Guess what? Nova joining the fray as well. Maybe Jonathan getting a little help from Nova.
As expected. Look at that. Nova from behind, third party in this fight, making this push from Na'Vi even more challenging. So if Jonathan can clutch it out, Jonathan... Let's see.
Oh, man. 6-8. Pretty close. DX Xavier right underneath Infinity. Infinity as well, quite hurt. DX Xavier have only Frankie left alive. One man being knocked out is pretty much a gone case at this point, and yes, he is. DX Xavier having only Frankie left to work with now. And Team Secret as well, I've saw in the kill feed. One player from Team Secret got taken out, and A7 are quite close to the other player of Team Secret. They're trying to close the distance, and they're also grabbing a care package. That's huge.
Wow. Yeah, Revo going to be able to get whatever weapon is in there in that level 3 gear. Looks like they're going to be pushing uphill towards the north. Team Secret, they've been up playing this zone for some time. Matoy, though, spotted him out with the M4, getting connected on, traded on in return. Revo looking for the confirm here, and A7, we talked about the confidence and the momentum from last game's chicken dinner. This is the A7 that I'm used to seeing as Carrillo is making the pull-up over here.
Oh, here we go. Team Secret is getting jumped on by A7, but instead it's Noah as well joining the fray. Noah from the back trying their best to help out Team Secret, but it's not going to be enough. A7 able to successfully wipe the existence of Team Secret, but Noah's third party able to take care of A7.
Wow, what a spot up there for Nova Esports. Their ability to control the north from their position and third party everything. 8 limb points this game. Shout out to Alpha 7 though. That was a pretty aggressive pull up there with the time clock ticking down. Navi, we recall, not was able to get taken out from a grenade. So Navi trying to group up, collect their thoughts before making a push. Another team making a push out of their compound because it's no longer favored in the zone. Over.
Oh man, making it inside the next circle is going to be such a difficult task for all these teams. Circles out in the open. We do see a couple of teams inside, including the Xavier and Infinity, barely on the edge of the zone. But again, yeah, for Nova, nobody's in the middle. Yeah,
everyone's on edge.
Even if you go in the middle, you're probably going to be the center of attraction. So you never should go inside middle in these kind of zones.
Pmgc, they've been chilling on the opposite side of that hill. Down, using that hill cover to press over and take as many shots as possible. They're doing a great job. Ward right there with the huge grenade and absolutely around that south end. But over here, next Rhea laying down the shots onto Navi, trying to make their way on in. They got a little smoke wall over here. It's going to keep them alive for the time being, but it's going to come down to hitting your shots. And Manic is letting it rip.
Oh man, Navi, they just don't have any of their choice right to move out in the open. They're trying their best to stay alive. They're trying their best to inflict as much damage as possible on the next Rhea. But it seems pretty impossible, at least for now. Frozen caught quite a lot of bullets. Kitsune taken down quite low, barely alive on a sliver of health. And here comes the run for the life. Matic trying his best to stay alive. He's making the run for the life. He's in the front. He finds one, but is he going to be able to find the second one? But no, instead next Rhea, they're replying back in style. They're giving fire to fire.
And what was so impressive there from Navi is they were using that little slight tree as a cover sightline from those windows when they made that push. But Pmgc breaching the compound over here of Infinity and taking them down, claiming a spot over there in the south to their own. Popping on over to Order though. 8 limb points once again on Order, looking to get that clutch.
Oh man, as you mentioned, there we go. There we go. Nova just able to breach inside the circle. No matter which team you are, if you're going to try to gatekeep Nova, this is what's going to happen to you. But now, on the other hand, next Rhea, a little separation coming out from their side, and that's why the separated man got taken out. And if you talk about Enigma Galaxy, they're looking so good. But the circle shifts out in the open in Nomad's land. Each and every single team will need to make out in the open. And how are they going to be doing so? Because they've already burned through a lot of utilities, to be honest.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy 2, the only squad with 4 up here. So looks like they're going to continue to sweep the south here. Looks like they're going to be pushing through 6-2-8, trying to take them out before moving forward. And that's exactly what they need to do down here in the south. Man, 8 limb points for Enigma Galaxy. They are playing this one smooth, calculated, working together as a unit. They got that knock, and now they're all pushing across that field, but with a smoke, like they are on point here with their utility.
Oh, the Galaxy, yeah. They're taking that calculated risk every single time. Lord confirming the kill with the nade, and now here comes the push in from Noah. Slowly and steadily. Want to make his mark inside the zone, but it's going to be quite tough. Take a look at that. So many bullets. So many bullets being rained down on that little dossier.
Yeah, Order very fortunate that Enigma Galaxy currently focusing on flushing out this compound down here towards the south. Order, you said pushing from Nova. That's a push from Order right now. 9 limb points. They got that little buggy. Oh, he's popping in the dossier once again to continue pushing into zone. Order is unstoppable, but Nikita right above him trying to apply that pressure.
Oh, Yeet as well. There's someone on the left, and he's also taking a lot of damage from the wall of death. Yeet that wants to make it inside, but Order, there we go, spots out a little glimpse, and that's gonna be enough. Order takes care of the man in the back, and now it's Order versus Enigma Galaxy.
Does Order clutch this out and win, though? I mean, I gotta cheer for Order. Enigma Galaxy, they do have their whole squad up, though. So you have to assume they're gonna come out on top. But you got Order, 90 limb points. He's gonna be pushing into the zone, blowing up that Dacia. Now has the hard cover.
Oh, Order is the one-man army. Enigma Galaxy as well. They want that blood. They smell it, and they want it. They're pretty hungry for it, for sure. 628 being taken care of now. Enigma Galaxy do realize the solo man survivor finds one, but no, the trade is there instantly. Enigma Galaxy win the final game of day 2.
Let's go! Hey, they're surprised. They're like, hey, high fives all around. They did such a good job at keeping the entirety of the squad alive. Towards that mid-game, they didn't choose to go into Milta, but instead play the outskirts of Milta and make sure that their backs were clear, that they weren't going to be backstabbed. And they played it nice and slow. They swept around the south and then piled up north towards that late game. But I was cheering for Order. Not gonna lie, I was cheering for Order because I think Order had like 9 or 10 E-limbs that game alone. Like, yesterday was the day for Paraboy. We saw him in the race for that MVP. Today is the day of Order. That's a fact right here. So what a day here. It's only day 2. We still got 6 more games tomorrow. But until we get to that, let's pass it all over to the analysts, man. Come on, analysts. What you got? What you got?
What is there to say about Nova, and in particular Order, that hasn't been said yet? Paraboy went out so early in that match, and yet Order's like, all right, hold my 1+. I'm going to sit there and take down the rest of the lobby here. 9 eliminations himself, putting not only his team back on the map here yet again, or maintain themselves on the map, but putting him on the map, right? He was our 3rd place MVP at the end of day 1. He has to be our 1st place MVP at the end of the day 2.
100%. I don't even have an ounce of doubt in my mind. And what did they have? I think 8 eliminations around, like, what, phase 5? Like, super early in the game, too, because they were third-partying all of those fights happening on the northern side. They just get involved. They're good at the early game. They're good at the mid game. They're good at the late game. They're good at every aspect of the game. Anything you throw the way of Nova, they will play around it and execute around it properly. A 1v4 fight is a little bit too tricky towards the end, but it's still another 2nd place. They got 3 2nd places today, a chicken dinner, and a 10th place with, what was it? Oh, no, a 7th place was 10 eliminations. They had 5 good games out of 6. Like, that is just how good Nova's been today.
The surprising thing, it goes to what you were saying, Jason. Paraboy keeps it. This is now the 2nd time that I see Paraboy getting knocked this early on, getting eliminated. But Order, this is the 2nd time again that we see him get over 8 elims. That is just impressive alone. And as we see right here, Enigma Galaxy being able to secure those 11 elims, 26 points total. And then you have Nova. We were talking about it. The elims they've been able to get is with that aggressive style that we've been seeing out of them. Their aggressiveness has just improved to a completely different level, even though Paraboy wasn't in that late finish.
Yeah, and that circle actually was not too easy to play for them at the end, but you have to just talk about this once again.
So he was the pinnacle. So he made, remember, was it 3 different positions, the new max? He made eliminations, team contribution, and damage. And here he makes it
Survival
the
time.
elims the new one.
Yeah.
Survival time's not there just yet.
Isn't it?
Contribution is almost there at the very end, and so is damage. He had 1,200 damage in the game earlier on. This man is single-handedly changing the face of what an MVP in a match is.
Can we say
yes?
New superstar?
Oh.
Oh.
Yes. No. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's make it. I say yes.
I say yes, too.
He's been the MVP of the whole event so far, for me, to be honest.
Yep. I'd say new superstar, for sure. I mean, this is a player that a lot more people are going to be keeping an eye on him. And then, I mean, we have Nusi from Infinity. Finally, I know you guys have been wanting to talk about him for a minute. Over 1,000 damage? What is that, Max?
That's a friend. I just
well,
did that.
The weird thing is, right, is that ever since Max has started to wear glasses on broadcast, Order's been pumping numbers. Coincidence?
I think not.
1,100 damage. He's put up over 2,300 damage in 2 matches out of 6 today.
I just saw it last second. I gotta give him a shout out. Dokun Machine. Fenerbahce. Finally, we got something out of that team, and it is a player that especially on the West, we were talking for a long time. And then we have Klachka here with at least 3 illins.
We were actually talking about that on the Green Room, right, 7. We
had
a really, really good fight early on versus, I believe it was 4 rivals, right?
Yes.
They went for a 2-2 split, and we were so happy, Jason, we're in the Green Room. We were like, they're actually going for a split. They're scouting a position before going for a breach. I want to see more of that tomorrow. I don't want that to be just a one-time thing. Do it in the 6 games tomorrow. I would be so happy.
And the best part is that the 2-2 split, they decided to readjust. They were
Oh
both
my
coming north, right? One of the other players decided to move down south. So it was a great. We'll talk about it a little bit more. But yeah, I know what you guys are looking
45
at.
points in the lead. They can have 2 0-point games and basically still be ahead of Nextria.
That was really quick math, Jason.
Yeah, numbers.
I was waiting for him to do it.
But then again, look at the race everywhere else, right? Second place, 1 point difference between second and third, a 4-point difference between third and fourth, a 13-point difference between fourth and fifth. We're still seeing the potential for so many changes to happen here, but that first place position, I feel like Nova this time, they're really making a statement. We haven't seen, I think, someone be this dominating since, I think even before, even Bigatron in my head doesn't necessarily count when it comes to domination like this.
The only one that I can think of was Malaysia, but we didn't really have Nova playing in that one, so I
didn't have a chance.
Yeah, so I feel like it's maybe a little something to it.
I do want to mention something that's very jarring to me in this overall ranking. And in third place, Pmgc with that huge disparity, once again, that we mentioned many times throughout the show today, between those elimination points and those rank points. And they're still staying in third, so it's odd, but they found a recipe to success, and it's paying off for them.
Wow. 37? 37 elims? I mean, this is definitely the MVP.
Frozen have 15 eliminations yesterday.
It did.
Yeah,
and
it was top
Order caught up to him and passed him by 12. Like,
in 2 games too. He's overpassed in 2 games. He got
true. He's been able to achieve 8 elims in 2 games alone. So that's just impressive.
I mean, there's nothing to say. The numbers speak for themselves right there. Just like, look at that, big numbers, good.
Oh, here we
good
go.
job. How ahead is he actually? 37, 1.7. 2.3 points for MVP. 6,000 damage. I think we had 2,991 from Paraboy yesterday. And the fact he's almost just over doubled that from Order's side is just...
Well, it's also cumulative, let's be fair.
Yes, it is.
But also it is a ridiculous amount of damage he's able to put up. But we are seeing a couple of new names here, I think, on the top 5.
We are, and I'm glad you mentioned him, especially DX Frankie. I mean, we saw what he's been able to do today. Definitely having an outstanding day for himself. And then with Navi being able to adjust, being able to carry momentous, they allow Miku to at least put himself in that contention as well, Max.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really happy with how Navi's been able to adapt their playstyle. I think just like Godlike, they've been able to approach it a little bit better with how they've been scouting and everything. It's really good to see.
It's kind of a shame because we have seen so many teams step up today and improve their consistency. Navi definitely going to be one of those. But the fact is, Nova have been just so good today that everything else doesn't matter compared to how well they've been playing. They've been consistent throughout the entire event so far. They've been even better today than they were yesterday. And the lead that they're building up, the fact is they have a couple of games in hand now where they could just not place well. They could go out early and still be ahead of everyone else.
Just to repeat for those at the back of the class, 3 second places, 1 chicken dinner, and 1 7th place was 10 eliminations. You can't beat that. It's just so good of a... I mean, okay, technically you can beat that, but is it likely? Not really.
So they have 47 elims, and doesn't Order have, like, was it 35 of those? How many elims did he have?
You're right. You're right. 35.
It's around 35.
I mean, I guess technically, wait, is this just from today,
I think this
though?
is just from today.
This might just be from today.
But still, it goes to show the amazing day that he had alone today. I mean, Frozen, we're talking about what an amazing player he was yesterday. We're hyping him up, and Order was like, no. Hold up a second. Let me just go out there and get at least 35 elims.
Hold my chip, my SIM card for Singtel, real quick. Hold my cucumbers they put over my eyes while I'm getting pampered at the Fairmont.
He got his mani and petty.
Yeah, he's getting ready to go, man. And the question is, who can stop Nova? The only way we can find out is tomorrow. But realistically, look at the lobbies we've seen so far. Who in your head, Max, could take Nova down? Can anyone take Nova down at this rate?
I don't think so, because the teams right below Nova, the thing that we're seeing, right, is that disparity between, and I'm bringing up once again, that disparity between eliminations and ranks, compared to Nova that has that really good 50-50 split almost, because they're consistently in those top 3 podium finishes, consistently getting those eliminations, especially from Order. If you want to take away that first place, you need to get and improve all your rank placement points if you're missing out on them, or your elimination points. And so far, the teams in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, they're all missing out on that kind of 50-50 split, and that is the main reason why no one can really contest Nova right now.
That, and I don't see any other team being able to have the roster that Noah has right now. What I mean by that is, I mean, we just mentioned it, Paraboy not being able to perform. Well, guess what? Order is going to step up, and he's going to step up in a big way. I was going to say next, we've been talking about who else is going to step up besides Frozen. I really haven't seen any with Pmgc. I mean, there's not a player or a team that I can think of right now that can pass Nova, and I feel like Nova's just going to get even better and better. What we were talking about yesterday, Nova's just going to get better and better as they collect more data.
Yeah, even looking maybe towards Na'Vi, like, yeah, we know Tixie can play well, but I don't know if anyone Na'Vi can play that well, that consistently in a day. But let's take a quick little recap here of Enigma Galaxy. I would say that they did take home the victory here. And I mean, there is potential for some of these teams to catch up, but for me, this is what's kind of not a good sign. Thinking back to the East League Finals, Max, Enigma Galaxy, I mean, they had their ups and downs, but I don't think I've ever seen them have as dominant of a day, or even remotely close to as dominant of a day as we saw Nova have here.
Yeah, it's just not been that strong when it comes to especially eliminations, right? That is where they're currently lacking. I want to see them get a little bit more involved as possible. Though I really want to bring a positive aspect of this game that I've seen in this one near Milta for Enigma Galaxy, actually, because they were playing that high ground position next to the road, next to Milta, and they were not getting involved. They were just waiting for the circle to pop, waiting for all the teams to kind of eradicate each another inside of Milta itself. And the moment you know you're forced to take that position, they go for the full-on breach, 4v4 in that, I believe it was the warehouse of Milta. They took that position, and that was so valuable, because after that, all you have to do is protect, zone teams away, and move in when the circle moves out, and you know that the numbers are not there to go against you. Reason why they were able to get the win.
And I love that push. This is exactly what you were talking about. We were wondering how they were going to be able to reach this here, and I mean, they did it perfectly. First, they handled STE, right? They got rid of them, and I mean, we really haven't been able to see STE much. They got rid of them, and then they started worrying about the other team that was in that compound, and they made sure they tried their best to not lose any players. And this kind of reminds me a little bit of what we were seeing yesterday. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to see this a little bit earlier. If they do this towards the end, I mean, Nova's just going to be light years away from them. If they're able to do this early on tomorrow, I think they might be a team that might have a chance, man.
I think there's actually a part of the clip here we'll be able to see in just a few seconds' time is the way also they use their utility. I don't know if you've paid attention to that, but they will put the utility in such a way where they will break down all of the fights and all the angles teams had on them by just blocking out the vision potentially that Nova had on one side, that potentially also Next Rear had on the side, like they're doing here, and taking only one team one by one to just break down fights and then make sure you have the better opportunity because you have that man advantage. You mentioned 7. They remained as that 4-man squad, and they just overwhelmed every single team with sheer numbers, which is why they just take that win, and it just looks so easy at the end.
Well, one team, as we are seeing here, Enigma Galaxy, that I kind of want to mention, that's not Enigma Galaxy. It's going to be Alpha 7. I figure we saw this too. We thought that we're going to have a much better chance. They have 4 players alive, and for some reason, even on the location that they were, they decided to kind of play bumper cars in a way. They decided to just try to run over the players when they had the numbers. I wish they would have just readjusted to that. Yes, you had Nova possibly being able to third party you, but you can't play like that. You can get away with it in the West, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier. There's stuff here that you cannot get away with, especially with this East teams.
And the question now comes, not only do you have to play really well tomorrow, you either A, have to hope Nova play bad, or you have to hope B, you can beat Nova and then continue on in that match and pick up a lot of points. The thing is, Nova have to lose early in these matches, right? If you go head-to-head against them, you shouldn't be escaping with all 4 players left alive, meaning it's going to be even more difficult. But let's head over to an interview here before we close off the day.
Hello everyone, this is post-game interview. I'm Karina, welcome back. And all of today's games have been played. It was so exciting. And now I want to interview our players. He is also the MVP of this round. Hello, Order.
Hello, 大家好。
Hello everyone, I'm Order. 好了，那其实我看到我们刚刚的比赛真的非常的精彩啊。那其实今天呢，整体的发挥都是不错的，而且目前我们暂时是居我们积分榜第1。所以 Order 觉得明天对于你们威胁最大的队伍具体是哪一支呢？You played all day and find yourself in the first place. And which team do you think poses the greatest threat to you tomorrow?
是自己吧，就是我们不管敌人打的有多好，我们就是把自己打好就行，就是自己不犯失误的话就行。
I think maybe it's ourselves because whatever other team do what, we just be ourselves. 好的，谢谢。那其实呢，我们也看到了，目前我们其实队伍的整体发展的这个情况都是不错的。那么各位对于我们夺冠的把握，觉得有多少呢？
这个还没有到最后一把嘛，就是还是不确定的。还有很多因素吧，就是可能导致我们就是每场拿不到分啊什么的，然后可能敌人就是能拿很多分啊，然后也有可能就是有很多不确定的因素吧，就是还有别的队搞事情什么的。
好。I asked her what do you think your chances of winning the championship are right now, and he says he is not sure because other team is also very good on this competition. 好的，非常谢谢 Order。那最后呢，可不可以跟我们支持你的各位粉丝们说 ？Could you say something to your fans?
跟他们说 说啥？
就感谢一下大家，其实就是可以了，感谢大家的支持。
谢谢，就是很多国外的粉丝啊什么的，就是，其实我经常看油管的视频的，就是看到很多粉丝在夸我什么的，就是谢谢大家的，就是夸赞。
好，谢谢。Thank you so much to my fans from foreign and from abroad. I also I often to see the YouTube and see my fans. Thank you so much for your support. 好的，谢谢 Oder， 谢谢。And thank you so much for our audience. Thank you for your watching and see you tomorrow. Bye.
And thank you, Tian Tian, as well for doing the interviews there, as we got to see Paraboy and Order today. As we saw Order there, you know, being a little bit modest about what are the chances to win tomorrow. And I think I heard like maybe a mistranslation. Seven, did you catch it?
There was. He said that they're not sure about the chances. You know what he really meant to say? Oh, that check's hidden already? 1.5 million?
Oh, they cashed it.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. I mean, and I even called it too when he was asking the question.
We're kidding, by the way.
What's going to be? Yeah.
To clarify.
What was your biggest threat? I mean, it comes down to themselves. There's no other team that I can personally see right now, unless we see something completely crazy tomorrow on the first map. There's no other team that can even challenge them. It just comes up to themselves and how they end up playing.
Yeah, the only way they can really fall off is if they have a bad day and they just don't perform on par. If they do something just remotely close to what they did today, it's GG well play already.
I think Nova's biggest threat is making sure to set their alarms to be here tomorrow. I mean, right now, the way they're going, they're looking phenomenal. But again, we still have one day of play yet to come. It's not like their job is done just yet. They can't quite cash that $1.5 million check. However, they're looking very good to do so. That's going to end off things here for today, but we have 6 matches to come at the exact same time tomorrow, so make sure you tune in yet again. I guess I'm not getting in on this, for some more PUBG Mobile action. You had your chance.
Oh man.